Chapter 41:13. Along with the flickering of the purple light, an inexplicable force gushed out and spread in all directions. In the next moment, Yang Kai's expression changed. Under the influence of this force, he saw traces of golden aura gushing out from his sword and into the enemy commander's body. Not only him, but also Lang Qingshan. The two of them looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. The last golden sword in the enemy's formation could absorb the power of the other long swords by force. Realizing this, both Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan continued to seal their aura to prevent the loss of their power. They had reached the peak of the golden sword, and their swords were strong enough to fight against the purple light. However, the other long swords on the battlefield did not have this ability. Cracking sounds could be heard continuously. The long swords were broken into pieces one after another. From the broken long swords, rays of different colors escaped and rushed toward the enemy commander from all directions. In an instant, tens of thousands of swords were broken into pieces. The purple lightning appeared again. Like a lightning dragon, it rushed toward Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan. The two of them did not dare to block it and dodged to the left and right. The lightning dragon ignored Yang Kai and chased after Lang Qingshan. It looked like it was going to kill him. Seeing this, Yang Kai came back and attacked the golden sword again. His sword aura swept across the heaven and earth and bombarded the golden sword. As for Lang Qingshan's life, he did not care at all. The purple lightning was too terrifying. Anyone who came into contact with it would die on the spot. He could only pray that Lang Qingshan was smart enough to escape from the pursuit of the lightning. After a fierce battle, Yang Kai and the golden sword were evenly matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other as they were both at the peak of their level. Although Yang Kai was touched by the first purple lightning and damaged his sword, in terms of battle experience, the golden sword was definitely not comparable to him. This was also the reason why he could not be at a disadvantage in the fierce battle. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Lang Qingshan finally flew back with his head covered in dust. Kai Yang stole a glance at him and discovered that his sword was also damaged. He must have been accidentally grazed by the purple lightning, but his life was not in danger. He did not immediately go to help Yang Kai. Instead, he ordered his 700,000 soldiers to quickly retreat and get them far away from the battlefield. When Yang Kai saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief and praised himself for being smart. If it were him, he would also withdraw his army at the first moment. The purple gemstone on the hilt of the gold sword was too strange. Not only could it absorb the energy of the sword that was slain by others, it could even forcibly absorb the energy. Their 700,000 strong army was only there to provide resources for the other party to use the purple lightning. Soon, the 700,000 strong army disappeared. After a while, Lang Qingshan returned. The damaged sword had been completely repaired, and the luster on the sword was bright and dazzling. Obviously, he had taken the opportunity to repair his injuries. After rejoining the battlefield, the two of them exchanged a glance. There was no need for discussion. They already understood each other's thoughts. Grind it to death. The gold sword's strength was nothing to be afraid of. With the two of them working together, it could not defeat them at all. The only thing that made them fearful was the purple gemstone on the hilt and the terrifying attack made by using the gemstone. However, it was not without a price for the other party to use the purple lightning. For the first attack, it absorbed the energy of tens of thousands of silver swords. For the second attack, it absorbed the energy of 5 gold swords. For the third attack, which was the one just now, it also absorbed the energy of tens of thousands of swords, causing them to shatter on the spot. Now that Yang Kai's 700,000 strong army had retreated from the battlefield, there were only about 150,000 of the enemy's army left. At the very most, it could still use the purple lightning 5 times. As long as they could avoid these 5 attacks, they would be able to clinch victory. Instead of waiting passively, it was better to take the initiative to attack. After giving Lang Qingshan a look, he left him alone to restrain the enemy. In a flash, Yang Kai charged into the enemy's army. The enemy's formation was in chaos. Although the 100,000 strong army seemed to be a lot, none of them could really fight. Yang Kai's gold sword auras slashed out. Each of the sword auras could reap countless swords, shattering them into pieces. As expected, even though the swords were shattered by Yang Kai, the energy that escaped from their bodies did not flow into Yang Kai's body. Instead, it was absorbed by the purple gemstone. The purple glow on the purple gemstone was getting brighter and brighter. Qing Shan, be careful. When he felt that it was about time, Yang Kai slashed out again. Hundreds of swords were shattered on the spot. After the hundreds of light rays flowed into the purple gemstone, the purple glow finally reached its limit. The enemy's commander shook his sword, and a purple lightning struck out towards Lang Qingshan, who had been tangling with him. Lang Qingshan was already prepared. When Yang Kai shouted that sentence, he had already escaped from the battlefield. He did not escape to any other place. Instead, he dashed towards the enemy's army in an attempt to use the energy of the swords to wear down the purple lightning. At the same time, Yang Kai had already clashed with the gold sword. Once again, they were fighting in a circle. Kachacha. Wherever the purple lightning passed, countless swords were shattered. Countless streams of light flew into the air. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of swords were shattered again. The purple gemstone on the hilt of the gold sword was shining with a purple glow. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He could no longer be bothered to tangle with the enemy and quickly escaped. In the next moment, the gold sword slashed down with a purple lightning. Yang Kai turned around and ran. The gold sword turned into a gold light as the purple lightning chased after it. "Master!" Lang Qingshan suddenly shouted. Yang Kai looked to the side and realized that he was charging towards him. His eyes lit up as he understood his intention. His body swayed, and he also charged towards him. Two gold light rays pierced through the sky. Each of them was chased by a purple lightning bolt. The two of them were very close to each other in an instant. Just as they were about to collide, both of them turned their bodies and brushed past each other's swords. They avoided each other by a hair's breadth. They avoided each other, but the purple lightning bolts that were chasing after them were not as agile. The two purple lightning bolts collided with each other. Instantly, electric snakes danced in the air and created a huge hole in the void. The two purple lightning bolts were destroyed just like that. Yang Kai's heart was lifted. He ordered Lang Qingshan again. After saying that, he turned around and charged towards the gold sword. Lang Qingshan used the same trick and charged into the enemy's formation to start a massacre. According to Yang Kai's estimation, the 100,000-strong army could only support 5 purple lightning bolts. Previously, Yang Kai destroyed tens of thousands of them. Then, Lang Qingshan led the purple lightning to destroy tens of thousands of them. Now, there were less than 100,000 of them left. As long as the 100,000-strong army was wiped out, the gold sword would be unable to perform a killer move like the purple lightning. Without the purple lightning, how could the gold sword be a match for him and Lang Qingshan? After another 30 minutes, Lang Qingshan destroyed tens of thousands of swords, and the third purple lightning bolt was unleashed. Yang Kai, who was prepared, immediately led the lightning into the enemy's formation. In an instant, tens of thousands of swords were destroyed and the fourth lightning bolt was unleashed. It slashed towards Lang Qingshan, who was entangled with the gold sword. The two of them used the same trick again. It was thrilling but perfect as they led the two lightning bolts to attack each other and wear each other down. Looking at the situation, the gold sword was flustered and exasperated, but there was nothing he could do. After such a torment, there were less than 30,000 swords left. The power of these swords could only support one purple lightning bolt at most. At this moment, Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan were no longer in a hurry to kill the swords. Instead, they pounced on the gold sword together and beat it up. Even though the gold sword understood Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan's intention, it had no choice but to activate the power of the purple gemstone. It absorbed the power of the remaining tens of thousands of subordinates and slashed out the last purple lightning bolt. Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan retreated simultaneously while the purple lightning bolt was targeting Lang Qingshan. Without hesitation, Lang Qingshan immediately escaped. On the sword that Yang Kai had transformed into, he grinned. "Now, it's only you and me left. Let's fight to the death." He was not worried about Lang Qingshan's safety. This kid was able to escape from the pursuit of the purple lightning previously. This time, he would definitely be fine. At most, he would be slightly injured. However, with the 700,000-strong army on his side, even if Lang Qingshan was injured, he could repair himself anytime. The gold sword probably realized that this was the final battle. Its initial calmness was long gone. On the sword, its dignified face was solemn. On the tip of the sword, the golden sword radiance was flickering like a snake's tongue. Just as Yang Kai finished his sentence, he had already slashed towards the gold sword. The golden sword aura sliced through the void and arrived in front of the gold sword in an instant. The gold sword countered the attack with sword aura as well. In an instant, it was in full swing with Yang Kai. Both of their strengths were on par. The situation was in a stalemate. However, Yang Kai knew that he had already won. After an hour, Lang Qingshan returned in one piece and joined the battle. With 2 against 1, the gold sword quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not turn the situation around. Half a day later, as Yang Kai slashed his sword, the gold sword's body let out a crisp sound and broke into 2. On the half sword, the dignified face slowly disappeared. What remained was unwillingness and anger. Golden radiance overflowed from the gold sword and surged into Yang Kai's body. Within the golden radiance, there was a touch of purple that was extremely dazzling. Yang Kai's damaged sword body quickly recovered. Not only that, a purple whirlpool appeared on the hilt of his sword. The whirlpool spun continuously and quickly turned into a purple gemstone. The purple gemstone was the one that the gold sword used to possess. Yang Kai was stunned. He didn't expect that after killing the enemy, this purple gem would also be inherited by him. This item caused him and Lang Qingshan to suffer a great loss. However, it was useless to have it now. This was the final battle. After this battle, in the world of the sword, Yang Kai was invincible. All of his strongholds were wiped clean. Chapter 41:14. Without an opponent, the purple gem was of no use to him. Yang Kai stood still as he recalled his encounters in this world of swords. He couldn't help but sigh. This world was much more dangerous than the previous bubble world. In this world, one could be crushed to pieces at any time. He secretly rejoiced that he could use the small sealed world to enter this world. Otherwise, if Lang Qingshan entered this world alone, he might have been trapped forever. Many of the thrilling battles were won by him and Lang Qingshan by working together. Putting everything else aside, it was almost impossible for one person to defeat the final golden sword by himself in this last battle. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but worry about Meng Hong. This guy also entered a world of fruits. He wondered what was happening to him now. He had stayed in this world of swords for a full 2 years, so a few days should have passed in the outside world. Yang Kai stood still and waited for a long time. On the surface of the sword, his brows slowly furrowed. He looked at Lang Qingshan and asked, "Qingshan, do you feel anything?" Lang Qingshan replied, "No." "Master, do you feel anything?" Yang Kai's face couldn't help but sink. The biggest problem was that he didn't feel anything. He thought that after this final battle, he could leave this world and obtain a world fruit. Who knew that until now, there was still no movement. He and Lang Qingshan had raised their strength to the limit of this world. They had also spent a lot of effort to kill the last powerful enemy. It was certain that there were no more opponents in this world. Why couldn't they leave? Where was the opportunity to leave this world? Thinking back to the last world, he had fought a heaven-shaking battle with the man surnamed Go. He had displayed power that surpassed the heaven-opening realm, shattering all of the bubbles and leaving behind a crucial one. Only then had he found an opportunity. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He asked, "Where's the army?" "Please follow me, master," Lang Qingshan said and quickly led the way. The 700,000 soldiers were evacuated from the battlefield and settled on a plain, so as to not provide any help to Huang Jinjian. It was about 1,000 miles away from here. The two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly arrived at their destination. Yang Kai slowly descended, and the hundreds of thousands of soldiers stared at him. Their eyes were filled with worship. These hundreds of thousands of swords were elites who had followed Yang Kai all the way to the north and south. Although there were no more golden swords, there were still plenty of silver swords. Yang Kai didn't say a word as he activated the power of the purple gem on his sword hilt. The purple light shook slightly and turned into a circle of ripples that spread in all directions. As the ripples spread, the long swords shattered one after another, and the sound of cracking could be heard incessantly. Countless rays of light rushed towards Yang Kai, making the purple gem on his sword hilt even brighter. Soon, the purple gem's light reached its limit. At the tip of Yang Kai's sword, the purple light flickered, and the purple lightning showed signs of reappearing in the world. The terrifying aura made Lang Qingshan retreat a great distance. The purple light was dazzling, and it was enough to unleash the purple lightning. After all, the gold sword only needed to expend tens of thousands of sword energy to unleash this attack. At this moment, more than tens of thousands of long swords shattered. However, Yang Kai wasn't satisfied. He desperately suppressed the eruption of the purple lightning and activated the power of the purple gem. Crack, crack, crack. The number of shattered long swords quickly reached 100,000. The aura coming from Yang Kai's sword had far surpassed the gold sword's aura, and it made Lang Qingshan's heart skip a beat. The purple light was still fluctuating, and the long swords continued to shatter. 150,000, 200,000. Soon, it was approaching 300,000. Half of the army of 700,000 was shattered in an instant. Yang Kai's sword was trembling non-stop, and fine cracks appeared on his sword. It was obvious that he was under great pressure, and once he couldn't take it anymore, he would immediately be shattered into pieces. Lang Qingshan wanted to stop him, but he didn't dare to disturb Yang Kai, for fear of causing an accident. As the 400,000 swords shattered, more and more cracks appeared on Yang Kai's sword, and it looked like it would shatter at any moment. When the 500,000 swords shattered, along with a crack appeared on the purple gem on the sword hilt. At the limit, Yang Kai could no longer suppress the majestic power in the sword. He turned the sword around and slashed the sky. Slash! Purple lightning gushed out from the tip of the sword and gathered into a ray of purple light that shot into the sky, causing the universe to tremble and the void to shatter. A hole appeared in the sky. Yang Kai's body tilted, and he fell from the sky. His entire sword was shattered, and it was dim. The attack just now had exhausted all of his power. However, his gaze did not move as he stared at the hole in the sky. After a while, he looked happy, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Before his laughter died away, a force enveloped him, and he slowly disappeared under Lang Qingshan's stunned gaze. In the next moment, Lang Qingshan's vision turned black. When he came back to his senses, he was already under the 3,000 Worlds tree. Yang Kai was standing in front of him, holding a glowing world fruit in his hand. He was out. Lang Qingshan couldn't help but sigh in relief. When Yang Kai swallowed the power of 500,000 swords, he was really afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to withstand it and would explode. However, now it seemed that his master was right. The opportunity to leave that world was the purple gem. As long as he swallowed enough power and slashed with a powerful enough attack, he would be able to break through the world and return. He had the same thought as Yang Kai. There were no enemies in that world, and even if he had the purple gem, it would be useless. Who knew that it would be the key? Staring at the world fruit in Yang Kai's hand, Lang Qingshan's expression changed. Master, is this a middle-grade world fruit? Yang Kai couldn't stop smiling. Yes, this is a middle-grade world fruit. The world fruit he had previously obtained was only a low-grade one. It could only allow a cultivator to reach the third stage of splitting open the sky. It wasn't very valuable. After all, it wasn't difficult to reach the third stage of splitting open the sky if one worked hard. However, this middle-grade world fruit was different. This was a treasure that could allow a cultivator to reach the sixth stage. A sixth stage of splitting open the sky would be a powerhouse anywhere. Even the lady boss was only at the sixth stage, and Yuhi was only at the fifth stage. The value of this world fruit was immeasurable. Especially for those fifth stage of splitting open the sky, it was a treasure that could allow them to reach the heavens in a single step. Putting away the world fruit carefully, Yang Kai turned his head to take a look. He realized that everyone who had left the mountain had disappeared. After all, he and Lang Qingshan had stayed in the world of swords for 2 years. The flow of time was different. A few days had passed in the outside world, so those who should have left should have already left. Looking up at the 3,000-world tree, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. There were actually a few fruits missing from the tree. In other words, when he and Lang Qingshan were exploring the world of swords, a few of them had already obtained world fruits. He wondered what grade of world fruit they had obtained. However, no matter what grade of world fruit they obtained, they wouldn't have obtained as much as he did. After experiencing it once, Yang Kai was familiar with entering the world fruit again. He put Lang Qingshan into the small sealed world bead and hid inside it himself. Then, he handed the sealed world bead to Scabby Head for safekeeping. Scabby Head stood on the tree, found a world fruit, and plunged into it. After entering the world of fruits, Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan appeared together. The 3,000 world tree was special. It bore 3,000 world fruits that could help a heaven-splitting cultivator advance by 1 stage. However, everyone only had 1 chance to enter it in their lifetime. If they succeeded, they would pluck the fruit. If they failed, they would be trapped inside forever. Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan could be considered to have entered the world fruit before. If they didn't use such fraudulent means, they wouldn't have been able to enter at all. However, Yang Kai's sealed world bead had nearly 40 people hidden inside. If he had enough time and everything went smoothly, he could obtain dozens of world fruits here. Compared to the primordial fruit tree and the primordial spirit fruit, Yang Kai was undoubtedly more interested in this world fruit. As soon as it appeared, Yang Kai immediately sensed the aura of this world. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed because the aura of this world wasn't too strong. It should only be a low-rank world fruit. The 3 of them didn't transform into anything else and still maintained their original appearances. However, their strength was greatly suppressed. They couldn't even display 30% of their usual strength. This should be due to the world principles of this world. What's this? Scabby Head suddenly noticed something and looked down at his waist. There was a bulging cloth bag hanging there. He didn't know what was inside. Master has one too. I have one too. Lang Qingshan looked at Yang Kai's waist and then at his own. He found that everyone had an extra cloth bag. You'll know what's inside after taking a look. Scabby Head chuckled and took down the cloth bag. He opened it and said in astonishment, "So many insects." At the same time, Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan also opened their own cloth bags. They found that it was just as Scabby Head said. There were some strange insects in the cloth bags. There weren't many of them, only a few dozen of them. They were all as white as silkworms. Yang Kai scanned them with his divine sense and didn't feel any strong energy from them. Instead, he could clearly feel that there was a faint connection between his divine sense and these insects. What are these things for? Scabby Head was puzzled. Lang Qingshan had the experience of exploring the world fruit before. He pondered and said, "They might be related to unlocking the secrets of this world. How do you use them? Have you eaten them?" Scabby Head pinched one of the insects and examined it carefully. Not only did he sniff it, he even stuck out his tongue and licked it. Lang Qingshan's face turned pale. Something's coming. Suddenly, Kai Yang's brow furrowed. Raising his head, he saw several dozen monster wolves with bodies as large as oxen. They were baring their fangs as they surrounded them from all directions. Soon, they had surrounded the 3 of them. These demon wolves were all emitting a ferocious aura. They kept howling and looked like they were not to be trifled with. Chapter 41:15. Master. Lang Qingshan's expression was solemn as he quickly moved closer to Yang Kai. The Scabby Head also swallowed his saliva secretly as his face turned pale. The 3 of them stood back to back as they secretly activated their powers, ready to attack at any moment. A wolf howl was heard as the dozens of demonic wolves pounced forward. Yang Kai flicked his finger and a crescent blade slashed forward. However, the power of the crescent blade was not as strong as usual as it was only a foot long. The crescent blade slashed on the shoulder of a demonic wolf and only left a scar on its body. It was not able to kill it on the spot. Yang Kai's face turned gloomy. This strange world was suppressing one's powers to a certain extent. If not, the crescent blade would not be so weak. On the other side, Lang Qingshan and the Scabby Head were also exerting their powers. However, their foundations were not as strong as Yang Kai's, and they were also being suppressed. Even if they tried their best, they could only cause slight damage to the demonic wolves. The dozens of demonic wolves surrounded the three of them and took turns to attack them. The smell of fresh blood stimulated their nerves and made them even more violent and savage. Yang Kai and the other two tried to break out of the encirclement but could not find a suitable opportunity. If this continued, the three of them would definitely be torn into pieces by the dozens of demonic wolves. "Master, I can't hold on any longer." The Scabby Head suddenly cried out in pain as his arm was bitten by a demonic wolf. Blood immediately flowed out. Yang Kai's thoughts turned rapidly as he tried to think of a way to break out of this situation. Everything in this world was traceable. For example, when he first entered the world of bubbles, the opportunity to leave was in a bubble. When he entered the world of swords for the second time, he could kill other swords to strengthen himself and walk to the peak step by step. There should be some rules in this world, some rules that he had not discovered. As long as he could make use of these rules, he should be able to escape. With that thought, Yang Kai looked at the cloth bag on his waist and reached out to grab a bug from it. A demonic wolf in front of him leaped up high as its fangs shone with a cold light. Yang Kai activated his divine telekinesis and threw the bug at the demonic wolf. Strangely enough, after the insect left his hand, it suddenly exploded into a ball of dazzling white light, which instantly enveloped the demon wolf. The originally aggressive demon wolf, after being enveloped by the white light, seemed to have suffered a great blow. It fell from the sky and shook its head. At the same time, Yang Kai clearly felt a faint connection between him and the demon wolf soul. He seemed to be able to control the demon wolf. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian immediately drove his spiritual perception to suppress the other party. The monster wolf still wanted to resist, but Yang Kai's divine sense was so powerful that it could not resist at all. In just a breath's time, the white light poured into the monster wolf's body. With a thought from Yang Kai, the demon wolf immediately turned its head, opened its bloody maw, and bit down on its companion's throat, causing him to spurt out blood and stagger back. "This insect can control these demon wolves," Yang Kai shouted. Hearing this, Lang Qingshan and Scabby Head did not hesitate. They took out bugs from their cloth bags and imitated Yang Kai's action, throwing the bugs out. The bugs exploded into white light and covered the monster wolf's body. After the white light completely poured in, the monster wolf would be controlled by the three of them. The situation instantly turned for the better. Yang Kai threw the bugs out of the cloth bag one by one and subdued the monster wolves one after another. Lang Qingshan and Scabby Head did not stay idle and did the same thing. Soon, Yang Kai found the trick. These bugs, he named them beast-taming bugs for the time being. They could be used like secret treasures, but they were one-time use secret treasures. After they were used, they would turn into a white light that shrouded the monster wolves. At this time, it was time for the owner's divine sense to fight with the wolf's divine sense. If the owner could suppress the wolf's divine sense, the white light would pour into the monster wolf's body and subdue it. If the owner could not suppress the wolf's divine sense, the white light would collapse and the beast-taming bug would die. Even the cultivator would be injured. Scabby Head suffered a loss. He used too many beast-taming bugs at one time. As a result, he could not control them. Two of the white light exploded, causing blood to flow out of his nose and his face to turn pale. Time passed slowly. Originally, the three of them were besieged by dozens of monster wolves, but with the help of these beast-taming bugs, the situation immediately turned for the better. After an incense stick worth of time, half of the dozens of monster wolves had died, and the remaining half had been subdued by the three of them. Scabby Head gasped for breath and could not help but feel a sense of relief. Previously, in the sword world, although he had been observing Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan's experience through the small sealed world bead, he had only been watching from the sidelines. Although he often trembled with fear, after all, he had never experienced it himself. Now, after experiencing it, he realized that these sword worlds were not so easy to explore. If it were not for his master understanding the mysteries at the critical moment, they would have been doomed in the first battle. Master, is this the beast-taming world? Lang Qingshan asked. Yang Kai nodded. From the current situation, it seems so. However, whether it was true or not, they would have to explore it for a while to know. A few days later, their previous guess was confirmed. This was indeed the beast-taming world. In this world, there were countless large and small groups of monster beasts. The strength of Yang Kai's trio was greatly suppressed, so if they wanted to win, they could only rely on the strength of their monster beast subordinates. The monster wolves they had subdued before were just the most ordinary monster wolves. Among the groups of monster beasts, there were even monster kings. Relying on the white beast taming insects in the cloth bag was impossible to subdue. Yang Kai tried several times, but the white light would shatter. It was not that his divine sense could not suppress the other party, but that the white beast taming insects could not withstand the collision of the two divine senses. Yang Kai guessed that there should be higher-grade beast taming insects above the white beast taming insects that could deal with these monster kings. After the trio suffered a loss in a group of 100 monster beasts, they embarked on the path of searching for beast taming insects. Soon, they reaped some benefits. Sure enough, there were higher-grade beast taming insects above the white beast taming insects. Black, blue, purple, and so on. Using those higher-grade beast taming insects, Yang Kai's trio quickly subdued monster kings one after another. Once a monster king was subdued, the monster beast under its command would also be subdued. Among these monster kings, there was a huge difference in strength. Yang Kai divided them into 3 levels: 100 Monster King, 1000 Monster King, and Myriad Monster King. The 100 Monster King commanded 100 monster beast, the 1000 Monster King commanded 1000, and the Myriad Monster King commanded 10,000, extremely powerful. A month later, the trio each led a myriad monster army and engaged in a decisive battle with the last group of monster beasts. The number of beasts in this group was extremely large, at least 100,000 in number, and the Beast King's appearance was also extraordinary, its body covered in golden fur and as sturdy as a house. Yang Kai stared from afar and clearly felt that the mood of the myriad Beast King beneath him was somewhat uneasy. The opponent's Monster King actually had a strong deterrent effect on myriad Monster Kings. This was no longer a Monster King, but a Monster Emperor. The battle soon broke out, and countless monster wolves were killed or injured. Although the opponent's numbers were huge, and they were led by a Monster Emperor, Yang Kai's trio split up and cooperated with each other, killing the enemy while also subduing the Monster Kings in the enemy camp, quickly gaining an absolute advantage. After another 3 days of bitter fighting, Yang Kai finally succeeded in subduing the Monster Emperor, even though he was bitten by it. When the Monster King was subdued, a gentle force wrapped the trio and sent them out of this world. The trio appeared under the World Tree again. Yang Kai was covered in blood, but he was still grinning wildly. He had obtained another world fruit, although it was only a low-rank one. After a little rest, Yang Kai repeated the same trick, releasing another person from his sealed world bead and having him take him into the world inside the fruit. Time passed day by day, and more people entered the world inside the fruit. The more people there were, the stronger they would be. When others entered the world inside the fruit, they would generally fight alone. But Yang Kai had many people working together, so he naturally had a huge advantage. There were all kinds of strange worlds. There were worlds that needed to be conquered by force, worlds that needed to be cultivated to the limits of that world, and worlds that could only be freed by breaking through the suppression. There were also natural mazes that made it impossible for people to find their way in. There were all kinds of worlds, and there were many more. However, Yang Kai soon concluded that a low-rank world fruit didn't take too long to break through, at most 3 months, but a mid-rank world fruit was much more difficult to break through, taking at least 1 to 2 years. This was the time inside the world inside the fruit, which was different from the outside world. As such, Yang Kai wasn't too worried. He had spent several years inside the world inside the fruit, but only a dozen or so days in the outside world. One day, one of his subordinates rushed into the world fruit with the sealed world bead. Yang Kai immediately walked out of his sealed world bead and released the dozen or so people who had entered the world fruit before him. However, before he could investigate the grade of this world, he suddenly felt a huge repulsive force enveloping him. When he came back to his senses, he was already standing under the 3,000-world tree. Not only him, but the dozen or so people he released also felt the same. Lang Qingshan was stunned. What's going on? Yang Kai was also puzzled. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing, so he had no idea why he was being repelled by the world fruit. At this moment, accompanied by a rumbling sound, the earth shook and a root suddenly stretched out from the ground like a long whip, sweeping towards Yang Kai and the others. This root was the root of the 3,000-world tree. No one had expected such an unforeseen event. In a moment of carelessness, half of the people were swept away and rolled down the mountain. Yang Kai dodged quickly and managed to avoid this blow. Turning his head, he saw that the people who had been swept down the mountain were not in danger of losing their lives, but all of them were in a sorry state. Only then did he relax. Aya! A scream rang out. It turned out that Mangy Head had also been swept down, followed by everyone else. Yang Kai moved left and right, avoiding the root sweep again and again. While he was dodging, he suddenly felt someone's gaze on him. He quickly looked over and couldn't help but be surprised. An old face appeared on the trunk of the Tranquiliacosm tree, and it was glaring at him angrily. Chapter 41:16. Yang Kai was a little embarrassed by his stare. How could he not know that his repeated cheating had been detected by the 3,000-world tree? In this land of eternity, many sacred herbs had developed intelligence. Even Pu Baixiong and the little mushroom were like that, let alone the 3,000-world tree. It was just that he had not shown it before, but Yang Kai had repeatedly used the sealed world bead to exploit loopholes and enter the world fruit, harvesting more than a dozen fruits by himself. Such insatiable greed was something the world tree could not tolerate even if it had 3,000 fruits. If Yang Kai continued like this, who knew how many fruits it would have left? Therefore, when they sensed Yang Kai's aura again, they immediately sent him and his dozen or so subordinates out of the world fruit, not giving them a chance to gain experience at all. Furthermore, they were sent down the mountain to sever their hopes. Its roots danced and whipped Yang Kai again with great force. It didn't want to take Yang Kai's life, but just send him down the mountain. Yang Kai activated the law of space and dodged again and again. Although he had gained quite a lot, obtaining more than a dozen world fruits, and even 2 middle-level world fruits, he hadn't seen a single high-level world fruit. How could he give up? A high-grade world fruit could help a high-grade sky splitter advance by 1 grade. If he could reach the 7th grade in the future, he could use a high-grade world fruit to directly advance to the 8th grade. How many 8th grade sky splitters would there be in the Blessed Enclave? At this level, he was definitely an overlord. When the time came, not only could he establish himself in the 3,000 world fruit, but he could also achieve great things. While dodging, Yang Kai begged, "Old tree, calm down, calm down. Go in one more time, one last time." The world tree's expression became even angrier. Why would it care about him? Its roots danced more and more wildly, but Yang Kai activated the law of space and his body moved erratically. How could it hit him? In anger, more than a dozen roots broke out of the ground and turned into an inescapable net that enveloped Yang Kai. At the foot of the mountain, Lang Qingshan and the others looked up and were dumbfounded. Scabby Head's mouth twitched. "This world tree must have been driven mad by our master." Lang Qingshan exclaimed, "Oh no, the master is in danger." As he spoke, he immediately rushed up the mountain. More than a dozen people followed closely behind, avoiding the fog and lightning as they trekked arduously. On top of the mountain, Yang Kai moved left and right, but the dozen roots of the Tree of World were like dozens of long whips that sealed the sky and the earth, greatly reducing the space he could move. In a moment of carelessness, he was struck by one of the roots. He felt a strong force rushing toward him, and there was a sweet taste in his mouth. Yang Kai hugged the root, swallowed the rolling blood, and said with a cheeky smile, "Can't I do it just once? Old shoe, take that fruit." Although he didn't remember to check the grade of the world fruit, he was sure that it was definitely not a low-grade world fruit. It should be a mid-grade one, and there was a very small chance that it was a high-grade one. If he could negotiate with the 3,000 world tree, he could at least get the world fruit. The 3,000 world tree didn't seem to hear him. It swung its roots a few times, but it couldn't get rid of Yang Kai. In anger, the dozen roots whipped toward Yang Kai through the air and hit him. Yang Kai kept groaning. After 3 breaths, he felt that he couldn't take it anymore. Although the world tree didn't want to kill him, it was uncomfortable to be whipped by the roots. Helpless, he could only shout, "Dragon form." His body suddenly expanded, and he turned into a half-dragon with dragon horns on his head. His hands turned into dragon claws, and 2 streams of dragon breath came out of his nostrils. His whole body was covered with dragon scales, and each scale had natural patterns on it. They were hard and thick. Dragon whiskers fluttered under his chin. His huge body stood on top of the mountain. Although he wasn't as majestic as the world tree, he wasn't far behind. In the great cosmological realm, he had swallowed countless dragon blood pills, which made his dragon form body faintly show signs of transforming into a true dragon race. He was much stronger than before. Asterisk pa 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 asterisk sounds rang out incessantly as the dozen or so roots continuously whipped Yang Kai's back, creating a series of loud bangs. However, this was still within an acceptable range. The defense of the dragon form body was much stronger than that of the human body. Yang Kai chuckled and looked at the world tree. "Old tree, this is your last chance. Enter again, and I won't pester you anymore." He couldn't forget about the world fruit just now. As he spoke, he wrapped the root in his hand around his waist. Very quickly, he wrapped it around his waist a few times, making it clear that he wasn't going to give up just like that. The world tree's attacks became more and more violent. This time, even Yang Kai's dragon form body couldn't take it anymore. The dragon scales on his back flew, and blood flowed. However, Yang Kai's recovery ability was extremely strong. The power of the wood element in his Dao seal circulated, and his dragon blood was stimulated. His wounds healed continuously. The stalemate lasted for a full instant's time before the 3,000 worlds tree's attacks suddenly stopped. On the tree, the old face sighed heavily. Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Old tree, you agree?" The 3,000 worlds tree looked at him in disgust. Then, a root whipped at him. Yang Kai smiled. "Old tree, why do you have to do this? Such an attack on me, ugh." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt his hand become lighter. The root that he had been holding on to suddenly broke apart on its own accord. Immediately after, Kai Yang was struck by a powerful force, his body uncontrollably falling down the mountain. In midair, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the 3,000 worlds tree's attitude to be so tough. It would rather break one of its roots than let him stay on the mountain peak. With a bang, Yang Kai landed heavily on the ground. He quickly got up and looked at the root in his hand, speechless. Although this root was voluntarily abandoned by the 3,000 worlds tree, it showed no signs of withering. Instead, it was full of vitality. Yang Kai's heart moved. He then stuffed it into the sealed world bead. When he looked up again, the mountain was covered in fog and lightning. Soon, he couldn't see the scene inside. Yang Kai didn't give up. He jumped into the fog and only lasted for a dozen breaths before running back. The fog was too terrifying. It was made up of countless tiny insects. Even his dragon form couldn't withstand it. In just a short while, his body was stained with blood, and a lot of his vitality was lost. Figures flashed around him. It was Lang Qingshan and the others who were sent out. Although they were covered in dust, their lives weren't in danger. It should be the result of the world tree's protection. Otherwise, with the current situation on the mountain, they wouldn't have been able to withstand it. When they turned around and saw Yang Kai's swollen face and bloody body, they couldn't help but be shocked. Moreover, it was the first time they saw Yang Kai use the dragon transformation technique. They couldn't help but be shocked. Only now did Lang Qingshan and the others know that Yang Kai actually had the bloodline of the dragon race. Judging from its appearance, this bloodline was quite extraordinary. Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at them with a ferocious expression. He was angered by the 3,000 worlds tree. This old tree was too stubborn. It would rather give up one of its roots than give him one last chance. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai roared, "Old shoe, everyone has only one chance to enter the world fruit field. What do you mean by blocking this mountain and not letting us in?" I still have a few dozen people here who want to go in. You can't deprive them of their qualifications. That's unfair. Saying so, he raised his hand and released the remaining people hiding in the small sealed world bead. Lang Qingshan and the others were speechless. They had used Yang Kai's fraudulent means to enter more than a dozen world fruits and obtained them. Now, Yang Kai was actually talking about fairness to the world tree. Yang Kai continued, "At most, I won't go in. You have to let them in, don't you?" As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He listened carefully. In the next moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the heavy fog and screamed. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the person. After taking a closer look, he was stunned. Brother Meng? The one who rushed out of the fog was Meng Hong. Meng Hong was still in shock. He couldn't help but be shocked when he saw a huge dragon head pointing at him. However, after seeing the appearance of the dragon head, he hesitated. Brother Yang? Yang Kai nodded and put him down. He transformed back into his human form and asked in confusion, "Brother Meng, why did you come out at this time?" Meng Hong's appearance was too coincidental. Yang Kai faintly felt that something was wrong. Meng Hong said, "I don't know. I was training in that world when a force suddenly expelled me." "Huh, is this the world fruit?" Saying so, he suddenly looked at his palm and found that he had obtained a world fruit at some point. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He couldn't help but be speechless. He knew that the reason why Meng Hong could withdraw halfway and even obtain a world fruit for free was all because of the world tree. It should have sensed the relationship between Meng Hong and himself, so it directly sent him out. Realizing this, Yang Kai sighed slightly. He knew that it was impossible for him to enter the world fruit again. The 3,000 world tree was willing to cut off one of its roots, send Meng Hong out, and even give him a fruit for free. It wanted to make Yang Kai give up completely. Meng Hong's luck was pretty good. The world fruit in his hand was a middle-grade one. He had wandered in that world for a few years, fighting alone. He didn't know how to escape. He had thought that he was dead for sure, but who would have thought that there would be such a twist? To be honest, he still couldn't believe it. He felt like he was in the clouds. The two disciples from Great Moon State stepped forward and briefly explained what had happened. Only then did Meng Hong learn that he was able to escape so easily because of Yang Kai's pestering with the 3,000 world tree. He couldn't help laughing. He had wanted to take a world fruit and give it to Yang Kai to repay his kindness, but in the end, it was Yang Kai who had saved him once again. Now that he had eaten and drank, it was a bit hard to explain. "Brother Yang, please accept this world fruit." Meng Hong handed the fruit in his hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Brother Meng, I've already gained a lot. Moreover, you'll need this when you advance to the 5th stage Heaven Splitter. There's no need to give it to me." Chapter 41:17. Yang Kai was not being hypocritical. World fruits were rare, but he had already obtained a lot of them. He had 13 low-rank world fruits and 2 mid-rank world fruits, so there was no need for him to covet Meng Hong's things. Meng Hong shook his head. "This time, my 3 brothers were protected by Brother Yang in the Great Void Realm. If it weren't for Brother Yang, my 3 brothers would have been dead by now. Brother Yang also lent us many treasures to help us condense heaven's splitting power. If it weren't for Brother Yang, how could this Meng have achieved what he has today? This Meng has nothing else but this fruit. What's more, this Meng was only able to obtain this fruit thanks to you. Please don't refuse, Brother Yang, otherwise, this Meng will have no face to see anyone in the future." Seeing that Yang Kai still wanted to say something, Meng Hong pretended to be angry and said, "Brother Yang, if you refuse again, it means you are looking down on this Meng Hong. This world fruit. I don't want it." Saying so, he casually threw the world fruit up the mountain. Everyone around him exclaimed. Yang Kai reached out and caught the fruit, speechless. "Since Brother Meng has such good intentions, I won't stand on ceremony. I will keep this fruit for now, and if Brother Meng needs it in the future, feel free to ask for it from me." That being said, Yang Kai also knew that since Meng Hong had made his attitude clear today, he would not take this fruit back no matter what. Sure enough, Meng Hong laughed and said, "This Meng is confident that he can break through to the 6th grade with his own ability." Seeing the two of them push back and forth over a priceless middle-tier world fruit, The dozens of onlookers were somewhat dumbfounded. This was a treasure that even powerful heaven-opening realm cultivators would fight over, but now it was being pushed back and forth by these two, and it had almost been tossed into the fog. After taking everyone back into the sealed world bead, Yang Kai checked his harvest. The 16 world fruits could be said to be a bountiful harvest. The 13 low-grade world fruits could be ignored for now. Even if they were valuable, they wouldn't be too valuable. After all, they could only help a low-grade world fruit advance by 1 grade, and the limit was the 3rd grade. However, the 3 mid-grade world fruits were different. The upper limit of a middle-grade world fruit was the 6th grade. In other words, it was best for a 5th-grade world fruit to split open the sky. Such a treasure was extremely rare. What made Yang Kai feel slightly regretful was that he didn't get a high-grade world fruit this time. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but laugh, feeling that he was indeed a little greedy. Su Zhan had said that although the 3,000 world tree bore 3,000 world fruits, most of them were low-grade, with only a few middle-grade ones. As for high-grade ones, it might or might not. Obtaining 3 middle-grade ones this time was already a great fortune. Apart from these world fruits, there was also an unexpected gain. It was one of the world tree's roots. Yang Kai had previously transformed into a dragon and shamelessly wrapped this root around his waist to bargain with the world tree, angering it. The world tree then cut off its own roots and pulled him down the mountain, resulting in this root falling into Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai had casually thrown this root into the sealed world bead before, but when he poured his divine sense into the sealed world bead to investigate it, he couldn't help feeling surprised. This root had actually pierced into the ground of the sealed world bead and turned into a small sapling that swayed gently in the wind. Yang Kai couldn't help sighing. This root was worthy of being the root of the world tree. Its vitality was really strong, and after just a short while it had sprouted new branches and leaves. If that was all, Yang Kai could clearly feel that this little sapling was like a bottomless pit. The world energy of the entire sealed world bead was madly pouring into this little sapling, and as the little sapling grew, the world principles of the sealed world bead were rapidly perfecting and stabilizing. Below the ground, invisible to the naked eye, the roots of the little sapling had soared by more than 100 acres. Tiny roots were still spreading out at an extremely fast speed, showing signs of covering the entire sealed world bead. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat when he saw this and his throat went dry. The roots of this world tree could perfect the world principles of the sealed world bead and stabilize it. So what would happen if it was transplanted back to the star boundary? Back then, Yang Kai asked the giant divine spirit Ade about the survival of the star boundary, but Ade only mentioned the world tree. Yang Kai had only been in this world for a short time, so his foundation was still unstable. So he hadn't had time to carefully inquire about the world tree. There was a 3,000 world tree in the Elder Land. Was the tree of world the tree of world that Ada had mentioned? When he heard Su Zhan talk about the 3,000 world tree before, Yang Kai had a guess, and now, looking at the situation of this little sapling, he vaguely confirmed it. The world tree that Ada mentioned might really be the 3,000 world tree. If that was the case, then the biggest gain from this trip to the Elder Land wasn't the 3 saint medicines or the 16 world fruits he had just obtained, but the roots of this world tree. Yang Kai couldn't help but have the urge to look up to the sky and laugh wildly. He had worn out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. However, he had to wait until he returned to the star boundary to verify this. Previously, he had bought a star in the star market and searched for the location of the star boundary. Comparing the traces he had left along the way and the place where he had parted with Zhang Ruoxi, he already had some ideas, but as for the specific location of the star boundary, he still had to personally investigate it. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai decided not to suppress the growth of the little sapling. Although the growth of the little sapling required a terrifying amount of world energy, the feedback to the sealed world bead was also extremely significant. As a result, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. As for the consumed world energy, Yang Kai had countless source crystals, so he could completely replenish the sealed world bead by exploding them. After busying himself for a while, Yang Kai finally took care of everything and let out a long sigh of relief. Now that he had angered the 3,000 world tree, There was no hope for more world fruits. The Elder Land had been open for so many days now, so any good things and opportunities had probably already been found. Now, all that was left was the spirit-seizing battle. Originally, he wanted to find a suitable metal attribute treasure in the Elder Land, but unfortunately, he had no clue. Zhu Juyin had told him that in the entire great cosmological realm, there were only two places that had metal attribute treasures that Yang Kai needed. One was the Golden Vulture Palace, which was Jin Wu's territory. Jin Wu was a metal attribute divine spirit, so the power of his monster core was completely in line with Yang Kai's needs. As long as Jin Wu helped, Yang Kai could easily capture him with his 7th grade metal attribute hand. However, Jin Wu was Zhu Jiuyin's sworn enemy, so how could he help Zhu Jiuyin's bearer? The bearer he chose was ordered by Zhu Jiuyin to kill Yang Kai several times, but unfortunately, he was killed by Yang Kai in the World Fruit. The second place was the Elder Land. There were many opportunities in the Elder Land, so there might be metal attribute treasures that Yang Kai needed. But until now, Yang Kai had not discovered anything. Just as he was pondering, heaven and earth suddenly shook slightly, as if thunder was rolling across the earth. Yang Kai's expression turned serious, and he quickly released his divine thought to investigate. A moment later, the same thing happened again. This time, Yang Kai clearly noticed that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth seemed to be attracted by something and was rapidly gathering in one direction. He turned his head and looked in that direction, using his full vision to observe. Heaven and earth were moving strangely, and it was obvious that something abnormal was happening. Perhaps some precious treasure was about to be born. In his field of vision, rays of light flew toward the place where the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was gathering. They probably had the same idea as Yang Kai, which was that they sensed something abnormal and wanted to get close to him. Yang Kai did not hesitate for too long. He flew up and rushed in that direction. Heaven and earth shook several times along the way, until a certain moment, the shadow of a fruit tree suddenly appeared in midair. This fruit tree was carved out of ice and jade, crystal clear and beautiful. As the spiritual qi of heaven and earth poured in, it kept solidifying. The primordial fruit tree. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He was still wondering where the primordial fruit tree was hiding. Although he found the old tree under Pu Baixiong's guidance, that old tree was not the primordial fruit tree, but the 3,000 Worlds tree. Only now did he realize that the primordial fruit tree was traceless and untraceable. It would only reveal itself under special circumstances. Did someone trigger the opportunity for the primordial fruit tree to reveal itself? Maybe it was not because of someone, but because the time was right and the primordial fruit tree revealed itself. But no matter what, since the primordial fruit tree had appeared, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. Those bearers were all entrusted with the mission of the divine spirits behind them. If they succeeded, they would reach the sky in a single step, but if they failed, their lives would be in danger. Under such circumstances, who would dare to not work hard? Take Yang Kai, for example. Yu He and the others were still in Zhu Juin's hands. If he wanted them to escape safely, he had to get the primordial fruit tree. Figures gathered from all directions towards the place where the primordial fruit tree appeared. At this time, those divine spirit bearers who had been hiding could no longer care about hiding themselves. Time passed, as the primordial fruit tree swallowed the aura of the heaven-devouring great emperor. It became more and more solid. More than 2 hours later, Yang Kai arrived at the place. Looking around, there were already a lot of people gathered here. There were more than 30 people that he knew and didn't know. Su Jun, Ding Yi, and Xiang Ying were also there. These 3 guys had entered the world in the fruit tree like him before, but he had taken advantage of the loopholes and entered and exited the world fruit more than a dozen times, wasting a lot of time. It was natural that they could come out first. To be able to come out of the world in the fruit tree, they must have obtained a world fruit. Not only them, but Chu Huashang and Gu Pan also came. The 2 girls gathered together and whispered something. Seeing Yang Kai, the former's eyes lit up and she waved enthusiastically to Yang Kai. "Little brother Yang, over here." Yang Kai smiled slightly, nodded slightly to Su Zhan and others, and fell beside Chu Huashang. Dingy was envious of the other side. Chu Huashang is a disciple of Yin and Yang Wonderland. Her cultivation method is special. She is also a disaster-level existence. Dingy has long been looking straight at her. He wants to come over and get close to her, but he doesn't have the courage. He is afraid of offending the beauty. Now seeing others so enthusiastic about Yang Kai, he naturally envies and admires. Senior Sister Chu, Junior Sister Gu. Yang Kai said hello. Chu Huashang looked at him with a smile. Her eyes were full of peach blossoms, and the waves were flowing. Little brother Yang, the primordial fruit tree has been born, and it may be chaotic when fighting. Little brother Yang should protect me more. Chapter 41:18. Under the watchful eyes of the public, she was bold and direct, and she did not care about the eyes of others. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't buy this and simply laughed. Senior Sister Chu, you're making things difficult for me. As far as I know, this primordial fruit tree will only produce one primordial spirit fruit each time. When the time comes, everyone will inevitably fight over it. If we don't fight each other, how can we protect each other? It is precisely because there is only one primordial spirit fruit that these bearers must go all out. So even if Suzhan has a good relationship with her and Gu Pan, they do not stand together. This was because every bearer who came here was a competitor. They have been vigorously cultivated by the Holy Spirits behind them and shoulder the expectations of the Holy Spirits. If they fail, it will make the Holy Spirits' plan fail. It is very likely to anger those Holy Spirits, and their lives will be in danger. In history, there were many bearers who failed to win the primordial spirit fruit and died in the hands of the Holy Spirits. The Kuan Sha killed the bearers. The water element treasure moon essence that Yang Kai refined was brought out from the land of no elders by a bearer of the Kuan Sha. After this person was killed, the moon essence was useless to the Kuan Sha and was given to the sea race. Not only the Kuan Sha, but most of the Holy Spirits will do the same, get their benefits but can't satisfy them. How can they give up? Chu Huashang smiled and said, "Why is little brother Yang so unreasonable? My plan is like this. We can join forces to resist the enemy first. Little brother Yang has been in this land of no elders for so many days. You should have met some bearers and know their means. It is always better to work together than to fight alone. As for the primordial spirit fruit, it depends on your own means." Yang Kai heard the words and nodded. Chu Huashang's proposal was also good. Although he was powerful, if he used all his strength, no one present was his opponent. But the tiger couldn't stand the wolf, and the two fists couldn't beat the four hands. If his performance was too strong and caused public anger, he would not get any good. At this time, one or two allies can share some of the pressure. Junior Sister Gu also means this? Yang Kai turned to look at Gu Pan. The little girl was more introverted and kept her head down. She just nodded gently and expressed her attitude. Yang Kai said, "Of course we can work together. But are there only 3 of us? Where are Brother Lin, Brother Su, and Brother Dao Ran?" They were all disciples from the blessed and heavenly enclave, and they had worked together once before. Chu Huashang snorted. "They are a few stinky men who care about their life and death, and at this time, the more people who join forces, the better. Young little brother, you should also understand." Yang Kai was speechless. "I'm a man too." Chu Huashang covered her mouth and smiled. "You are fragrant, different from them. Let people eat a lot." As she said, she deliberately sniffed Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't take it anymore. He hurriedly took 2 steps back and nodded solemnly. "Then it's settled. Let's work together to defend against the enemy." Chu Huashang, beautiful eyes of bright, said, "Ah." The 3 of them joined forces, and naturally others joined forces, but the number was not large. After all, many people did not know the root of the matter. It was better to fight alone and look for a good opportunity than to work with people they did not know. As they talked, more and more people gathered here, and some people quietly lurked and hid their figures. Obviously, they wanted to wait for the opportunity to rob the spirit fruit. Lin Feng and Ning Dao Ran also came and gathered with Suzhan and soon formed a small group. After another 2 hours, the number of martial artists that had arrived had already reached over 60. Those who rushed to this place at this time were definitely the bearers chosen by the saint spirits. They were attracted by the innate fruit tree. These 60-plus bearers were paying close attention to the situation of the innate fruit tree, waiting quietly. Because only the fruit tree appears at this moment, the primordial spirit fruit is missing. The spirit of heaven and earth is constantly converging towards the fruit tree, and the fruit tree is becoming more and more solid. At a certain moment, someone whispered, "The primordial spirit fruit is coming out." When everyone looked up, they saw that at the top of the fruit tree, a small bud suddenly appeared. The bud absorbed a huge amount of spirit and bloomed quickly, forming a bud. A strange atmosphere escaped from the bud, which made everyone feel like a spring breeze, and their minds were empty. Yang Kai was even more shocked. He vaguely felt that the atmosphere was familiar. Suddenly, he remembered the atmosphere he felt when refining the moon essence. It was similar in nature to the atmosphere escaping from the bud. After a little meditation, he suddenly realized that the moon essence was also a primordial treasure. There was a trace of primordial qi. This primordial spirit fruit was the same, but compared with this flower bud, the atmosphere of the moon essence was undoubtedly much worse. The flower bud quickly bloomed, forming a flower bud. Under the influence of the strange aura, everyone watched in a daze, witnessing the origin and birth of life. For a moment, everyone's thoughts collided like lightning, flashing with all kinds of inspiration. These flashes of inspiration caused everyone's perception to greatly increase in a short period of time. Many areas that they usually did not understand during cultivation were suddenly cleared up at this moment, and they were suddenly enlightened. Yang Kai's mind was filled with thoughts. On the path of cultivation, there was nothing he didn't understand. The foundation for breaking through to split the heavens had already been laid. As long as he condensed his energy step by step, he would be able to reach high-grade split the heavens sooner or later. However, with the help of the birth of the primordial spirit fruit, these flashes of inspiration in his mind gave birth to an extremely bold idea. If this idea succeeded, then he would obtain extraordinary battle prowess after breaking through to split the heavens. Of course, this idea could only be put into practice when he broke through to split the heavens. It was still very early. The primordial spirit fruit was truly extraordinary. Just the process of its birth allowed people to gain enlightenment, sweeping away the haze and troubles on the path of cultivation. Just this alone was enough for everyone to reap great benefits. Unknowingly, the petals began to wither, the primordial spirit fruit gradually formed, and the wonderful atmosphere slowly dissipated. Yang Kai looked around and found that everyone's eyes were full of wanton light. Obviously, they had all gained something. Without the influence of the atmosphere, the light in everyone's mind gradually subsided, and there was no more enlightenment, which made many people sigh slightly. Yang Kai looked at them, remembering each of their faces in his mind. If he guessed correctly, when these people left the great void realm alive, they would be the overlords of the 3,000 worlds when they really grew up. They were cultivated by the Holy Spirit and gained unimaginable benefits in the great void realm. Now that they had this opportunity to comprehend the mystery, their future achievements would certainly not be bad. The sound of breathing gradually quickened, and pairs of eyes looked at the gradually maturing primordial spirit fruit. Although the scene was calm, anyone could feel the undercurrent hidden under the calmness. The current situation was like a powder keg that was about to explode. Any spark could trigger an unmanageable situation. "It's time to do it," Chu Huashang whispered. Yang Kai remained calm. The bird that stands out dies first. Although he had the law of space, so many bearers were watching, he did not dare to make a move easily. He was still able to restrain himself, but someone else couldn't. A huge net suddenly emerged from the void and flew straight towards the innate fruit tree. From the looks of it, it seemed like the innate fruit tree was going to be taken away along with the fruit. "How dare you!" When an angry roar came out, the overwhelming attack blasted toward the big net, one after another tyrannical. Before the big net could get close to the primordial fruit tree, it was smashed into powder by those attacks. With a muffled groan, a cultivator's figure shook slightly, and blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. This big net was his secret treasure. Although it was extraordinary, it could not withstand the attacks of so many people. The secret treasure was destroyed, and he was also implicated. Before he could catch his breath, a beam of sword light flashed behind him. It slashed diagonally and knocked him to the ground. Although he didn't die immediately, he was severely injured. A bloody wound was torn open on his back, and blood flowed out. Another attack came, and the man quickly rolled to the side, and his eyes were about to split. Those who attacked him were all strangers to him, but he also knew that at this time, everyone would not be soft-hearted to others, killing more opponents, and more hope to compete for the primordial spirit fruit. Melee. More than 30 figures rushed to the primordial fruit tree. Before people arrived, they used their own means to take the fruit. For a time, net-like, rope-like secret treasures emerged one after another, and more than a dozen big blue hands grabbed the spirit fruit. However, these methods could not get close to the spirit fruit at all, and all the secret treasures were broken up in midair. More and more people joined the battle group, using their own means. From time to time, some people were injured, and some people were killed. Yang Kai stood in the same place, watching the battlefield, and could not help but be amazed. Many of the people here were unknown. The great cosmological realm had been open for more than a decade, but no one had heard of them at all. However, at this moment, each of them was extraordinary. Not to mention those strange artifacts, even the secret techniques they displayed were extraordinary. Almost all of these bearers had condensed the power of at least a 5th-grade secret technique, while some had even condensed 6th-grade or 7th-grade secret techniques. The power of yin and yang and 5 elements swept in a small range, stirring up the light of heaven and earth and trembling the universe. This was the power of the Holy Spirits. They could use their own resources to cultivate their carriers and let their strength soar. Dingy's performance in the 3000 World Tree before was enough experience, but here, it was just above the average level, and there were many people more amazing than him. At this moment, there were not many people who had not taken action. In addition to Yang Kai and the other two, only 7 or 8 people could still keep calm. Perhaps they were also afraid and did not dare to take action at will. Still not taking action? Chu Huashang looked at Yang Kai eagerly. Wait, Yang Kai said lightly. Chu Huashang was speechless. If you wait, the fruit will be taken away. Then let's snatch it back. Yang Kai smiled. Chu Huashang was stunned and felt that this was also the truth, and now waited in peace. Chapter 41:19. After a while, the scene became more and more chaotic. Everyone was rushing towards the primordial fruit tree, but no one could succeed. Once someone was within 10 feet of the fruit tree, they would be attacked by almost all. Who could withstand those secret techniques that contain the power of the 5th stage, 6th stage, and even the 7th stage? Yang Kai knew that if he did not transform into a dragon, he could not bear it. Even if he displayed the dragon form, he was afraid that he could not hold on for more than a few breaths. Several bearers had already died because of this. They had been beaten to the point where not even their bones remained. Although they had been greatly nurtured by the Holy Spirits behind them, their individual strength was too insignificant in such a battle. If they did not seize the best opportunity to act rashly, they would only harm themselves. In the battle, the spirit fruit on the primordial fruit tree has been completely formed, crystal clear and attractive. Although there is no fragrance, it also makes people want to take a bite and taste what it tastes like. Suddenly, a laugh came and resounded through the sky. Is this the primordial spirit fruit? This Fong will gladly accept it. With the sound, a figure quickly approached this side. Many of the bearers who were fighting in full swing were furious and looked over there to see who dared to boast so shamelessly. They have been fighting here for so long, and no one can get within 10 feet of the fruit tree. At this moment, the person who came was so arrogant, which naturally made people uncomfortable. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he whispered, "The opportunity is coming. Get ready to fight." He has been waiting, looking for a good opportunity, and finally his efforts paid off. Listening to what he said, Chu Huashang and Gu Pan also looked shocked and secretly urged their strength. On the other side, a figure rushed into the battlefield and rushed straight to the primordial fruit tree. Asterisk chi chi chi, asterisk the sound of something tearing through the air rang out incessantly as a series of brilliant secret techniques and artifacts bombarded the young man. However, the young man showed no fear and the smile on his face remained unchanged. It was only when these attacks were about to reach him that his figure flickered and he shouted in a low voice, immovable mountain. An extremely rich earth elemental power spread out and twisted around that person, forming the phantom of a giant tortoise. That giant tortoise protected that person tightly in the middle. Countless attacks bombarded that giant tortoise phantom, but it only made the phantom sway a few times, not injuring that person in the slightest. Some people were flabbergasted, and their eyes were wide open. From the start of the chaotic battle until now, this was the first time someone had displayed such a strong defense. When the giant tortoise phantom appeared, it gave people a feeling that it was impregnable and unbreakable. Thick earth black tortoise. Someone recognized the giant tortoise. Since the silhouette was the thick earth mystic tortoise, the person who came must be the carrier of the thick earth mystic tortoise. Only the carrier of the Holy Spirit could activate such a defensive secret technique. It was Feng Yu. He had crossed paths with Yang Kai before, and Yang Kai even robbed him of his space ring. He didn't know where Yang Kai had gone these days, but the appearance of the primordial fruit tree finally drew him out. The thick earth mystic tortoise's earth elemental power was at least at the 7th grade. Ordinary means wouldn't be able to cause harm to such a defensive secret technique, unless it was also at the 7th grade or countered by means of the 5 elements. Therefore, after seeing the giant tortoise phantom, someone immediately displayed an extraordinary wood elemental power, turning into numerous wooden shadows and bombarding Feng Yu. The giant tortoise phantom trembled continuously, and its light quickly dimmed, but Feng Yu was already within 10 feet of the fruit tree, reaching out his hand to grab the spirit fruit on the tree. You think you're invincible just because you have a tortoise shell? Watch Master Ding cut you down. A furious roar came. Dingy raised the saber in his hand high, and his whole body was burning with raging flames. The saber was surrounded by flames, and as the saber slashed down, a 3-legged strange bird flew out and pounced at Feng Yu. Ding Yi was the bearer of the divine spirit, Bai Feng. Bai Feng was a fire attribute divine spirit, and it once used its own inner core to condense the fire elemental power for Ding Yi. Back at the 3000 World Tree, when Ding Yi fought with the man surnamed Go, he also used this move. The power of this saber was so vast that it seemed to be able to burn the world. Feng Yu's expression turned solemn. The thick earth mystic tortoise's defense was impressive and could allow him to ignore most attacks. However, the fire element, which was also of the 7th realm, was troublesome for him. Moreover, his defensive mystic technique had been greatly weakened. Feng Yu only hesitated for a moment between retreating and advancing, but he didn't slow down and still reached for the spirit fruit. With a boom, Feng Yu's body shook slightly. Countless cracks appeared on the giant tortoise phantom, and it looked like it would shatter at any time, but it still protected him. On the other hand, after Dingy used this move, his entire body was like a cooked shrimp. His skin was extremely red, and steam was rising from his body. His 7 orifices were bleeding, and his hand, which was holding the broadsword, was trembling slightly. Although his aptitude was good, it was far from being able to condense the 7th grade power. Whether it was the seal or his own body, it was not enough to withstand the 7th grade fire elemental power. Bai Feng didn't care about this and forcibly condensed it for him, just to increase the hope of competing for the primordial spirit fruit. Although Dingy had the 7th grade fire elemental power, he didn't dare to use it easily. Once he used it, it would be a great burden on himself. If he used it too many times, he might even be backfired by his own fire elemental power. Many bearers were in a similar situation. Under the premise of insufficient foundation, they were forced to condense the power of high grade by the divine spirit. It seemed that they were in the limelight for a while, but in fact, there were endless troubles in the future. On the contrary, Chu Huashang was like this. Because the divine spirit behind her was Fei, she didn't specialize in a certain attribute, and there was no way to condense a certain kind of power for them. She could only steadily improve them in other aspects. The benefits obtained in this way were real benefits, and there would be no worries. Countless cracks appeared in the shadow of the giant turtle, but it didn't break for a while. Immediately after Ding Yi, Lin Feng of the Xinwu cave opened his mouth and spat out a big river like a waterfall hanging in the air. The water in the big river was murmuring, as if it was really a big river, sweeping across. This guy was captured by Kuan Sha. Kuan Sha was a divine spirit of the water attribute. Naturally, it would help Lin Feng condense the power of the water attribute. However, the water attribute has always been gentle, so although it was the 7th grade, its power was not as good as Ding Yi's. But in the big river, there were countless sharks condensed by power, surging wildly. Pacha. The shadow of the giant turtle outside Feng Yu's body quickly dimmed and almost collapsed, but he laughed. This fruit is mine. In such a moment of confrontation, he had already rushed in front of the primordial fruit tree and was about to pick the primordial spirit fruit in his hand. At this moment, a purple bamboo lightly floated towards him. Xiangying. Under this point, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The giant turtle shadow finally broke completely, revealing Feng Yu's figure. Feng Yu's smile stiffened on his face in an instant, and a great sense of crisis surged in the depths of his heart. Without thinking, he quickly dodged to the side, even ignoring the spirit fruit in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. Countless attacks hit the place where he stood just now. If he dodged a little slower, without the protection of the giant turtle shadow, he would have died immediately on the spot. Feng Yu was speechless. He was so close to winning, but in the end, he was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Forcing back the unscrupulous guy with a turtle shell, everyone had no time to breathe a sigh of relief, and then they put their hearts in their throats. They saw 3 figures approaching the primordial fruit tree, 1 man and 2 women, but it was Yang Kai, Chu Huashang, and Gu Pan. When he heard the voice of Feng Yu, Yang Kai knew that the opportunity he was waiting for had come. After dealing with Feng Yu, Yang Kai also knew that this guy's defense was outstanding and very powerful. With him in front of everyone's attention and firepower, he and Chu Huashang and Gu Pan really successfully approached the fruit tree. A pair of eyes were focused, and an attack was ready to be launched. Chu Huashang was nervous and excited, and said, "I can block it." As she spoke, she flicked her beautiful hair, and the red string that bound her hair flew out, turning into thousands of red lines that guarded the void all around. She just finished doing this, and the overwhelming attack had already hit, pointing directly at the 3 people. She said a breath, and it was a breath. After a breath, the red line collapsed, and Chu Huashang snorted, and her face was slightly pale. Yang Kai burst. Dragon Shield. The power of the earth element is driven, and a dragon shield appears, lingering around the 3 people. Each dragon shield is composed of a lifelike dragon shape, with complicated lines and connected head to tail. Yang Kai's power of the earth element is the power of the dragon bead of the earth element dragon. In terms of quality, it is not weaker than the power of the thick earth turtle that Feng Yu got, and even better. However, his dragon shield's secret technique is only his own understanding, and it is not as good as Feng Yu, who got the true inheritance of the thick earth turtle. Moreover, the thick earth turtle itself is proficient in defense, which is also incomparable to the earth element dragon. So in terms of defensive ability alone, Yang Kai's dragon shield secret technique is not as good as Feng Yu's before, but it wins in quantity. 7 or 8 dragon shields surround him and Chu Huashang. Countless attacks came, 1 dragon shield was broken, and 7 or 8 dragon shields only lasted less than 3 breaths. Yang Kai has reached out to grab the primordial spirit fruit, and the next moment he can pick the spirit fruit in his hand. "Junior sister Gu." Chu Huashang screamed. Gu Pan said nothing, reached out and took out a brush. The brush was almost half of her height. She held it with both hands, and in the void, she spat out a word, "Ink." It seems to be painting in the air. Under that point, a huge ink spot appears in the void, and the ink spot expands rapidly. The next moment, the world is dark, and everyone loses the light in front of them at this moment. Even the spiritual sense is blocked, and the sound quickly recedes. All of them become blind and deaf. After a breath, the abnormality dissipated. When they opened their eyes and looked at it again, many people were stunned. They saw that Yang Kai had clenched the primordial spirit fruit, and his face was full of excitement. But soon, his expression was a little wrong, from excitement to shock, puzzlement. Chapter 41:20. Under the gaze of the pack of wolves, Yang Kai froze in place. Chu Huashang cried, "What are you doing? Take it away." The three of them came here with great difficulty, and Yang Kai held the fruit and did not pick it. Was he tired of living? Yang Kai didn't want to pick up the fruit and leave, but under this grip, he couldn't catch anything. The primordial fruit tree in front of him and the primordial spirit fruit were all very solid, but they were illusory and there was no real thing. His big hand passed directly through the primordial spirit fruit without any hindrance. Chu Huashang soon noticed that something was wrong, and her face was stunned. The holy spirits behind them never said this. For a time, both she and Yang Kai didn't know what to do. On second thought, the holy spirits may not mean to hide it, but they don't know the situation here. They only know that if they want to leave the great void realm, they have to rely on the power of the primordial spirit fruit. But over the years, the bearers and holy spirits who have obtained the primordial spirit fruit have left the great void realm for the first time. No one has mentioned to them what is going on in the land of elders. What to do? Chu Huashang glanced at Yang Kai, full of anxiety. Gu Pan whispered, "Are we still going to stay here?" The people around them also stopped attacking at this moment, staring at Yang Kai's movements in a daze, frowning one by one. No one thought that the thing they fought so hard to get was so strange. Since Yang Kai couldn't pick the primordial spirit fruit, other people might not help. For a time, the scene was peaceful, but being surrounded by so many people, anyone would be uneasy. Yang Kai kept urging his power, but there was nothing in his hand. In a rage, his divine sense surged and he grabbed it fiercely. The next moment, accompanied by a soft sound, in front of everyone's eyes, the primordial spirit fruit was broken and turned into a sky full of spirit light. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Yang Kai was stunned on the spot, and he couldn't help but feel numb. He just tried it casually, urging the power of divine sense, who knew that he touched the key, but he never expected that this primordial spirit fruit was so fragile. Primordial spirit fruit, broken. Dozens of bearers, shouldering the instructions and missions of the holy spirits behind them, fought desperately for this primordial spirit fruit. For this reason, some people were seriously injured, some people died on the spot, and now, this fruit was broken by Yang Kai. Shock, confusion, anger, all kinds of emotions surged up, and for a moment, everyone looked at Yang Kai's expression. Without the primordial spirit fruit, when they left the land of elders, they couldn't explain it to the holy spirits. However, the strange thing was that after the primordial spirit fruit shattered, the spirit light that filled the air didn't immediately dissipate. Instead, it surged towards the back of Yang Kai's hand. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt a burning sensation on the back of his hand, and with the continuous influx of spirit light, an extremely strange and mysterious pattern appeared on the back of his hand. With the formation of the pattern, Yang Kai inexplicably gained a trace of understanding. At this moment, he understood the magical effect of this primordial spirit fruit, and also why the people chosen by the holy spirits were called bearers. The holy spirits needed the bodies of these bearers as carriers, and with the power of this primordial spirit fruit, they could break free from the suppression of the great cosmological realm and escape from this place. The primordial spirit fruit was bound to break, and this strange pattern was bound to form. Everything happened naturally. The poor bearers thought that the primordial spirit fruit needed to be picked for the holy spirits to eat. Even Yang Kai thought so, and the holy spirits probably thought so too. In fact, the situation was completely different. But no matter what, the primordial spirit fruit had been obtained. This change happened too fast. First, Yang Kai crushed the primordial spirit fruit, which surprised everyone. Then the spirit light poured into the back of Yang Kai's hand, forming a complex pattern, which was completed in the blink of an eye. Although everyone didn't know what the mystery of the pattern was, they could guess that this must be a key. Since the spirit fruit had been broken, they could only snatch this key. Almost at the same time, the attack was launched again, and a series of secret techniques were launched at Yang Kai. Chu Huashang and Gu Pan's faces changed, and they used their secret techniques to resist. However, although the two's methods were good, they were alone after all, and they were in danger after less than 3 breaths. Yang Kai urged the Dragon Shield secret technique to protect the two women, and then urged the law of space. His figure flashed, and he had already appeared thousands of feet away with the two. Not waiting for him to stand firm, Fang Yu had already rushed obliquely, his face a solemn color, and his mouth shouted, "Brother Yang, I'm sorry." When the words fell, a stone lotus suddenly appeared at the foot. The stone lotus was very small at first, spinning and quickly growing, and the lotus leaves were layered. "I'm afraid there are thousands of layers." Yang Kai's brow raised, and he felt the breath of the holy medicine from this stone lotus. In other words, this stone lotus is a holy medicine, but I don't know what the use of this stone lotus is, and when Fang Yu got it. When I saw him before, he didn't have this thing. It seems that this guy has had a good opportunity recently. The stone lotus rotates, and the lotus leaves turn into an infinitely sharp blade, cutting the void and making a sound. Within 100 feet, no one dares to approach. Although Fang Yu's performance was good before, it was only outstanding in defense. At this moment, he suddenly showed such means, and obviously did not intend to hide. "Go," Chu Huashang whispered. "Now that Yang Kai has grabbed the primordial spirit fruit, it is natural to leave first. If you stay, you will only be besieged and put yourself in danger." Yang Kai ignored it, reached out in the void, and the dragon roared, and the black dragon's spear appeared. Shaking out a spear stabbed forward. On the tip of the spear, a fist-sized black hole flashed away, and at the same time he whispered, "Brother Fang, you have to be careful." Feeling the terrifying power of this spear, Fang Yu's face became extremely dignified, and the black ball in his field of vision rapidly enlarged, as if to cover the whole world, giving him a sense of unavoidable. The 1,000-leaf stone lotus under his feet rotated faster and faster, almost turning into a spinning top. With a loud bang, a huge black hole appeared in everyone's field of vision. The black hole was a void of chaos, and the rotation of the 1,000-leaf stone lotus was also stagnant for a moment, wrapping Fang Yu and retreating. Yang Kai's figure shook at the same time. Although he forced Fang Yu back with a spear, he also suffered a little shock. In this moment of effort, there have been countless attacks coming. Chu Huashang's face was like dead ash. She stood with Yang Kai, which was equivalent to being in the vortex of attacks. This time, she was afraid that if she did not die, she would be seriously injured. She could not wait to twist off Yang Kai's ears. A round sun suddenly jumped out from behind Yang Kai, and the golden crow cried, flying and playing in the round sun, and a terrifying atmosphere filled the air. Golden crow casting sun. As the great sun hung high in the sky, many divine abilities were dissolved before they could even get close, and the remaining ones were greatly weakened. Yang Kai's spear flew out, filling the sky with spear afterimages, blocking all of the incoming attacks. The sound of the roar was endless. After a while, Yang Kai took back his spear and gasped slightly. Everyone looked at him and the big sun behind him, and there was a strong sense of powerlessness in the depths of their hearts. Although I have long heard that the power of the divine technique is boundless, after all, not everyone has seen it and verified it. Until this moment, everyone finally realized the tyranny of the divine technique. Chu Huashang's beautiful eyes were full of hope again, and she pulled Yang Kai's arm and said, "Let's go." Yang Kai patted her hand and smiled, indicating that she should be calm. Chu Huashang frowned and didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do. Brush, brush, brush. A figure swept over, from all directions, the sky and the earth, surrounding Yang Kai and Chu Huashang tightly. Although Yang Kai has the divine technique and the strength is terrible, it is related to their own survival, and no one is willing to give up. Yang Kai looked around and said slowly, "Who else wants to teach me?" Fang Yu stepped on the 1,000-leaf stone lotus and flew back. He stared at the big sun behind Yang Kai and sighed slightly. He had just tried it. He knew that he was not Yang Kai's opponent. He really didn't want to go forward and ask for humiliation. Although some people are eager to try, they dare not rashly start the war again. After a while, someone said angrily, "Yang Kai, although your fighting power is unparalleled, you are not the opponent of so many people. Now that you have got the primordial spirit fruit, why are you so aggressive? Is this to see me make a fool of myself? If so, it's not a big deal for us to die together, and no one can take advantage of it. As soon as this remark came out, many people nodded slightly and agreed. Yang Kai glanced at the man and said with a chuckle, "This brother is serious. I don't want to see you make a fool of yourself, but I want to discuss with all of you." Sujin sighed and said, "Brother Yang, if you have something to say, just say it." He and Yang Kai also have a good friendship. Now he doesn't know whether to deal with Yang Kai or not. If he doesn't do it, he can't explain it to Zhu Yin. If he does, he may not be able to take advantage of it. Yang Kai raised his right hand, and the strange pattern on the back of his hand instantly attracted everyone's attention. Although I don't know why the primordial spirit fruit turned into this pattern, what the Holy Spirit wants should be this thing. If I guess right, if any friend can kill me, this pattern should be transferred to him. When the words fell, the crowd was in an uproar, and several eyes suddenly sharpened. Chu Huasheng turned to look at Yang Kai and wailed in her heart. Is this guy a fool? Can this kind of thing be said casually? Yang Kai grinned, revealing his fangs. But friends with such thoughts should be mentally prepared to be beaten to death by me. After a pause, Yang Kai continued, "Also, I have something to say." Speaking of this, the figure suddenly disappeared. Everyone's face changed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, countless auras were locked, and no one noticed how Yang Kai disappeared. Before they could figure it out, Yang Kai's voice had come slowly from another direction. "If I want to go, I'm afraid you can't stop me." Chapter 41:21. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Kai slowly walked over from tens of thousands of feet away. The group of people were dumbfounded and stared at him blankly. After a long time, Su Jun smiled bitterly and said, "I'm convinced." He completely extinguished the little thought in his heart. Yang Kai first showed extraordinary combat power, and now he took the initiative to expose the Space Divine technique, which was equivalent to being in an invincible position. If he wanted to fight, he could fight, but if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him, unless someone could seal this world in advance and prevent the use of the Space Divine technique. But even so, once a fight really broke out, the sealed world was bound to be broken again, for a time. Many people's faces were gloomy and their expressions were solemn. Up until now, Yang Kai had undoubtedly become the biggest winner in the battle of spirit seizing, and all the other bearers were just foils. They couldn't help but feel depressed. "I wonder what advice Brother Yang has for us?" Ning Dao Ran asked with a frown. Yang Kai had already taken the primordial spirit fruit, but he still didn't leave. Obviously, he had his own intentions, but now no one knew what he was up to. "I don't dare to give advice." Yang Kai glanced at him. "I just want to show you a way out." "Yang Kai, if you have something to say, just say it." Lin Feng looked indignant. He was an elite disciple of the Jinwu Cave Heaven, but now he couldn't even compare to a guy of unknown origin. He was naturally unhappy. Yang Kai said, "There is only one primordial spirit fruit, and now it is in my hands. If you want to snatch it, you can only kill me, but this should be quite difficult. If you can't take back the primordial spirit fruit, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain it to the holy spirits." As soon as these words came out, everyone looked slightly stern. This was also what they were all worried about. The holy spirits were not so easy to talk to. They had spent so much to cultivate them and improve their strength. Many holy spirits even did not hesitate to consume the power of their own internal alchemy in order to leave the great void realm. Now that their bearers had failed, the first thing to bear the brunt of was how to face the blame and pursuit of those holy spirits after leaving. Do you have any good suggestions? Could it be that you can quell the anger of those divine spirits? Someone shouted loudly. If this was really the case, then their safety would also be guaranteed. Yang Kai smiled. "Who can quell the wrath of the Holy Spirit? I don't have that ability yet. However, what if I can help you avoid the search of those holy spirits? If the holy spirits can't find you, they can't do anything to you." Ning Daoran said with interest, "I'd like to hear the details." Each of the bearers must have been imprinted with the secret techniques of the saint spirits. Once they left the land of the ancients, no matter how they tried to hide or escape, they would not be able to escape the pursuit of the saint spirits. Yang Kai didn't know if he had it on him, but he guessed that he had it. Yang Kai rubbed his fingers together, and a round bead appeared at his fingertips. Raising it up high, he said in a clear voice, "This thing is the sealed world bead. It contains a world of its own, and can accommodate living beings below the heaven opening stage. If you trust me, you can enter the world inside the bead to take refuge. You will be able to avoid the detection of those divine spirits." The sealed world bead. A world of its own? Isn't that a miniature universe world? Many people were in an uproar as they stared at the sealed world bead in amazement. Artifacts that could accommodate living beings were extremely rare, but the miniature universe world inside the body of a heaven-opening realm cultivator could because it was a miniature universe world. It could be said that the strength of a heaven-opening realm cultivator was directly related to the miniature universe world inside their body. Now that Yang Kai had taken out the sealed world bead, many people's eyes lit up, and the fighting spirit and hostility in their hearts greatly dissipated. If they could really use this thing to avoid the pursuit of the holy spirits, it might be a good solution. However, everyone was a cautious person. Yang Kai's proposal sounded good, but it was impossible to know what a person's heart was, so who knew what he was thinking? After a long time, someone asked, "What benefits does this bring you? What do you want to gain?" Just as Yang Kai had said before, if he wanted to leave, none of the people present could stop him, but instead, he refused to leave and instead made such a proposal, which was quite suspicious. Yang Kai laughed, "I don't want to gain anything, but if there is any benefit, it would be to end this spirit-seizing war. Moreover, once everyone enters the sealed world bead, they won't spread the news that I obtained the innate spirit fruit. Once I leave the Elder Land, I'll be able to buy some time to escape." Yang Kai had no other choice, but it wasn't that he didn't have selfish motives. If he didn't do that, regardless of whether these people could stop him or not, they would definitely chase him relentlessly. That would be troublesome. Once he left the land of the ancients and reached the outside world, the holy spirits would be the first to know about the situation here. At that time, what he would have to face would not be the pursuit of the bearers, but the holy spirits. Rather than that, he might as well take them with him. Firstly, he would do them a favor. These guys would definitely achieve great things in the future. Now that he had saved their lives, how could he be afraid of not repaying him in the future? Secondly, as he said, he could buy some time to escape. The spirit-seizing war wouldn't end peacefully after obtaining the innate spirit fruit. It would only end when one could safely leave the great cosmological abyss. If not for this consideration, Yang Kai would have run away the moment he obtained the innate spirit fruit. Why would he stay? Yang Kai's words were sincere, and many people were convinced. Dingy carried his broadsword and stepped toward Yang Kai, saying straightforwardly, "I believe in Brother Yang. I won't participate in this spirit-seizing war." In a few steps, he arrived in front of Yang Kai and turned around. On the other side, Chu Huasheng and Gu Pan looked at each other and also leaped and flew over. Although they had an agreement with Yang Kai before to join forces to resist the enemy and make plans after obtaining the innate spirit fruit, now that there was a better way to avoid fighting, they didn't have the heart to compete. Little fatty Su Jin pondered for a moment and also came over, followed by Xiang Ying. In an instant, 7 or 8 bearers came to Yang Kai's side. With a good start, the rest of the matter was easy to handle. One after another, people flew over and nodded slightly at Yang Kai, withdrawing their auras and hostility. Fang Yu stepped on the 1,000-leaf stone lotus and flew over with an embarrassed look on his face. "Brother Yang, count me in." Yang Kai nodded slightly at him. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't have the intention to argue with him, Fang Yu was relieved. He turned his head and said gloomily to the hesitant bearers, "Brother Yang is benevolent and righteous. He will bring you out safely even if he doesn't care about the past. What are you hesitating for? Could it be that you want to wait until we leave the Elder Land to inform those divine spirits?" These words were too vicious. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of those standing around Yang Kai turned cold and they looked warily at those who were still standing in place. Since they had accepted Yang Kai's proposal, it was tantamount to being tied to Yang Kai. If Yang Kai was safe, they would be safe. But if something happened to Yang Kai, they would definitely suffer. Before, it was Yang Kai who was worried about someone leaking information, but now it had become a group of people. The remaining 20 or so people felt the sharp gazes directed at them and their hearts clenched, realizing that if they didn't take a stand now, they would likely arouse public anger. No longer hesitating, they all rushed over to Yang Kai, cupped their fists, and greeted him as Brother Yang. Yang Kai responded to them one by one with a humble attitude. The situation was clear. None of the bearers were left out. There was nothing much to say. Yang Kai told everyone to relax and put them into the sealed world bead one by one, placing them somewhere in the sealed world bead. After doing this, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. The spirit-seizing battle had come to an end now. He had obtained the primordial spirit fruit, and the next thing he would have to face were the divine spirits. If he wanted to leave the great cosmological realm safely, he would have to plan carefully. Staring at the strange pattern on the back of his hand, Yang Kai's eyes turned deep. With this thing in hand, he was sure he could defeat Zhu Juyin. It was time for her to pay back some interest. Just as he was pondering, an enormous repulsive force suddenly came from all directions. As far as the eye could see, the nearby innate fruit tree had also collapsed, turned into specks of light, and disappeared. This primordial fruit tree had no physical body, but was a pure convergence of energy. Now that the fruit had been plucked by Yang Kai, it no longer had a foundation to exist. The primordial fruit tree collapsed, and the Elder Land was about to close. Yang Kai emptied his mind and allowed the repulsive force to push him away. The next moment, his vision blurred and he appeared outside the Elder Land. Almost without delay, Yang Kai immediately summoned the shadowless gauze to cover himself, concealing his aura and whereabouts. Just as he finished doing all this, an incomparably tyrannical divine sense suddenly swept over from all directions and enveloped him. Needless to say, Yang Kai knew that these divine senses belonged to the divine spirits who had been guarding the periphery of the Elder Land. Now that the Elder Land was about to close, they naturally had to search for their bearers as soon as possible to see if they had gained anything. Yang Kai held his breath and remained as still as a rock. Soon, these divine senses left to explore other places. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the shadowless gauze had played a role. In the outside world, an artifact like the shadowless muslin would not be able to escape the detection of a divine spirit. Every divine spirit was comparable to a high-rank splitter heaven opening when they matured. The shadowless muslin could only block the detection of a low-rank splitter heaven opening. Even a mid-rank splitter heaven opening had a chance of detecting it, let alone a powerful divine spirit. However, this was the great cosmological realm, and the power of the sacred spirits was greatly suppressed, which gave Yang Kai an opportunity. The surroundings were in a mess. When the everlasting land was closed, the cultivator who was still in the everlasting land was pushed out and scattered within a radius of a few hundred miles. Yang Kai glanced around and realized that the number of cultivator that made it out alive was not high. There were only about 40,000 to 50,000 of them. One had to know that there were about 200,000 to 300,000 cultivators when they first entered. It had only been a short while, and so many of them had died. It was clear that the land of everlastings was very dangerous. He didn't dare to stay, nor did he dare to use any power. He could only quietly and slowly move outwards with cautious steps. Chapter 41:22. The divine senses of the sacred spirits intertwined back and forth, causing Yang Kai to stop and hide from time to time. His speed was greatly reduced, and it took him an hour to walk 100 miles. At the same time, outside the land of elders, the faces of many sacred spirits were extremely ugly, because their respective carriers had no aura at all. If it was just one of them, it would be fine. It could only mean that the carriers were unlucky and died accidentally in the land of elders. However, it was a little strange that every sacred spirit was like this. Since ancient times, the land of elders had opened countless times, but there had never been such a strange situation. All the carriers were missing, and no one knew if they were dead or alive. Many sacred spirits looked at each other, and they were all puzzled. What exactly happened in the land of the ancients that caused all the bearers to disappear without a trace? On a hillside, Yuhi watched nervously. However, even if she was a fifth-stage heaven-opening realm, It was not easy to find Yang Kai among tens of thousands of people. After a long time without any results, she could only look at Zhu Juyin. Have you found young master? Zhu Juyin's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. He snorted coldly. No, that kid is probably dead. Not being able to leave the land of elders immediately meant that Yang Kai should have met with misfortune. She could not understand. That kid was not weak, and he was the top existence among all the carriers. How could he be defeated? It did not matter if he was defeated, but he had ruined her plans. Could it be that he could not leave the great cosmological realm this time? However, it was unknown when the great cosmological realm would open again. Furthermore, even if the great cosmological realm opened again, no one would be able to break in. Master is very lucky. He will be fine. Guazian comforted Yu He. Miss Yu He, don't worry. Master might be delayed by something. Zhu Juyin sneered. When the land of elders closes, everyone will be pushed out. Since Yang Kai did not appear, he will never. As she spoke, she suddenly turned her head to look in a direction, and a trace of strange light bloomed in her gloomy eyes. At that moment, she clearly felt Yang Kai's aura flash past. He couldn't help but recall a rare treasure in Yang Kai's hands, and suddenly understood. With a loud boom, a violent energy erupted. Over 1,000 cultivators were annihilated in an instant. Some of the saint spirits couldn't find their bearers and were furious. They attacked in anger. Without any hope of leaving the great cosmological realm, how could this sacred spirit care about the lives of those ants? He started a massacre to vent the anger in his heart. The huge body of the Fae shuttled through the crowd. While sighing, it opened its bloody mouth and a terrifying suction came out of its mouth, swallowing one martial artist after another into its belly. Previously, Chu Huashang restrained it and prevented it from swallowing martial artists. Now that Chu Huashang was gone, it had no hope of leaving the great cosmological realm. Naturally, it had to eat its fill. Chaos ensued. Tens of thousands of martial artists were horrified. Many of them had narrowly escaped death in the land of the ancients, reaping great wealth and opportunities. They thought that they could soar into the sky, but who knew that before their dreams could come true, they would be annihilated. Figures fled quickly. In less than half a cup of tea's time, about 30% of the tens of thousands of cultivators had been killed or injured. 100 miles away, Yang Kai looked back with a horrified face. Fortunately, he ran away quickly. Otherwise, he would probably suffer this unexpected calamity now. He tightened the shadowless muslin again and thought to himself, if Zhu Juyin really left some tracking method on me, he should have noticed it by now, right? But no matter what, this was not a place to stay for a long time. At most, he would find a chance to contact Yuehar again. Half a day later, the movement behind him gradually subsided. Yang Kai had entered a valley. He quietly dispersed the power of the shadowless veil and quickly covered himself again. Not long later, a flowing light suddenly rushed over from the horizon. Yang Kai saw it and snorted coldly. He knew that Zhu Juyin had indeed left a tracking spell on him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to find this place so quickly. The flowing light was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was not far away. Yang Kai lifted the shadowless veil and revealed himself. He looked at the flowing light and saw that there were 4 figures in the flowing light. They were Zhu Juyin, Yueha, and the rest. However, in the next moment, Yang Kai's face changed drastically and he shouted angrily, Zhu Juyin, are you an idiot? You can't even notice that there is someone behind you? I am going to be killed by you. After saying that, he turned around and ran. This was because behind Zhu Juyin, there were a few flowing lights that were chasing after him. Among the flowing lights, the leader was Jin Wu. Behind him were Zhu Yin, Hailstone Divine Ape, Kuan Sha, and the rest of the Holy Spirits. There were about 7 to 8 of them. Fei transformed into a 2-headed monster, and one of his heads laughed softly. Brother Jin Wu is really smart. How did you know that there is something wrong with Zhu Juyin? Jin Wu snorted coldly. This woman has 3 hostages. If they are useless, why would she keep them? Since she brought the 3 of them away, she would not do it without reason. However, what I don't understand is, where are the other bearers? Why is only the bearer of this bitch here? Kuan Sha snorted coldly. We will know after we capture him and interrogate him, Zhu Yin said. Only this person has appeared among the dozens of bearers. The primordial spirit fruit is most likely in his hands. If we can get him, we can leave the great cosmological abyss. That will depend on our own abilities. This brat runs quite fast. Is this the spatial divine technique? Impressive. With Yang Kai's abilities and speed, it was impossible for him to escape from the pursuit of the holy spirits. However, the spatial divine technique provided him with great convenience and allowed him to compete with the holy spirits. In front, Zhu Juyin was so depressed that she was about to vomit blood. How could she not want to secretly meet up with Yang Kai and make a fortune? However, she did not know what was wrong with Jin Wu. As soon as she moved, Jin Wu chased after her. She could not get rid of him at all. If there was enough time, she could think of a way to get rid of these annoying fellows. However, the closure of the Elder's Land meant that there was not much time left. She did not have the time to play along with Jin Wu and the rest. She could only go straight for Yang Kai. Brat, stop running. Zhu Juyin quickly approached Yang Kai and asked, Let me ask you, have you obtained the primordial spirit fruit? If I don't run, am I going to wait for death? Yang Kai was furious and ran even more fiercely. As for the primordial spirit fruit, of course I have it. Show me. Zhu Juyin's voice trembled slightly. Yang Kai almost scolded her. At this time, he could not wait to hide it. But this woman actually wanted him to show it? However, it was no wonder that Zhu Juyin would make such a suggestion. Without seeing the primordial spirit fruit, she could not be sure if what Yang Kai said was true or false. If it was true, this fight would still be worth it. If it was false, there was no need to waste any more effort. With a solemn face, Yang Kai raised his right hand and showed the pattern on the back of his hand. Zhu Juyin did not understand. What is this? Yang Kai said angrily. The primordial spirit fruit. When the fruit is broken, it becomes this thing. Zhu Juyin was stunned for a moment. Then, he seemed to have understood something and suddenly said, I see. Are you satisfied now? Yang Kai gritted his teeth. It was fine that he showed the pattern, but Jin Wu and the rest of the holy spirits saw it clearly. At this moment, their eyes were shining brightly. It was obvious that they had realized the key point. Their eyes were like leeches biting on Yang Kai. They were filled with greed and excitement. Come close to me. I will bring you away. Zhu Juyin suppressed the excitement in his heart and transmitted his message. Yang Kai did not even turn his head. He moved quickly and did not care about the consumption of his body. Let's talk after you can get rid of them. As he spoke, Jin Wu suddenly shouted from behind, That brat. What did Zhu Juyin promise you? I can double it. Also, if you can bring me away from the great cosmological abyss, I can protect you for 300 years. Hearing him say that, Zhu Yin also hurriedly said, Brat, I'm willing to give you all of my collection, and I can protect you for 300 years. One of Fei Yi's heads chuckled. I'll protect you for 500 years. One by one, the holy spirits fought to be the first to offer their own conditions. One was more generous than the other, and Yang Kai was very moved. Putting aside the other holy spirits' conditions, the key was Jin Wu. The power of his inner core was the power of the metal element. Yang Kai currently lacked the power of the metal element. If he could reach an agreement with him, he would not have to worry about the power of the metal element. When he thought of this, Zhu Juyin obviously thought of this too. She knew that Yang Kai lacked the metal element. She had also searched for metal element treasures for Yang Kai before, but unfortunately, she did not find anything. Afraid that Yang Kai would be moved by Jin Wu, Zhu Juyin snorted coldly. Brat, don't forget that these three people are still in my hands. Before Yang Kai entered the Land of Elders, Zhu Juyin had detained Yu He, Lu Shui, and Guazian. Unless Yang Kai did not care about their lives, he would definitely be restrained by her. Forget about Lu Shui. Yang Kai did not have any friendship with her. They only interacted because of the sword pavilion. Later on, she took the initiative to join him because she wanted to seek a period of peace. However, Yang Kai could not give up on Yu He and Guazian. The former had helped him a lot, and the latter was even more loyal to him. It was precisely because she wanted to control the three of them to restrain Yang Kai that Zhu Juyin did not abandon them. Otherwise, if she brought them along, she would consume more energy and slow down her speed. Yang Kai snorted coldly. Since I have an agreement with you, I will abide by it. You don't have to worry about it. But how do we solve the current situation? Zhu Juyin said anxiously. The land of elders is closed, and there is not much time left. The fog in the great cosmological realm may rise again at any time. When the fog rises again, it will be the time for you to leave. Don't run anymore. Quickly come to me. The great cosmological realm is also closing? Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. He knew that Zhu Juyin would not lie to him at this time. Only then did he know why this woman did not care about hiding her whereabouts and came to find him so anxiously. According to her, the fog in the great cosmological realm could rise again at any time. If he did not hurry, he might lose both the woman and the treasure. After pondering for a moment, he decisively slowed down and waited for Zhu Juyin to catch up. Chapter 41-23. Seeing this, Jin Wu and the others knew that the situation was bad. Once Zhu Juyin and Yang Kai met up, their plan would fail. Thinking of this, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Jin Wu's eyes as he shouted, Zhu Juyin, this king can't leave the great cosmological abyss, so don't even think about leaving. Stay here forever. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and roared. A beam of golden light spurted out of his mouth and blasted toward Yang Kai. The golden light was extremely dazzling and shrouded an area of 100 miles. A great sense of danger rose in his heart. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he felt the aura of death looming over him. Although there was an invisible world suppression in the great cosmological abyss that prevented the sacred spirits from unleashing their full power, this attack was still extremely terrifying. Wherever the golden light passed, heaven and earth collapsed and the void was filled with cracks. What made Yang Kai even more horrified was that Jin Wu's attack shook heaven and earth and shattered the space within 100 miles. The nomological laws were ruined, and he could not use the space divine technique to teleport away even if he wanted to. A shriek was heard as the aura of a sacred spirit filled the air. A huge phantom of an 8-legged spider suddenly appeared behind Zhu Juyin. The spider's image filled heaven and earth with a silver crescent moon behind it. It was the Dharma idol of her main body, the heavenly moon demon spider. In an instant, the demonic chi filled the sky. The golden light bombarded the heavenly moon demon spider Dharma idol. The Dharma idol shook slightly and dimmed a little. Jin Wu, you're courting death. Zhu Juyin was furious, and her pretty face was extremely distorted. Fortunately, she had reacted quickly enough. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have been doomed by this attack. Once Yang Kai died, she could forget about using Yang Kai's power to leave the great cosmological abyss. She could only wait for the next opportunity. She had never expected Jin Wu to be so decisive. He would rather not have the opportunity than let others have it easy. This was a classic example of harming others without benefiting oneself. Jin Wu laughed. Come and kill me if you can. *TH. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. He had fought with Zhu Juyin for countless of years, and neither of them found each other pleasing to the eye. It was just that their abilities were on par, and after so many years of suffering losses, they couldn't do anything to each other. Now that he saw Zhu Juin's rage, he was naturally happy. Suddenly, he shouted in a deep voice, Everyone, what are you waiting for? Could it be that you still have unrealistic hopes? Since that kid cares about the lives of the 3 hostages, I'm afraid he won't be willing to cooperate with you. These words hit the nail on the head, and the holy spirits who were chasing after them sighed slightly. They didn't hesitate any longer, and started to attack one after another. Terrifying attacks rained down on Yang Kai, intending to kill him on the spot. Yang Kai's hair stood on end, and his scalp went numb. Just now, Jin Wu's single attack was enough to put him on the brink of death. Now, with 7 or 8 saint spirits attacking him at the same time, how could he have a good time? Even with Zhu Juin's full protection, the odds were against him. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian immediately activated the Golden Crow Forging Sunday. A massive sun leaped out from his back and hung high above his head. His aura swiftly surged. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks of 7 or 8 saint spirits came, and Zhu Juin's physical body was shattered. His mind was shaken, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The massive sun was destroyed at the same time, and Yang Kai spat out blood. He was in a sorry state. It was only one round of attacks, and Yang Kai couldn't take it anymore. Luckily, Zhu Juin blocked most of the attacks for him. In addition, he had a strong foundation and a half-dragon body. Otherwise, he would have died for sure. This kid is so tough. The Golden Crow was slightly surprised, but that was all. If he could survive the first round of attacks, he wouldn't be able to survive the second round. However, before they could attack again, Yang Kai, who was severely injured, suddenly flashed and disappeared on the spot. Under the coverage of his divine thoughts, the heaven and earth lost Yang Kai's aura. The Golden Crow was stunned. Where did he go? The other holy spirits were also shocked, and they didn't know what was going on. On the other hand, Zhu Juin's eyes flashed, and a red blood mist suddenly burst out from his body. His speed increased abruptly, and he escaped in a direction at lightning speed. He obviously used some kind of secret technique to increase his speed. Chase! The Golden Crow shouted and chased after him. Yang Kai disappeared inexplicably, but as long as they followed Zhu Juin, they would definitely be able to find Yang Kai. Red Star City, Yang Kai's mansion. A figure flashed, and Yang Kai suddenly appeared. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground, and his aura was extremely weak. He took a few deep breaths, and there was a lingering fear on his face. His current strength was not bad, and in the spirit-seizing battle, he suppressed all the heroes. However, compared to the holy spirits, he was still like a piece of cake. It was too easy for the holy spirits to kill him. Just now, he took advantage of the pause in the attacks of the holy spirits to find an opportunity to escape. He used the space spirit bead to return to the Star City directly. This couldn't be helped. If he continued to stay there, he would only attract more terrifying attacks. He was lucky to survive the first round of attacks, but he didn't have the confidence to block the second round. Scanning his body with his divine sense, Yang Kai's face sank. His injuries were really serious. His body was ruined, his bones were broken, and his internal organs were shattered into pieces. Even his Dao seal was shaking. With such terrible injuries, if it was an ordinary person, they could only wait for death. Fortunately, he had the wood element power condensed from the essence of the immortal tree and the dragon vein in his body. As long as he did not suffer a fatal blow, there would be a time for him to recover. Forcing himself to sit cross-legged, Yang Kai stuffed a handful of healing spirit pills into his mouth. Then, he silently operated his secret art and adjusted his aura. Before he left, he had sent a message to Zhu Juin. However, the land of everlastingness was not close to Red Star City. He could use the space spirit bead to quickly return. If Zhu Juin wanted to return, it would take at least a day. With this day as a buffer, she might be able to find a way to get rid of the pursuit of Golden Crow and the others. The key now was whether he could wait for Zhu Juin to arrive. She also said that the land of everlastingness was closed and the fog of the great cosmological abyss could rise again at any time. Once the fog rose again, it would be the time for outsiders like them to leave. If Zhu Juin had not returned by the time the fog rose again, then things would be terrible. Therefore, he had to quickly recover some strength and then go back to look for Zhu Juin. This way, he might be able to save some time. 4 hours later, Yang Kai pushed the door open and came out. Although his injuries had not healed, at least he had the strength to move. As soon as he came out, he saw 2 behemoths waiting for him in the courtyard. They were the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon. When the land of everlastingness opened, there was no one left in Red Star City, but these 2 strange beasts stayed here. Both of them were subdued by Yang Kai not long after he entered the great cosmological abyss realm. They had been by Yang Kai's side until now and could be considered loyal. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai, the Scarlet Jiao's huge eyes revealed a trace of joy. The Earth Dragon, however, did not care. It opened its mouth wide at Yang Kai and kept squirming, spitting saliva everywhere. Yang Kai laughed, took out 2 dragon blood pills, and distributed them to them before raising his head and patting them on the head. All good things must come to an end. I'll be leaving soon, so pay attention to yourselves. I hope we can meet again in the future. These two guys had the bloodline of the dragon race. Yongkai had been feeding them dragon blood pills all these years, so they might have a chance to awaken as holy spirits in the future. If they had the opportunity, they might be able to leave the great cosmological abyss. However, the chances were slim. After all, their competitors were existences like Jin Wu. They had some spirituality, and after being enlightened by Zhu Juyin, they could be considered to have some spiritual intelligence. Hearing Yang Kai's words, they suddenly quieted down. The Scarlet Jiao looked at him eagerly, its eyes full of reluctance. Two black bean-like eyes also appeared on the Earth Dragon's slippery head, blinking. Let's go, let's go. Yang Kai did not dare to delay any longer. He waved at them and soared into the sky. The Scarlet Jiao growled and the Earth Dragon hissed. In the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly returned. He looked at the two guys up and down, then looked down at the strange pattern on the back of his hand. Yang Kai already understood the purpose of this pattern when he obtained it. Rather than calling it a pattern, it was better to call it a strange space. And this space could carry holy spirits. Holy spirits were born and raised here, so they were branded with the mark of the great cosmological abyss. Even if the fog of the great cosmological abyss rose again and the great cosmological abyss closed, they would not be able to escape the restraint of this place. However, if they hid in this strange space, they could deceive heaven's secret, avoid the detection of heaven and earth, and jump out of the cage of the great cosmological abyss. Other than this, no other method would work. Even if he took the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon into the small sealed world, when Yang Kai left the great cosmological abyss, these two guys would still be intercepted by heaven and earth. This was also the reason why Yang Kai did not take them into the small sealed world before. However, since the pattern on the back of his hand could carry holy spirits, it should not be a problem to put the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon inside, right? Shaking the pattern on the back of his hand, Yang Kai poured his strength into it. In the next moment, a ray of light shot out from the pattern, covering the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon. Under the cover of the light, these two big guys were directly sucked into the strange space. Yang Kai also let out a slight groan. He felt that a small portion of the strength he had just recovered was consumed in an instant. He understood that there was a price to pay to activate this pattern. If it was like this after only taking in the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon, if he wanted to take in Zhu Juyin, who knew how much he would have to pay? After all, that woman was a holy spirit, much more powerful than the Scarlet Jiao and the Earth Dragon. After a while, Yang Kai soared into the sky again and flew in the same direction. Along the way, he did not dare to delay in the slightest, constantly taking spirit pills to restore his strength. An hour later, Yang Kai, who was galloping, suddenly felt something and turned his head to look around. Suddenly, he was shocked and shouted in a low voice, "Oh no!" Between heaven and earth, wisps of fog emerged from the endless void. This fog gave Yang Kai a very familiar feeling. It was the great cosmological abyss fog. Back then, the entire Red Star City was swallowed by this great cosmological abyss fog and wrapped in the great cosmological abyss realm. Now that the fog had reappeared, the previous process would probably be reversed. Chapter 41-24. The great cosmological realm was about to close and all outsiders were about to leave. If he could not meet up with Zhu Juyin before that, he and the others would have to stay there forever. Without any hope of escaping, Zhu Juyin would definitely vent his anger on them. By then, he and the other two would be doomed. Time was of the essence. Yang Kai could not care less about his injured body. He kept urging the space law, and his figure flickered as he quickly rushed forward. 2 hours later, the fog had become much thicker and was tumbling as if it was going to fill the world. Yang Kai clearly sensed the aura of another world coming from the fog. He understood that the fog had built a bridge between the great cosmological realm and the outside world. Now, the two worlds had merged. He still could not see Zhu Juin's figure in his field of vision, which made him secretly anxious. After a while, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a stream of light rushing over from the front. Who else could it be but Zhu Juyin? At this critical moment, the two finally met. However, the situation was still not very optimistic. Behind Zhu Juyin, Jin Wu and the other holy spirits were chasing after him. Zhu Juyin also saw Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes lit up and she quickly approached him. Before she could get close, a spider silk wrapped around Yang Kai and continued to run. Why haven't we gotten rid of them yet? Yang Kai asked in dissatisfaction. He had used the space spirit bead to escape back to Star City. First, he had to escape. Jin Wu and the other holy spirits wanted to kill him. The more he stayed, the more danger he would be in. Second, he wanted to distract them and create an opportunity for Zhu Juyin to get away. Who knew that it was not effective? Zhu Juyin snorted coldly. I am not good at speed. It is easier said than done to get rid of them. As she spoke, her face turned slightly pale. In order to rush back to Red Star City as soon as possible, she had to activate the secret skill that consumed her blood essence. In addition, she had been chased by Jin Wu and the others all the way and had suffered serious injuries. If she was alone, she would not be so useless. The key was that she had Yu He and the other two with her, and she had to split her attention to protect them. Yu He and the others were her means of restraining Yang Kai, but they had also become her hindrance during the pursuit, causing her to suffer quite a bit. However, she did not dare to give up on any of them. Otherwise, if she angered Yang Kai, she would not be able to bear the consequences. Brat, we're in big trouble now. Zhu Juin's face was gloomy. Now that she had met up with Yang Kai, she had completed the first step of her grand plan. Next, she just had to enter the strange space on the back of Yang Kai's hand. When the great cosmological realm closed and Yang Kai left, she would be able to leave this place. However, this would take some time. Although it would only take a few breaths of time, it would be enough for Jin Wu and the others to kill Yang Kai 1,000 times over. Can you use your previous method to leave? Zhu Juyin asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai shook his head solemnly. You've also noticed that the auras of those guys have sealed the world. They should be preventing me from using the same trick again. The moment he met up with Zhu Juyin, Jin Wu and the others had activated their auras with all their might, sealing off a large area of heaven and earth. They had suffered losses from Yang Kai before, so how could they not be on guard against him now? However, Yang Kai paused for a moment. If you have the means to break through their seal, then we can escape. You can do it, right? I'll try. Zhu Juyin nodded solemnly. Hand them over to me, Yang Kai said. Zhu Juyin glanced at him, feeling a little worried. Yang Kai said angrily, What time is it now? Are you still guarding against me going back on my word? Now that the great cosmological realm's fog has appeared, there is not much time left. Who else can I cooperate with besides you? Zhu Juin's face relaxed slightly. I hope you're not lying to me. Saying so, he let go of Yu He and the others. Kaiyang told them to relax and immediately took out his scepter bag. Wrapping the three of them up, he wrapped them up inside the bag. These three were all at the heaven-opening realm, so the small sealed world could not accommodate them, so he could only put them in the 6 directions wish pouch. After a while, the surrounding fog had become thicker and thicker, almost turning into a sea of fog. Jin Wu and the others obviously realized that there was not much time left, and all of them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Bursts of light burst out from their bodies as they quickly closed the distance between each other, shouting endlessly. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhu Juin's soft arm, saying in a deep voice, Let's do it. Zhu Juin shouted in a low voice, Hold on tight. As soon as she finished speaking, an extremely terrifying aura spread out from her tender body, and the heavenly moon demon spider's Dharma idol reappeared. Its 8 claws danced, and the silver moon mark on its back bloomed with light. Spider silk pierced through the void and struck towards Jin Wu and the others. The divine spirits who were chasing after them were furious and counterattacked. Energy raged, and the world changed color. Zhu Juin groaned as his Dharma idol collapsed, and blood spurted out of his mouth. She fought with 7 or 8 divine spirits alone, and suffered a great loss in an instant. Even her source was damaged, and her aura that had reached its peak suddenly fell to the bottom. The result of the fight between the divine spirits was that a gap appeared in this sealed world in an instant. This is the time. Let's go. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he activated the space spirit bead to wrap around himself and Zhu Juyin, disappearing in an instant. In the next moment, 7 or 8 attacks blasted the place where the two were originally at, shattering the void. But the two were nowhere to be seen. Jin Wu and the others chased after them, and their divine senses swept around, but they found nothing. How could they not know that Yang Kai had escaped again? They could not help but roar angrily at the sky. The other divine spirits also sighed slightly, knowing that the final winner of the opening of the Great Void Realm this time would still be Zhu Juyin. In front of the thatched cottage on Crouching Dragon Mountain, 2 figures suddenly appeared and fell heavily to the ground. Yang Kai had once cultivated his spear skills here, and he had spent 2 years there. Naturally, the space spirit bead was left here as well. He did not dare to return to Star City, for fear that Jin Wu and the others would chase after him, so Crouching Dragon Mountain was his first choice. Jin Wu and the others would not know about such a place, and they would not have the time to search for it. It could be said that the two of them were completely safe here. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked over, only to see Zhu Juyin staring at him with a cold look in her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai grinned at her and flipped down from her body. He lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, panting heavily. Zhu Juyin did not move, and she lay quietly beside Yang Kai. The last attack had already exhausted a lot of her energy and strength, and she had also collided with Jin Wu and the others. She had already suffered serious injuries, and she did not even have the strength to move a finger. Blinking slightly, Zhu Juyin suddenly laughed, and it was as pleasant as a silver bell. After getting rid of the crisis, she could finally get what she wanted. She no longer needed to be trapped in the great cosmological abyss. When she was in the outside world, she could soar up to 90,000 miles with her status as a sacred spirit. Protect me for 1,000 years, and your collection will all belong to me, Yang Kai suddenly said, which made Zhu Juyin's laughter stop abruptly. Kid, don't go overboard. Zhu Juyin suppressed the anger in her heart and turned to look at him. Yang Kai looked up at the sky and said calmly, You can consider it slowly. I'm not in a hurry. He was indeed not in a hurry, but Zhu Juyin was not. The fog of the great cosmological abyss was already very thick, and it could send him away at any time. Zhu Juyin did not have much time to consider. If she wanted to leave the great cosmological abyss, she could only agree to Yang Kai's request. Ever since Zhu Juyin took the initiative to find him and asked him to be the carrier, Yang Kai had never discussed any conditions with her. The other carriers had already discussed with the sacred spirits behind them. It was not that Yang Kai did not know how to ask for benefits, but he had been waiting for this moment when Zhu Juyin could not refuse. Brat, have you forgotten who taught you the Yin-Yang Reversal 5 Elements Mystic Universe Heart Sutra? Who gave you the Taoyi Divine Water to help you stabilize your Tao seal? Who put in the effort to find the metal element treasure for you? Zhu Juyin gritted her teeth and wanted to bite Yang Kai to death. Yang Kai chuckled. Of course, I didn't forget. However, all your efforts were so that I could help you fight for the opportunity to leave. As it turns out, I didn't disappoint you, right? As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved the pattern on the back of his hand in front of Zhu Juyin. As for the metal element treasure, you didn't find it either. I want to say something about this. Jin Wu's inner core is the power of the metal element. If I cooperated with him, I could get the greatest benefits. However, I didn't because I'm an honest person. Since I have an agreement with you, I have to keep it to the end. Zhu Juyin really wanted to spit on his face. If she had not taken he and the others as hostages, how could Yang Kai have obediently given in? He would have abandoned her and gone to find Jin Wu. She firmly believed that Yang Kai was definitely capable of doing such a thing. Your conditions are too harsh. Zhu Juyin suppressed the anger in her heart and tried to bargain. Money is just a worldly possession. You can't bring it with you when you're born. Yang Kai chuckled. Moreover, as a sacred spirit, once you leave the great cosmological abyss, you can recover to your peak and be comparable to a 7th or 8th grade heaven opening. Why do you need those worldly possessions? Zhu Juyin snorted. I can give you the things, but 1,000 years is too long. A sacred spirit has a long life. 1,000 years is just a moment. Brat, do you believe that I won't kill you? Do you still have the strength to make a move? Zhu Juyin took a deep breath and puffed up her full breasts. 300 years. 1,000 years. 500 years. 1,000 years. 800 years. Zhu Juyin was a little hysterical. 1,000 years. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and did not relent. Oh no, this fog seems to have gotten thicker. I'm afraid I have to leave this place. Bastard! Zhu Juin's lungs were about to explode. Yang Kai smiled. So you agree? Words are no proof. Swear on your own origin. 1,000 years later, I will make you wish you were dead, Zhu Juin said fiercely. She opened her small mouth and spat out the origin of the heavenly moon demon spider. That origin was also a small 8-legged spider, but its color was dim. It was obviously injured. Chapter 41:25. Zhu Juin solemnly swore before withdrawing her origin source back into her body. Yang Kai was also relieved. Zhu Juin was too strong, but swearing on one's origin source was not a joke. It was just like how a cultivator swore on their own Tao seal. If there was no special method to avoid the oath, they had to abide by it. Otherwise, they would definitely suffer a backlash. As for 1,000 years later, let's talk about it if you can defeat me. Yang Kai chuckled. Everything was in place. Yang Kai no longer hesitated. He raised his hand and pointed his back at Zhu Juin. He activated his power and said, "Come in." A ray of light shot out from the pattern and shrouded Zhu Juin, putting her into that strange space. Yang Kai's face instantly turned as pale as paper, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Even though he was mentally prepared and knew that it would take a lot of power to put Zhu Juin into that space, he was almost drained. The next moment, Zhu Juin's angry voice sounded in his mind. Why are these two little fellows here? It's so crowded. Yang Kai did not want to move at all. He lay there with his arms and legs spread out. He replied weakly, "It's just a ride. Bear with it." He thought to himself, no wonder only one sacred spirit can laugh until the end in every spirit-seizing battle. He did not notice it when he kept the red flood dragon and the earth dragon. Now that he had kept Zhu Juin, he immediately felt that the strange space was almost full. No wonder Zhu Juin said it was so crowded. This strange space could only accommodate one sacred spirit at most. It could not accommodate a second one. A cool breeze blew, and the fog rolled. Yang Kai's breathing slowly calmed down. Not long after, the fog filled the entire great cosmological abyss. He could not see his fingers in front of him. It seemed like it was only an instant, but it also seemed like many years had passed. When the fog dispersed again, Yang Kai suddenly heard a burst of noise. He opened his eyes and saw that he was already in a void. Tens of thousands of cultivators were scattered around him. Some were shouting excitedly, and some were crying tears of joy as if they had been reborn. They could not suppress the excitement in their hearts. More than 10 years ago, the fog of the great cosmological abyss had swept across Star City and engulfed the entire Star City. More than 10 years later, the fog of the great cosmological abyss sent them back again. Back then, there had been millions of people in the entire Star City, but now, less than 20,000 or 30,000 of them had come out alive. Many cultivators had been buried in the great cosmological abyss in the past 10 years, and only a small number of them had survived. Yang Kai immediately checked his small sealed world bead and found that he had brought back all the saint medicines he had obtained. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that the principles of the Great Void Realm would not intercept non-physical bodies. If the 3 saint medicines had been intercepted, Yang Kai would have been depressed. Pu Baixiong and the black illusion mushroom were one thing, but the gourd vine was a precious treasure. In the small sealed world bead, the cultivators stayed in a certain district territory, either meditating or looking around curiously. However, as the master of the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai deliberately limited their range of activity, so they could not spy on the full picture of the small sealed world bead. After the initial excitement, many cultivators scattered. It was not easy to escape from death, so naturally, they did not dare to stay here any longer. It would be bad if the fog of the great cosmological abyss swept back again. Waves of cultivators said goodbye to each other and scattered in all directions. Yangkai waited for a long time before he recovered some strength. With a thought, he released all the cultivators in the small sealed world bead. As soon as the dozens of people appeared, some of them did not react. After a while, Sujin said in surprise, "We're out?" Yangkai nodded and said, "Fortunately, we did not disappoint. The great cosmological abyss has closed, so we left safely." Sujin turned his head to look at him and could not help but be surprised when he saw his miserable appearance. He sighed and said, "Brother Yang, you've suffered." Although he did not know what Yangkai had encountered before, he could guess that he must have suffered a lot. After all, so many cultivators entered the land of immortality, but only he came out, so the divine spirits would definitely not let him go easily. "Many thanks, Brother Yang." Sujin cupped his fists solemnly. Everyone also cupped their fists in unison. "Many thanks, Brother Yang." If Yangkai had not hidden them in the small sealed world, they would have been found by the divine spirits behind them as soon as they left the land of immortality. Many of them might have died because of that. It could be said that Yangkai's previous actions had saved their lives, so it was a life-saving grace. "It's my duty," Yangkai returned the gesture. "I haven't returned for many years. The sect must be worried. I'll go first. Brother Yang, if you go to the Carefree territory in the future, please be sure to come to Carefree Blessed Land as a guest. This Ning will welcome you with open arms." Ning Dao Ran put one hand on his chest and invited sincerely. Yangkai smiled and said, "I have heard of the 36 paradise and 72 blessed lands. If there is a chance, I will go and see it." Ning Dao Ran nodded, turned around, and left. "I have to go back and report, Yangkai. I will repay this kindness in the future. Don't die too early." Lin Feng snorted coldly, cupped his fists slightly, and chased after Ning Dao Ran. "I'm leaving too. Little brother Yang, come and play with me when you have time," Chu Huashang said, flicking a token to Yangkai. "With this token, you can enter and exit the Yin Yang paradise." Yangkai put away the token and nodded. "Senior Sister Chu, take care." Sujin and Gu Pan also left after the three of them. They were from the Blessed Enclave, so it was understandable that they were in such a hurry to leave. The opening of the great cosmological realm was a major event, and so many people were involved this time. Everyone who came out alive had a chance encounter, especially the bearers, who had gained a lot. Many of them had condensed the strength of level 6 and level 7. They had to hurry back and report this matter to their masters. Perhaps the Blessed Enclave would absorb many people here to enrich their own heritage. This kind of thing should not be delayed. The sooner they act, the better. Once the news completely broke out, it would be too late to recruit. Before leaving, Sujin and Gu Pan also gave Yangkai a token, telling Yangkai that as long as he was near their sect, he could use this token to contact them. Yangkai naturally put it away carefully. He also wanted to ask Gu Pan to inquire more about Zhang Ruo Shi, but there were too many people around. It was not very convenient, so he gave up. Anyway, with the token given by Gu Pan, he could go to Langya Paradise when he was free. In the following time, one by one, the bearers left. Everyone said goodbye to Yangkai before leaving. They had gained a lot of benefits in the Great Void Realm this time, so naturally, they didn't dare to stay any longer to avoid any accidents. Some of these bearers were unknown, while others were elite disciples of various forces. As a result, Yangkai had obtained a lot of tokens, as many as 20 to 30 of them. Watching them leave, Yangkai was soon left with no one around him. Suddenly, his heart moved. This time, although he had obtained unimaginable benefits in the Great Void Realm, not to mention the huge amount of cultivation materials, he had even abducted a holy spirit and reached an agreement with it to protect him for 1,000 years. There was also the harvest in the land of immortality, 3 saint medicines, Tai-E divine purification water, and even 16 world fruits and the root of a world tree. But in addition to these visible benefits, there was also an invisible benefit. That was the friendship of the many bearers. These guys had all been greatly cultivated by the holy spirits in the Great Void Realm. If they could grow up, each of them would become famous and stir up a storm. It was almost foreseeable that in hundreds or thousands of years, the 3,000 realms would definitely be their world. In this era where the winds and clouds gathered, Yang Kai was lucky enough to be a part of it. He couldn't help but feel proud. "Brother Yang, do you have anywhere to go?" A figure flashed over. It was Ding Yi. As soon as this guy came out, he gathered his old subordinates. Tian was brought up by him, and there were originally many of them, but they had suffered heavy casualties in the land of immortality. After coming out, many of them were slaughtered by the holy spirits. Moreover, this was originally a loose organization. The cultivator in the Great Void Realm had only joined to seek survival. Now that they had left the Great Void Realm, many people were naturally unwilling to stay. Now, there were only a few hundred people gathered around Ding Yi. These people were not from any sect or background. They had huddled together in the Great Void Realm for warmth. Now that they had nowhere to go after leaving the Great Void Realm, they gathered around Ding Yi again. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded, then shook his head. Before being swept into the Great Void Realm by the fog of the Great Void Realm, he could be considered a member of the First Inn. However, at that time, Bai Qi had been plotted against when she was advancing to split open the heavens, and she was almost dead. In a rage, the lady boss had chased after Qi Jin and the others. Now that more than 10 years had passed, he didn't know how the situation was. Ding Yi grinned. "If you have nowhere to go, why don't you team up with me?" Yang Kai smiled. "Brother Ding, what good places do you have to go?" Ding Yi said heroically, "This time, I'll find a place in the spiritual state, establish a sect, and make a name for myself." "Good ambition," Yang Kai praised. If it was the previous Ding Yi, he definitely wouldn't be qualified, but he had also obtained great benefits in the Great Void Realm. As long as he could advance to split open the heavens, he would be at least a 5th grade or even 6th grade expert. Such a cultivation base was enough to establish a sect. If I can get Brother Yang's help, great things can be expected. If Brother Yang is willing to join us, I'll give up the position of the leader. Ding Yi's eyes lit up as he looked at Yang Kai expectantly. He had seen Yang Kai's ability with his own eyes. He sighed at his own inferiority and tried his best to rope him in. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and shook his head. "I appreciate Brother Ding's kindness, but I have other important matters to attend to. I can't spare any time." Ding Yi looked disappointed and sighed. "That's a pity." However, he was cheerful by nature and quickly composed himself. "In that case, let's part ways here. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Take care." Yang Kai cupped his hands. "Little ones, let's go. Follow me to make a name for ourselves and let these 3,000 worlds tremble under our feet." "Ha ha 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 ha." Ding Yi raised his arm and shouted, leading hundreds of people and leaving valiantly and spiritedly. Yang Kai stared in the direction he left and shook his head with a smile. Ding Yi's lofty aspirations made him envious, but this guy was also troublesome. In order to improve his strength, the Bai Fong had condensed a 7th grade fire element for him, so his advancement to split open the heavens might not be so smooth. Chapter 41:26. When a cultivator condensed the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements, the higher the quality, the better. Instead, the more suitable it was for the cultivator. Everyone had limits. The limits of the physical body, the limits of the Tao seal, and the limits of the foundation. These limits could not be seen or touched, but they limited the development of a cultivator. If the quality of the condensed power exceeded these limits, it might not be a good thing. Although Ding Yi's aptitude was not bad, it was estimated that it would be difficult for him to bear the impact of the 7th grade power. This could be seen from the backlash he suffered when he used the power of fire to attack. Ding Yi was not the only one. Many other bearers would face the same situation as Ding Yi. If they did not solve this problem, they would definitely face a disaster when they advanced to the heavens. However, this was someone else's business after all, so Yang Kai could not care less. He then released Yu He, Lu Shui, Guazian, and the others from the Rui pouch. When the 3 of them learned that they had left the great cosmological abyss and returned to the outside world, everyone was overjoyed. At this time, there was no one around. Those who should have left had already left, and only Yang Kai's group remained. After glancing at Yu He, Yang Kai could only sigh at the fickleness of fate. The reason he had interacted with Yu-He was that this woman was afraid that the lady boss would find trouble with her, so she had taken him as a hostage. Who knew that she would be swallowed by the great cosmological abyss's fog in the star market? They had spent more than 10 years together in the great cosmological abyss, helping each other through thick and thin, and the previous grudges had long disappeared. However, since they had left the great cosmological abyss, it was time to part ways. Yu-He was obviously aware of this, and the joy of leaving the great cosmological abyss was diluted. She lowered her head and played with the corner of her clothes without saying a word. "Master, where should we go now?" Guazian asked with cupped fists. He used to be the great commander of Crimson Star, but now that the star market was no longer there, he had long broken away from Crimson Star and naturally followed Yang Kai's lead. Yang Kai took out the map of the universe, looked at their current location, and then looked for the star market where the first inn was located. He could not help but be secretly speechless. This was really far. If they wanted to return to the first inn, they would have to cross at least 5 territory. It would take at least a few months to fly there without relying on the Qian Kuan escape technique. Yang Kai turned to Yu-He and asked, "Do you want to come with me and admit your wrongs?" Yu-He was, and the lady Yu-He was. Yu-He and Qi-Jin, they should have been very good for many years. But for some reason, they became enemies from time to time, and even caused Yu-He and Qi. Yu sometimes, but Yu-Qi was. Had Yu did not cause, and Yu. And what mistake? I didn't do anything wrong. Yu-He turned her head to the side and pouted. If you do something wrong, you have to admit it. Yang Kai said with a straight face, "Since we're sisters, why should we become enemies? Let's sit down and talk it out. The lady boss is not an unreasonable person." Yu-He was silent for a while before whispering, "Young master wants me to apologize, so I'll apologize. At worst, I'll be beaten to death by her." Yang Kai laughed. "That's not necessary. Come with me to see the lady boss. If the lady boss really wants to beat you, I'll help you stop her." Yu-He nodded. Yang Kai turned to Lu Shui and asked, "What about you? Do you have anywhere you want to go?" Lu Shui's eyes were filled with confusion as she slowly shook her head. Sword Pavilion was gone, and she was now a poor homeless person. However, she was still a 4th-stage heaven splitter. She was not weak, so it should not be a problem for her to make a living. Even if she wanted to join some second-class force, she should be very welcome. "We're going to a star market. If you don't mind, you can come with us," Yang Kai suggested. When they arrived at the star market, she could go wherever she wanted. Yang Kai naturally would not care about her. Lu Shui said, "All right." He did not ask Guazian. Since this guy and the other group had become his subordinates, they naturally had to go with him. Although the first inn could not accommodate so many people, when they arrived at the star market, it should not be a big deal to ask the lady boss to help them find a way to make a living. The main reason was that this group of people was loyal, and all of them had obtained great benefits in the great cosmological realm. If they could grow up, they would be a force to be reckoned with and could become his team in the future in the 3,000 worlds. After the discussion, Yang Kai planned a route to the territory where the first inn was located. He planned to go to the first inn to report his safety to the lady boss and Old White, then settle Guazian and the others down before returning to the star boundary. In the land of the ancients, he had obtained a root of the world tree. The root was very mysterious and had the power to stabilize the world, so he could not wait to return to the star boundary and see if the root of the world tree could repair the star boundary. If it could, then he would have no more worries. If it could not, then he would continue to search for the world tree that I'd mentioned. As long as the crisis of the star boundary was not resolved, he would not be able to feel at ease. As they sped along, Yu-He's mind was in a mess. She was probably very nervous. After all, she had made a big mistake before. Now that she was going to see the lady boss, she was quite nervous. She didn't know if the lady boss would forgive her. Yang Kai did not have the time to comfort her. He had consumed too much energy in the great cosmological realm, so he had been working hard to restore his strength. At a certain moment, Lu Shui suddenly whispered, "Someone has been following us." Yang Kai was startled and turned his head to look. Sure enough, he saw a small black figure in the distance. It was too far away, so Yang Kai could not see what the person looked like. He only knew that the other party was definitely in the heaven-opening realm. He knew that he had been in the limelight in the great cosmological realm and had been in the limelight. He was afraid that he had been targeted by someone. The fog of the great cosmological realm sealed the universe, so the heaven-opening realm could not display too much strength. He was invincible in the Emperor realm, so naturally there would be people who were unhappy with him. Or perhaps it was because of benefits. After all, he had reaped too many benefits in the great cosmological realm. Just the income from Qi Xing alone was enough to make people jealous, not to mention the gains he had made from several adventures. Wealth moved people's hearts. Now that he had left the great cosmological realm, the heaven-opening realm was no longer restrained. He was like a tiger in the forest or a dragon in the sea, so it was not surprising that someone would target him. Although Yang Kai was not afraid, he was too lazy to cause any trouble. He led the three of them to constantly change directions in an attempt to get rid of the person behind them, but that person was like a maggot in one's bones, chasing after them relentlessly, which made Yang Kai furious. After a while, Lu Shui suddenly raised her hand and shouted, "Wait, there's something strange ahead." As she spoke, her beautiful eyes narrowed and looked forward. Yang Kai also scanned with his divine sense, but found nothing. This was not surprising. After all, he was still in the Emperor realm, and his foundation was not as good as Lu Shui's fourth stage heaven-opening realm. It was natural that the other party could find something that he could not. He turned his head to look at Yu He. This woman had been absent-minded all the way. Logically speaking, her fifth stage heaven-opening realm cultivation was much stronger than Lu Shui's, so she should be the first to discover any abnormalities. But in fact, if it were not for Lu Shui's reminder, Yang Kai would not even have known that he was being targeted. Yu He finally came back to her senses, her beautiful eyes cold. Her divine sense swept out, and her gaze fixed in front of her. She raised her hand and gently pressed forward. This palm did not have the slightest bit of aura, but the world force behind it surged. A layer of ripples appeared in front of them, as if a layer of fog had been lifted, and several dozen figures appeared out of thin air. Sweeping his gaze over these people's faces, Yang Kai sneered, "I was wondering who it was, so it's you." The people blocking their way were not bystanders, but Scarlet Star's people. Led by Great Master Zhao Baichuan, Chen Tianfei, the Ouyang brothers, Madame Qin, and Bei Yushan were all here. Apart from mid-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators like them, the rest were all low-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators. There were quite a lot of people, more than 40 of them. Needless to say, the ones tailing them should be Scarlet Star's people. Yang Kai's heart sank slightly, and he hurriedly contacted Zhu Juyin. "Trouble is coming, please help." Although he had Yu He, a fifth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, and Lu Shui, a fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, the other party's lineup was too strong. Scarlet Star's Great Master Zhao Baichuan was also a fifth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, and the remaining few fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators were all fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators. Not only did they far outnumber them, but their strength was also far ahead of them. If they fought, Scarlet Star would definitely defeat them. Now, their only chance of victory was Zhu Juyin. As long as she could make a move, with the power of her saint spirit, these fifth and fourth stage heaven-opening realm cultivators would only be food. He knew that he had been riding on Scarlet Star's head all these years, and now she was here for revenge. He had placed all his hopes on Zhu Juyin, but who knew that this woman would reply, "Run, I can't fight for a while." Yang Kai was stunned. "What do you mean?" He used Zhu Juyin as a trump card, but who knew he would get such a reply? Zhu Juyin said, "Firstly, my origin is damaged and needs to be repaired. If I fight, it will only increase my injuries. Secondly, I was born and raised in the great cosmological abyss, and the laws of the great cosmological abyss are different from the outside world. Even if I make a move, I won't be able to unleash all my power. I need some time to adapt to the laws of the outside world." "A certain time? How long will that be?" Yang Kai asked. 3 to 5 months? Or a year and a half, 10 to 20 years? "I can't say for sure," Zhu Juyin replied seriously, but her tone was full of schadenfreude. Yang Kai almost scolded her. He knew that Zhu Juin's origin was damaged. At the last moment, she forcefully blocked the attacks of 7 to 8 saint spirits by herself, so she definitely wouldn't be unscathed. Furthermore, a damaged origin was an extremely terrifying injury to any saint spirit, and she indeed needed to recuperate carefully. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles. However, to adapt to the laws of heaven and earth, Yang Kai didn't know if what she said was true or not. However, this was a serious matter, and Zhu Juyin wouldn't lie to him, so this was very likely to be true. Chapter 41:27. Yang Kai gnashed his teeth in anger. If I die, you won't have a good ending either. Don't forget your previous oath. As a Dao protector, he should protect Yang Kai's safety. If anything happened to him, Zhu Juyin would definitely suffer a backlash. Zhu Juyin, that's why I told you to run. Aren't you quite good at running? The secret communication with Zhu Juyin only took a moment. On the other side, Yuhi looked at Zhao Baichuan with a cold face and said in a deep voice, I wonder why Headmaster is blocking the way here? It was a waste of time to ask this question. The other party had set up an ambush here, so they definitely did not have any good intentions. When she asked, she secretly sent a voice transmission to Yang Kai. I will hold them back later. Hurry up and leave. She had a 5th stage heaven opening cultivation base. Even if she was not a match for this group of people, it would not be easy for Qi Xing to kill her. Zhao Baichuan did not answer and just looked at Yang Kai indifferently, his eyes indifferent, as if looking at an ant. Chun Tianfei smiled and stepped out from behind Zhao Baichuan, cupping his fists. Greetings, Consecrator Yang. Miss you he. He lowered his posture very much, as if he was still in the great cosmological realm. Yang Kai responded casually and said indifferently, Is there something, Headmaster Qin? Chun Tianfei said, It's nothing. I just want to ask where you are going. If you don't mind, how about traveling with us? Where are you going? Chun Tianfei smiled bitterly. Star City has been destroyed, and we are now rootless duckweeds. We don't know where to go. Consecrator Yang is also considered a consecrator of Qi Xing. We are all on the same side. If Consecrator Yang has a good place to go, can you help us a little and let us have a place to stay, so that we don't have to wander around? Yang Kai remained calm on the surface, but he secretly felt strange in his heart. This group of guys blocking here obviously wanted to harm him. However, even if they had such a great advantage, why didn't they make a move? Instead, they were talking nonsense with him? And looking at Chun Tianfei's expression, he was obviously worried about something. What did they have to worry about? With a thought, Yang Kai came to a realization. Indeed, they should be wary. What he was worried about was Zhu Juyin. They also knew that he was the bearer. After all, Zhu Juyin had lived in Crimson Star City for several years. Zhao Baichuan had even brought Chen Tianfei and the others to visit that woman. Now that the great cosmological realm was closed, they were not sure if they had brought Zhu Juyin out. Although Zhu Juyin was nowhere to be seen, he still had to be prepared. If he really brought Zhu Juyin out, how would they dare to fall out with him? That was why he was feigning civility. So that's how it was. Understanding the thoughts of Qi Xing's people, Yang Kai calmed down and smiled slightly. Master Chen's words are reasonable. This king is a foreign elder of Qi Xing and has received their incense for many years. Now that Qi Xing is in trouble, this king cannot just stand by and watch. How about this? If you're willing, you can follow me. Chen Tianfei's eyelids twitched when he heard this, and he probed. Where does foreign elder want to go? Yang Kai took out the map of the universe and channeled his power into it. A route immediately appeared on the map of the universe, which was the route he had planned before. He reached out and pointed at the end. There is a star city here. I want to go there. Star City? Chen Tianfei was puzzled. Yang Kai chuckled. I forgot to tell you. This king was born in the first inn, and my lady boss is Madame Lan of the first inn. She was trapped in the great cosmological realm before, but now that she is free, I should go back and find her. Madame Lan. Chen Tianfei was shocked, and even Zhao Baichuan, who had been calm all this while, narrowed his eyes. Madame Qin hesitated. Could it be that Madame Lan Yurualan? In this Trichiliacosm, there were not many famous women. Many people had heard of the lady boss's reputation, and this Madame Qin was also a woman, so she knew a lot about the deeds of the lady boss. That's right. Yang Kai nodded and looked at Madame Qin. Madame also knows my lady boss. Madame Qin smiled embarrassedly. She is very famous, like thunder in my ears. This was the person she worshipped, and she had thought more than once that if she could reach Madame Lan's level in this lifetime, she would have no regrets. Chen Tianfei was surprised. So the consecrator is from the first inn? Yang Kai blushed with shame. I'm ashamed. I'm just following the lady boss's orders. Chen Tianfei turned his head to look at Zhao Baichuan, vaguely feeling that things were getting a little tricky. They were indeed trying to harm Yang Kai by stopping him here. After all, he had snatched countless treasures from Crimson Star over the years, so how could they be willing to let him go? Moreover, the Divine Origin Magnet Stones that Yang Kai had harvested from the Divine Origin Magnet Mountain were also a huge fortune. They had heard that Yang Kai had collected quite a few 6th-grade Divine Origin Magnet Stones. The Star City was destroyed, and Crimson Star had also suffered heavy losses this time. If they wanted to make a comeback, they would need a huge amount of resources, which was why they had targeted Yang Kai. But now, they actually learned that this guy was from the first inn. They had never been clear about Yang Kai's origins, and only now did they know that he was related to the first inn. No wonder the Emperor realm had such a strong foundation. With Madame Lan's careful guidance, it was not surprising. After saying so much, do you want to go to the first inn with me? Yang Kai asked. Zhao Baichuan chuckled. This old man has long heard of the first inn's great name. In my early years, I have also made a few transactions with the first inn, and it is indeed a fair trade. However, what can we do if we go to the first inn? As far as I know, it is not so easy to enter the first inn. Yang Kai smiled. Normal people naturally can't enter, but if you bosses are willing to suffer a little, this king can guarantee that you can do odd jobs and such, right? Zhao Baichuan's eyes twitched, and Chen Tianfei laughed dryly. They were all mid-level heaven splitters, so no matter what they did, they wouldn't go to the extent of doing odd jobs, right? If this spread out, how could they face others in the future? Zhao Baichuan immediately said decisively, this Zhao appreciates revered elders' good intentions, but people like us are used to wandering the clouds and wild cranes. I'm afraid we won't be able to stand any restrictions. This first inn is fine. That's a pity. Yang Kai sighed and patted Chen Tianfei's shoulder. With Boss Chen's looks, I originally wanted to let him exercise more to lose weight. Chen Tianfei smiled along, but his face was about to stiffen. Zhao Baichuan said, this trip will take us through several large territories. The journey is long, and there may be dangers ahead. If revered elder doesn't mind, let us escort you. There is no need to go through so much trouble. Yang Kai raised his hand and grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. If there is anyone who doesn't have eyes and dares to come and take advantage of me, I will definitely make sure they do not return. The moment he raised his hand, the pattern on the back of his hand flashed slightly, and at the same time, a divine spirit aura spread out. This was naturally the result of the communication between Yang Kai and Zhu Juyin. It was not convenient for Zhu Juyin to make a move, but releasing a strand of divine spirit aura was not a problem. Zhao Baichuan and the rest's faces changed. Cold sweat drenched their backs. Without leaving a trace, Zhao Baichuan took a few steps back and cupped his hands. Since that is the case, then I will not delay, revered elder. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. We will meet again. We will meet again. He led he and the rest and walked past them, leaving behind a trail of dust. When they were far away, Chen Tianfei wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. That fellow actually brought Zhu Juyin out? The Ouyang brothers' faces were also ashen. Ouyang Lai said, the might of a divine spirit is truly terrifying. When that strand of divine spirit aura spread out, he did not even have the courage to resist. He felt as if he was going to suffocate to death in the next moment. Ouyang Bing looked at Zhao Baichuan with admiration. Great master is wise. You did not fall out with him at the first moment. Otherwise, we would be in trouble. Chen Tianfei smiled apologetically. Great master is naturally wise. But now that that brat brought Zhu Juyin out, I am afraid we cannot do anything to him. As they spoke, the group looked at Zhao Baichuan, waiting for him to make a decision. Zhao Baichuan's face was gloomy. His eyes were overflowing with light. It was obvious that he was thinking. After a while, He suddenly raised his head and looked towards the direction Yang Kai left, and said with hatred, "Damn it, we fell into his trap." "What?" Chen Tianfei and the rest looked at him in confusion. "This brat was bluffing just now. Chase after him," Zhao Baichuan shouted and took the lead to run forward. Chen Tianfei and the rest did not dare to delay and followed behind. Madame Qin asked, "Great Master, you said that brat was bluffing just now?" Zhao Baichuan snorted. If he was not bluffing, why would he take the initiative to mention the first inn and Madame Lan? Why would he expose Zhu Juyin's aura? What kind of person is that brat? You have known him for so many years, don't you know? If he really had some tricks up his sleeve, why would he be so polite to us? I'm afraid he would have already taken advantage of us and taught us a lesson. Everyone's heart sank. Thinking carefully, it was indeed so. The first time Yang Kai crossed paths with Qi Xing was when he forced his way into Qi Xing and killed Ganhong and the Femme Fatale, the two leaders. Then, he showed his strength to crush everyone, acting like a tyrant in Star City, madly exploiting Qi Xing's benefits. It could be said that such a person was very difficult to get along with, but when Yang Kai spoke to them just now, he was very polite. In these few years, when did Yang Kai treat them with such a face? The more he acted like that, the more it showed that he was guilty. They all felt that Zhao Baichuan's words made sense, exposing the relationship between the first inn and Madame Lan, and revealing Zhu Juyin's aura. Could it be that he was using Madame Lan's power to intimidate others? Chen Tianfei was cautious by nature. He hesitated. "But Great Master, if he is deliberately showing weakness, what should we do?" Zhao Baichuan snorted. "Whether he is bluffing or deliberately showing weakness, we will know when we catch up with him." At the same time, thousands of miles away, Yang Kai, Yu He, and the rest were escaping quickly. Yu He was puzzled. "Young master, why are you running so fast?" Yang Kai said with a serious face, "I don't have much contact with Zhao Baichuan, but this person can become the leader of Qi Xing. He is definitely not a simple person. What I said just now can scare him for a while, but it can't scare him forever. Who knows when he will come to his senses and chase after us? It is better to leave quickly." Chapter 41:28. After a cup of tea's time, Yuhi's expression changed as she cried out in alarm, "Oh no, they've really caught up." Yang Kai turned his head back and saw several dozen streaks of light rushing over. His heart was filled with resentment. Being weak really was frustrating. Being bullied everywhere without being able to resist. Turning to Lu Shui, he said, "I'm afraid this matter can't be settled peacefully. If you don't want to be implicated, you'd better part ways with me here." Lu Shui glanced at Yang Kai with some surprise, not expecting him to think of this at this time. Her heart warmed slightly as she shook her head. "Even if we part ways now, I can't get rid of the responsibility. If I stay, I'll be able to increase my strength." Yang Kai nodded, not bothering to persuade her, directly summoning his wish pouch and covering her in Guazian. The two understood and did not resist, being put into the pouch by Yang Kai. Leaving Yuhi behind to look after each other, he quickly fled. Firstly, Yuhi had a 5th stage heaven opening cultivation, so her speed was not slow. Secondly, if something unexpected happened, with Yuhi by his side, he could block it for a bit. Guazian was a 2nd stage heaven opening, and Lu Shui was a 4th stage heaven opening, so bringing them along would undoubtedly slow them down, so it was better to just put them into the wish pouch. Sure enough, there's a trick. This boy is too cunning. Behind them, Chen Tianfei's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in excitement. If Yang Kai really had nothing to fear, he would not have immediately increased his speed after discovering them. The more Yang Kai acted like this, the more it showed that he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Chen Tianfei even suspected that he did not bring Zhu Juyin out at all. The divine spirit aura he felt before might not have been released by Zhu Juyin himself. Although that divine spirit aura was not fake, it could have been released through other means, such as Zhu Juyin planting some kind of secret technique on Yang Kai in advance. "He's running pretty fast." Ouyang coldly snorted. His brother Ouyang being said, "That Yuhi is a 5th stage heaven opening. After all, only first master can match her speed." He tried to flatter him without leaving a trace. Madame Qin was puzzled. Why did those two suddenly disappear just now? Chen Tianfei said, That little brat surnamed Yang seems to have an artifact that can accommodate living creatures. Weren't the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon suddenly released by him? Everyone had witnessed the battle where Yang Kai killed Ganhong and the Femme Fatale. Although it had been many years, the scene was still vivid in their minds. Thinking about it carefully, they knew that Guizian and Lu Shui, who were slightly weaker, must have been taken away by Yang Kai. Great Master Zhao Baichuan coldly snorted. He raised his hand, and a bright light flashed in his hand. An object suddenly spun and rapidly expanded, turning into 100 zhang tall mountain. All of you, come in. The great master bellowed and was the first to rush into the mountain. Everyone's eyes lit up. They knew that the great master was serious this time. He had even taken out this artifact. Without hesitation, they all rushed into the mountain. There were quite a few spirit peaks in the mountain. Several dozen heaven-opening experts stood on the spirit peaks and poured their strength into the mountain. The head boss stood on the tallest peak, controlling the situation and controlling the technique. The 300-meter-tall mountain immediately rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was ridiculously fast. In front, Yuhi sensed the movement and turned her head to look back, her pretty face paling. Zhao Baichuan even took out the 100 peak. How shameless! This 100 peak was not only a secret art artifact, but also a defensive artifact and a flight artifact. It could be said to have many uses in one body. It was quite famous among mid-rank heaven-opening cultivators, so it was not surprising that Yuhi knew about it. Originally, she had relied on her 5th-rank heaven-opening cultivation to flee with Yang Kai, not inferior to Qi Xing and the others in terms of speed. After all, although Qi Xing was also a 5th-rank heaven-opening cultivator, Zhao Baichuan was the only one. The remaining masters were all 4th-rank heaven-opening cultivators, while the others were all low-rank heaven-opening cultivators. Their cultivations were uneven, and their speed could not be unified. But now, with this 100 peak, everyone could work together. Not only could they move together, but their speed was also much faster. While speaking, Yuhi also hurriedly summoned her own flight-type artifact, which was a small boat. Pulling Yang Kai onto the boat, she turned into a stream of light and moved forward. However, the grade of Yuhi's flight-type artifact was obviously not as good as Zhao Baichuan's 100 peak. What's more, there were dozens of heaven-opening cultivators on the 100 peak working together. The distance between them was constantly shrinking. The distance of thousands of kilometers quickly turned into thousands of kilometers, then hundreds of kilometers. Zhao Baichuan's voice came from behind, directly pouring into the hearts of Yang Kai and Yuhi, 2 friends. This Zhao suddenly remembered something and needs to discuss it carefully with Foreign Elder Yang. I hope Foreign Elder Yang can make it convenient. Although he had pursued them to this point, he still did not directly shed all pretense of cordiality. This was because he was careful. In the end, although he was confident that his speculation would not be wrong, he was also afraid of the aura of the divine spirit from before. Everything had to be prepared. It was precisely because of this cautiousness that Zhao Baichuan was able to build a foundation in the vast Trichiliacosm without any foundation or background. Otherwise, he would have died countless times long ago. Yang Kai stood at the stern of the boat, looking at Zhao Baichuan coldly, and snorted. What else does Chief want to discuss with this foreign elder? Zhao Baichuan said, This matter is of great importance, and it concerns the survival of my Crimson Star. I must explain it clearly face to face. Foreign elder, please wait. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. How could he not know that he was thinking about his huge harvest in the Great Void Realm? What about the survival of Crimson Star was all nonsense, but on the surface, he remained calm and nodded, so serious. Then this foreign elder will have to listen carefully. While speaking, he turned his head to Yuhi and ordered, Stop the boat. Yuhi slowed down as she was told. As soon as he slowed down, Zhao Baichuan was a little surprised. The speed of the 100 peak, which was originally rushing over, also dropped sharply. In less than 10 breaths, it stopped directly in the void. Yang Kai said mockingly, Doesn't Chief have something to discuss with this foreign elder? Why are you stopping? Are you teasing this foreign elder? Quickly get on the boat and talk. Zhao Baichuan was stunned by his bluff and almost doubted his own speculation. Was this guy still deliberately mystifying? Or was he inviting him into a trap? If his speculation was wrong, if he got on the boat, there would be no good end. For a moment, it was difficult to get off the tiger. Yang Kai urged a few times, but Zhao Baichuan did not move. He could not help but say angrily, "Zhao Baichuan, you are so bold. How dare you tease this foreign elder?" Zhao Baichuan's face twitched, and he did not make a sound. Yang Kai said bitterly, "This foreign elder has other important matters to attend to, so I will not argue with you this time. If there is a next time, I will not spare you." He turned his head and ordered Yu-He, "Let's go." Yu-He was covered in cold sweat and hurriedly urged the boat to fly away. In his heart, he couldn't help but admire Kai Yang's courage. Again and again, he had bluffed and bluffed, but Zhao Baichuan had actually been fooled by him. She knew that this was also Zhao Baichuan's cleverness. If it was Qin Tianfei and the others, they would not be so easily fooled. Sometimes it was not a good thing to think too much. I fell into a trap again. Seeing the boat fly away, Zhao Baichuan's face was extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "I must pull out that kid's tendons and skin him." Qin Tianfei hurriedly said, "Please calm down, First Master. This brat is indeed cunning, but in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are useless. Once we catch up to him, I will capture him and let First Master deal with him however he wants." The group immediately urged their power and urged the Bai Lian Peak to chase. The distance between them quickly closed again. Yang Kai stood at the stern of the boat and said angrily, "Zhao Baichuan, if you want to die, I can't fulfill your wish. Don't think that I really don't dare to kill you." Zhao Baichuan did not speak. What responded to Yang Kai was a stream of light from the Bai Lian Peak. Yang Kai shrank his neck and flashed into the cabin. Yu-He maneuvered the boat and nimbly avoided the terrifying attack. "Sigh, I can't scare him anymore." Kai Yang sighed. He knew that he had almost reached his limit. Zhao Baichuan was too cunning. If he didn't show any real skill, then he would only rely on his mouth to make him retreat. It was simply a fantasy. Scaring him twice was already his limit. Now it would be a life or death battle. Yang Kai was extremely resentful. He was chased by the divine spirits in the great cosmological realm, and after leaving the great cosmological realm, he was chased by Qi Xing. His growth was simply a history of blood and tears. The 100 Tempering Peak was an offensive and defensive artifact, and it was also a flying artifact, so it was very useful. Now that it had several dozen heaven opening realm masters, it was like a tiger that had grown wings. As they chased, streaks of light shot out from the peak, forcing Yu-He to dodge. The small boat was like a vast ocean in the middle of a storm, with the risk of capsizing at any moment. Seeing this, the many heaven-opening realm masters of Qi Xing were naturally excited. Now that they had completely shed all pretense of cordiality and attacked Yang Kai, if Yang Kai really had a way to fight back, he would not hide it. However, he could only dodge and flee. In other words, Zhu Juyin was not brought out by him at all. The divine spirit aura released before should have been left on him by Zhu Juyin. Everyone's hearts were set, and they poured their strength into the mountain with even more effort. Time passed, and the distance between them was constantly shrinking. Another stream of light shot out, and Yu-He hurriedly steered the boat to dodge, but at the same time, as if she had foreseen it, the second stream of light blasted towards the place where the boat was dodging. Yang Kai's vision was immediately filled with dazzling light, and a huge crisis shrouded his heart. He shouted, "Not good." Yui's face was also filled with despair. The other party's attack was about to arrive, and it was too late to dodge at this time. Judging from the fluctuations in the attack, if they were hit, she and Yang Kai would definitely not have a good ending. Just as she did not know what to do, Yang Kai had already hugged her waist, and then the world spun. When she came back to her senses, she had already appeared hundreds of kilometers away. A dazzling light bloomed somewhere in the void. Yui's heart was empty, and her mind was somewhat shaken. At this moment, her connection with the boat was completely cut off. How could she not know that her boat had been shattered? The light that burst out was the scene of the boat being shattered. Chapter 41:29. Yui's face instantly turned ashen. It was not that she felt sorry for her secret treasure. Although the secret treasure was not bad, It was not particularly precious. However, the boat was destroyed during the escape, and the future was bleak. Although she knew that Yang Kai was proficient in the law of space and was good at escaping, under the pursuit of Qi Xing, the law of space might not be useful. Back then, she had also chased after Yang Kai in the void and experienced the profoundness of Yang Kai's teleportation. However, in the end, Yang Kai was still captured. She was a fifth stage splitting heaven, and Zhao Baichuan was also a fifth stage splitting heaven. She was able to take down Yang Kai back then, so how could Zhao Baichuan fail? Just as he was about to let Yang Kai go first and stay behind to resist for a while, he saw Yang Kai sneer. If you want to play, this king will play with you. Let's see who can play who. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the law of space and teleported thousands of miles away. It was a pity that there was no place to hide in this vast void. Even though they were a distance away, they were quickly discovered by Qi Xing's people and continued to chase after them. The speed of the Bailian peak was ridiculously fast, and they were constantly closing in on each other. Yuhi said, "Young master, why don't we go to the heavenly temple? There is also a heavenly temple in this large territory. I left a heavenly temple there, so I can take you there." The heavenly temple was a fortress built by the joint efforts of many paradises. All battles were prohibited there. As long as they could hide in the heavenly temple, then the two of them would be safe. It was impossible for Zhao Baichuan and the others to chase into the heavenly temple to make things difficult for them. Yang Kai shook his head. "We can hide for a while, but we can't hide forever. Even if we go to the heavenly temple, we can't hide in there forever." Yuhi thought about it and agreed. Although the heavenly temple was safe, they could not hide in it forever. She stopped persuading him. After teleporting, Yang Kai relaxed his mind and let Yuhi use her power to wrap him up. After all, his speed was not as fast as Yuhi's. At this time, it was better to let her take the initiative. Bai Lian Feng quickly chased after them from behind. When they reached a certain distance, Yang Kai took over and teleported away again. On 100 Refining Peak, Zhao Baichuan stomped his feet in anger, while Chen Tianfei also cursed loudly. This little brat surnamed Yang was too good at running. Although he had long heard that those who were proficient in space principles were adept at escaping, it was only today that he truly witnessed it for himself. If he did not seal the space around him, he would not be able to stop his movements at all. However, Yang Kai maintained a certain distance from them, not giving them a chance to seal the sky and lock down the earth. After several days of continuous pursuit, Qi Xing and the others could not do anything to Yang Kai. At a certain moment, Yuhi suddenly exclaimed, "Young master!" A few of them ran out. Yang Kai turned his head and looked back, only to see several figures descend from the 100 Refinement Peak. Immediately after, the hand seals changed, and the light of a formation shone under the feet of those people. It was the light of the Qingquan escape technique. He couldn't help but snort coldly. They went to the Universal Hall. The two of them were heading in the direction of the Universal Hall, where this large territory was located. Qi Xing's people probably thought that they wanted to take refuge in the Universal Hall, so they sent a few people ahead of them to stop them. Little did they know that if Yang Kai and Yuhi really wanted to go to the Universal Hall, they would have done so long ago. Why would they foolishly fly over? However, this was the effect that Yang Kai wanted. Seeing those people leave, Yang Kai immediately had Yuhi change direction. On 100 Refinement Peak, Zhao Baichuan was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How could he not know that he had fallen for Yang Kai's trick? However, it was too late to regret now. Those heaven-opening realm masters had already gone to the Universal Hall, and the distance was too far. It was impossible to contact them in a short time. Chen Tianfei was confused. Where is this brat going? Zhao Baichuan also did not know, but 2 days later, he knew what Yang Kai was planning. He was actually planning to leave this large territory and enter another large territory. In front of the territory gate, Yang Kai activated the territory shuttle and passed through with Yuhi, directly entering another large territory. An hour later, 100 Refinement Peak plunged into the territory gate, but looking around, the surrounding space was empty. There was no trace of Yang Kai. Find him. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you have to find him. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be a next time. Zhao Baichuan shouted angrily. Nearly 30 figures immediately flew out from 100 Refinement Peak. Some immediately scattered in all directions, while others used the Universal Escape technique to head to the Universal Hall. Zhao Baichuan himself controlled 100 Refinement Peak to speed forward and continue searching. However, because of Yang Kai's actions, he had no choice but to split up. Now, there were only a dozen or so Heaven Opening Realm Masters left on 100 Refinement Peak. The 100 Refinement Peak's secret treasure was more powerful and faster the more people it could use it. Now, there were only a dozen or so people left, so it was much slower than before. Very soon, a subordinate sent a clue and found Yang Kai. Looking at his route, he was actually heading towards the territory gate. Zhao Baichuan silently took out the map of the universe and checked his location. He made a prompt decision and put away the 100 Refinement Peak before activating the Qingquan escape technique with the remaining Heaven Opening Realm cultivators, heading towards the Qingquan Palace in this region. Without stopping to rest, he rushed out of the Heavenly Hall and met up with one of his subordinates. That person immediately reported, "First Master, I found out that the two people from before came to the Heavenly Hall and are now heading in that direction." What else was there to say? Summoning 100 Refinement Peak again, Zhao Baichuan waved his hand. Chase. 2 days later, as expected, he saw the figures of Yang Kai and Yu He in the distance. In front, Yang Kai also sensed something and turned his head to look. His face couldn't help but darken. They're like ghosts. Qi Xing and the others were like maggots that couldn't be shaken off at all. Yu He said, "Young master, why don't you take refuge in my Cuiwei Palace?" Cuiwei Palace was her faction. According to the division of the 3,000 realms, with her, a 5th stage Heaven Opening Realm Master, it could barely be considered a second-class faction. However, the reality was a bit complicated because she was the only Heaven Opening Realm Master in Cuiwei Palace, and it was only a very small spirit state. Apart from her, the rest were all homeless people from the Emperor Realm or Cultivator below Emperor Realm. The entire Cuiwei Palace only had a few hundred people, so strictly speaking, Cuiwei Palace wasn't a second-class faction. Because even if there was a 5th stage Heaven Opening Realm Master, without the power of inheritance, it would disappear sooner or later. Even so, Yu He had been running Cuiwei Palace for many years, so it had a certain amount of defensive power. As long as they could reach Cuiwei Palace, they didn't need to fear Qi Xing and the others. "Where is Cuiwei Palace?" Yang Kai asked. Yu He took out the universal map and poured her power into it, pointing at a location. "Here?" Yang Kai checked and slowly shook his head. "It's too far. We still have to pass through 7 large territory. We can't make it in time." If he wanted to pass through 7 large territory, there would be too many unforeseen events on the road. Then what should we do? Yu He had no idea. Yang Kai said, "I have a place to go, but I need to take a risk." He originally wanted to escape back to the first inn, but now it seemed that it wouldn't work. The first inn was also very far away, and he had to pass through several large territory. Rather than that, it was better to take a risk. At the very least, he could only take refuge in the Universal Palace. 3 days later, the two passed through the territory gate and entered the next large territory. In less than 2 hours, Bailian Peak chased after them, showing how fast they were. If Yang Kai didn't rely on the Space Divine technique, he would have been cornered long ago. This time, Zhao Baichuan had learned his lesson. He immediately had his subordinates head to the various territory gates and seal off the main roads to prevent Yang Kai from escaping again. Along the way, the dozens of Heaven Opening Realm subordinates under him had scattered quite a few, but along the way, some of them had regrouped with him, so there were still more than 30 subordinates he could use. Yang Kai had Yu He, a 5th stage Heaven Opening Realm cultivator, by his side. Other than him, no one else in Crimson Star was a match, but there were quite a few 4th stage Heaven Opening Realm cultivators. As long as they were distributed properly, it wouldn't be a problem to tie down Yu He. Immediately, Chun Tianfei and Madame Qin led several low-stage Heaven Opening Realm cultivators away. The Ouyang brothers and Bei Yushan led another group away, and Zhao Baichuan personally chased after Yang Kai. A few days later, the fleeing Yang Kai and Yu He suddenly stopped, standing quietly in the air. Seeing this, Zhao Baichuan frowned. He didn't know what schemes Yang Kai had, but he made up his mind. This time, No matter how eloquent he was, he would ignore him and capture him first. Urging by Lien Peak to quickly rush over, Zhao Baichuan sneered, "Run? Why aren't you running?" "I can't run anymore." Yang Kai grinned. Zhao Baichuan snorted, "Since that's the case, then obediently surrender, and you'll suffer less physical pain." Yang Kai said, "Boss, aren't you afraid that Madame Lan will investigate you for making a move on me? My lady boss is very protective. If you make her angry, I'm afraid you won't have a good ending." Everyone knew that the lady boss was protective. When Lao Bai's breakthrough to heaven-opening realm was interfered with, she swore to destroy the forces behind Qi Jin in a fit of anger. Otherwise, she would never advance to rank 7 in her life. Such a vow was heartless. If she couldn't do it, she really couldn't advance to rank 7. Hearing Yang Kai mention the lady boss, Zhao Baichuan showed a look of fear. Although he had been trying to reach rank 6, he didn't have enough foundation after all. Naturally, he was not a veteran rank 6 like the lady boss. If he was targeted by her, Qi Xing would be finished. However, he only hesitated for a moment. Yang Kai's huge wealth made him very tempted. He snorted, "As long as I kill you, how will Lan Yuruan know what happened?" Yang Kai nodded. "So the boss wants to kill all of us. Then you want me to obediently surrender? You believe me just because I said it?" Zhao Baichuan sneered. As he spoke, he was already hundreds of miles away. He was about to reach the limit. In the next moment, he could block the place where Yang Kai was standing to prevent him from using the law of space again. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly grinned at him and waved his hand. "I will remember the boss's gift today. I will repay you generously in the future." Zhao Baichuan had a bad feeling. He couldn't care less. He raised his hand to grab Yang Kai and shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" A giant hand fell and grabbed at the void, but at the same time, Yang Kai and Yueha's figures had disappeared. Zhao Baichuan hurriedly looked around, but there was no trace of Yang Kai. In the perception of his divine thoughts, he also lost track of Yang Kai's aura. How is this possible? Zhao Baichuan was stunned. Chapter 4130. Back on the Sunstar, Yang Kai had tried to steal the Golden Crow's corpse, but he had been surrounded and intercepted by many heaven-opening realm experts. In the end, he had relied on the space spirit bead to escape. If not for his ignorance of the universe escape technique, he would have been able to safely escape to the first inn. Unfortunately, the lady boss had used the universe escape technique to return to the first inn to stop him, forcing him to use the golden annihilation plume. In terms of speed, even with the space principles, he was not as fast as the 100 refinement peak and would be caught sooner or later. However, with the space spirit bead's positioning, he could teleport a long distance, so it was easy for him to shake off Qi Xing and the others. "Find him! You must find him for me!" Zhao Baichuan's face was gloomy as he roared angrily. However, he was not too worried. Although Yang Kai had temporarily disappeared, he was still in this large territory. The other leaders had already sealed off the entrance to the territory, so it was wishful thinking for Yang Kai to leave this large territory. On the 100 refinement peak, one figure after another flew out, searching for Yang Kai. At an unknown location, a space spirit bead floating in the void fluctuated with the space principles, and 2 figures appeared out of thin air. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, but he did not put away the space spirit bead, leaving it where it was. He had left this bead behind when he was escaping. He had left more than a dozen such arrangements, almost covering the entire large territory. The space spirit bead was very small, and it was not eye-catching in the large void, so the chances of it being discovered were not high. It was left here as a backup plan. Who knew when it would be useful? Yuhi looked around and did not see Qi Xing and the others, so she knew that the 2 of them were temporarily safe. She said, "Young master, where are we going now? Are we leaving this large territory?" Yang Kai shook his head. "We can't leave. Chen Tianfei and the others are nowhere to be seen. If I'm not wrong, they must have gone to the territory gate. If we want to leave, we will definitely clash with them. You are strong, but they outnumber you. You may not be able to get rid of them. If you go to the territory gate, you will only be walking into a trap." After pausing for a moment, he asked, How's your understanding of the thing I gave you? Yuhi was holding a jade pendant in her hand. She had been using her energy to refine the jade pendant. Her mind was immersed in comprehending the jade pendant. She replied, I was in a rush. I only managed to refine 10% of it. 1 point. Yang Kai muttered, that should be enough. Young master, where does this jade ring belong to? Yuhi asked, puzzled. Previously, when they were escaping, Yang Kai had suddenly handed this jade ring to her, telling her to comprehend and refine it with all her might. Yuhi didn't know the reason, but she didn't ask and just did as she was told. However, as she comprehended and refined it, she discovered that this jade ring was actually the seal of a large formation, just like the seal of her Toei palace. She had never heard of Yang Kai being involved with any forces. Although he was a member of the First Inn, the seal of the First Inn's large formation could not be in his hands. That kind of thing could only be controlled by the lady boss. No one else was qualified to have it. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Do you know what this large territory is called? Yuhi didn't know. She immediately took out the map of the universe and checked it. She suddenly said, this is the territory of Kikikyo? Outside the map of the universe, there were many large territories in the 3,000 worlds. In this large territory, there were countless forces of different sizes. Generally speaking, if there was a second-class force in this large territory, then this large territory would be named after this force. For example, in the large territory of the Blessed Paradises, the Xiao Yao Blessed Land was the Xiao Yao territory, and the Yin Yang Wonderland was the Yin Yang territory. In this large territory, there was a second-class force called Kikikyo, so it was named Kikikyo territory. A large territory without a second-class force was nameless and was only named by a code name, such as DJIU territory, C-17 territory, and so on. Yes, this is the territory of Qiqiao. Yang Kai's voice was filled with a trace of nostalgia. Yuhi's heart moved. She covered her red lips and said in surprise, Young master, this jade ring, could it be the seal of Qiqiao's large formation? The reason why she had such a guess was because Yuhi also felt that this large formation seal was not a low-level one. At the very least, it should be a second-class force. But how could Yang Kai have the seal of Qiqiao's large formation? Yang Kai laughed loudly. This is indeed the seal of Qiqiao's large formation. With it in hand, we can sneak into Qiqiao's territory without anyone knowing. As long as we hide in there for a while, Qi Xing's group will not be able to find us and will naturally leave. Yuhi was stunned. She looked down at the jade ring in her hand in a daze. She was speechless. This really was the seal of Qiqiao's large formation? This didn't make sense. Such a precious item would only be in the hands of the leader of a force. How could it be in Yang Kai's hands? According to what Yuhi knew, the leader of Qiqiao's large group was a 5th-stage heavenly monarch called Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch. His strength was on par with hers. He was not a person to be trifled with. Young master, where did this come from? Yuhi was puzzled. It's a long story. Yang Kai identified the direction and called out, I'll explain it to you as we walk. After listening to Yang Kai's explanation, Yuhi learned that when he first entered the outside world, he was lured by Qiqiao's Fire Spirit Land's venerable Duan Hai and was abducted into Qiqiao's territory to work as a servant. He spent quite a few days in Qiqiao's territory, and when he went out to hunt down a person called Feng Tai, he encountered an old man called Su Huang. This Su Huang had a deep relationship with Qiqiao, and according to Yang Kai's guess, Qiqiao's territory should have been Su Huang's, but for some reason, it was occupied by Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch. With his territory snatched away, Su Huang naturally vowed to take revenge, and the 6 Directions Wish pouch belonged to Su Huang. Su Huang had planted a flying blackback centipede in Yang Kai's Dao seal to threaten him, and used the 6 Directions Wish pouch to bring him into Qiqiao's territory. As the owner of Qiqiao's territory, Su Huang naturally had a grasp of Qiqiao's grand array. He quietly infiltrated Qiqiao's territory to tamper with the refinement array's control, but due to a strange combination of factors, Su Huang had no choice but to fight against Qiqiao's heaven-opening experts alone. That battle was earth-shattering, and blood flowed like rivers. Several of Qiqiao's venerable guardians died, and Yang Kai knew that only 2 died. The Water Spirit Land's venerable died right in front of him, and even his spatial ring was taken away by him. If not for that, he wouldn't have had so many heaven-opening pills to stay in the first inn. The Fire Spirit Land's venerable guardian Duan Hai was also killed, and Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch suffered heavy injuries. In that battle, the Seven Openings Land's Earth Protection Array revealed many flaws, causing many of the disgruntled odd job workers to flee. That was when Kai Yang took advantage of the situation to escape. At that time, Old Fong, Fong Bai Qi, Dai Yu, and Ah Sun were with him. Later, Si Chun Great General went looking for his family, stayed in the first inn, explored the Sun's Star, and snatched the Golden Crow's corpse. Qiqiao's land was the first great force Yang Kai came into contact with after entering the 3,000 worlds. Towards this force, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest goodwill. If it weren't for Su Huang being exposed ahead of time, forcing him to act, Yang Kai's attribute power would have been taken away by Duan Hai. When Yang Kai was fleeing, Su Huang, who was seriously injured, chased after him and gave him this Spirit Array's seal on his deathbed, so that Yang Kai would have a chance to avenge him and take back Qiqiao's land in the future. Yang Kai didn't dare refuse at that time, and accepted this jade slip. Later, Su Huang died, and Yang Kai buried him in his sealed world bead. As for revenge, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't take it seriously. He had indeed suffered a lot in Qiqiao's land, but in the end, he had turned the situation around. When he grew up in the future, if there was a chance, he could come back and seek justice. Before he grew up, he had never thought about returning to Qiqiao's land, let alone that this jade slip would one day play a role. Yang Kai spoke calmly, but he was infuriated. Those damn bastards. They actually abducted those newcomers who had just entered the 3,000 worlds as slaves. This is simply unforgivable. There is no need for such a force to exist. Young master, you can rest assured that I will definitely seek justice for you. Yang Kai chuckled. Let's just do our best and leave the rest to heaven's will. There's no need to force it. The two didn't move too quickly because they had to pay attention to hiding their tracks. Crimson Star's several dozen heaven-opening realms were scattered throughout this large territory, so there was no telling when they would run into them, so it was best to be careful. Fortunately, their journey was quite smooth. A few days later, a large fog suddenly appeared in front of them. This fog was so thick that it blocked their line of sight, and even their divine senses couldn't penetrate it. The Qiqiao land had arrived. The two of them had already used their own techniques to conceal their figures and auras as they quietly approached the fog. Yuhi was a 5th-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator, so her concealment techniques were naturally extraordinary. Unless one's strength was on par with hers, it would be difficult to detect her. Although Yang Kai's strength was lacking, with the shadowless veil, no one below the mid-heaven-opening realm could spy on him, so he didn't have to worry about exposing his tracks. As they approached, Yang Kai looked over and saw that the fog was tumbling like gray clouds. But there were many weak spots in the fog that were clearly different from other places. He knew that the last time Su Huang caused havoc in the Qiqiao land, he had already caused irreparable damage to the Qiqiao land. The weak spots in the fog were the weak spots of the Qiqiao land's grand formation. Although it had been more than a dozen years, it wouldn't be easy for the Qiqiao land to repair these places. Not to mention, the Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch should also be recuperating and wouldn't have much energy to deal with these things. Yang Kai calmed down. Although the Jade Ring was the rune seal of the Qiqiao land's grand formation, Yuhi had only refined a small portion of it. He was originally a little worried that they wouldn't be able to smoothly infiltrate the Qiqiao land, but now it seemed that there shouldn't be any problems. Without needing Yang Kai to say anything, Yuhi had already flown towards the weak spots. After silently observing several flaws, Yuhi finally chose one and secretly transmitted her voice to him. Young master, I'm confident that I can bring you in, but I don't know if we'll be discovered after we go in. If we are discovered, we'll have to leave quickly. I know, let's do it. Yang Kai nodded. In any case, they were being pursued by the Scarlet Star sect, so the worst-case scenario would be to hide in the Heavenly Temple. Chapter 41-31. Yuhi activated the power of the Jade Pendant and shot out a ray of light. The thin fog rolled and slowly parted to the sides, revealing a passage that led to the inside. The two looked at each other and entered without hesitation. Only when the two figures disappeared did the fog slowly close up. There was no abnormality at all. A moment later, Yang Kai and Yueha entered the Qiqiao land. The process was unexpectedly easy. They didn't dare to act rashly and instead hid their presence and waited in place for a long time. After an hour, there was still no movement from the Qiqiao land. Only then did Yang Kai confirm that the two of them didn't alert anyone. It wasn't strange when he thought about it. Su Huang's havoc a dozen years ago had caused many flaws in the Qiqiao land's defensive array. Yueha had also refined a portion of the Jade Ring's power, so she was naturally able to enter without alerting anyone. If the Qiqiao Heaven Lord was vigilant, he might have discovered the two of them. However, Yang Kai guessed that the Qiqiao Heaven Lord was still recuperating. Su Huang had said that the Qiqiao Heaven Lord would not be able to recover without many years of recuperation. As far as the eye could see, the traces of the great battle were long gone. The entire Qiqiao land was made up of 7 spirit provinces and occupied a vast area. It was because of this that the Qiqiao land was called the Qiqiao land. These 7 spirit provinces were also very special. Each spirit province nurtured different elemental powers. The yin, yang, and 5 elements all gathered together. The Qiqiao land planted fruit trees with different elemental attributes and produced spirit fruits. These spirit fruits were the main ingredients for refining the heaven-opening pill. It was because of this that the Qiqiao land was able to gain a foothold in the 3,000 worlds. At this moment, many cultivators were flying around the spirit states, heading to another place floating above the Qiqiao land. That place was the Qiqiao land's odd job market. Every month when the market opens? Kaiyang looked around for a while, thinking about it. That place was a fragment of a world. It was unknown which generation's master of the Qiqiao land had moved it here to be used as a marketplace. Every month, there would be 3 days when the marketplace would be open for the odd-job disciples of the Qiqiao land to exchange and trade. Yang Kai had even bought a grade 3 metal attribute material, the unsullied golden dew, for Daiyu. Thinking back to how difficult it was to earn heaven-opening pills when he first entered the 3,000 worlds, he could not help but sigh. Now, his net worth was more than 100 million. In just a short 10 years, such a change had occurred. Yang Kai was very familiar with the market. After all, he had been here many times. His destination was the world fragment where the market was located. The 7 Openings land had the 7 Openings heavenly monarch and several earth protectors. It wasn't safe for him and Yuhi to hide there. However, it was different in the market. Most of the people gathered there were chores disciples. There were very few true 7 Openings land disciples. If they hid there, they wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. He quietly called out to Yuhi, then followed the crowd and flew toward the market. Soon, they landed on the world fragment. The world fragment wasn't too big, but it wasn't small either. Only a small portion of the world fragment had been used. There were still many places that had yet to be explored. Yang Kai and Yuhi found a remote place and quietly dug a hole to hide. At this point, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. This escape had come to an end for the time being. All that was left was to wait for Qi Xing's people to leave. Then, he would find an opportunity to leave this place. A trace of weariness crept into his heart, but there was nothing he could do about it. Ever since the land of the ancients closed, he had been on the run. First, he was chased by many divine spirits, and now, he was being chased by the Crimson Star. He secretly swore that when he advanced to the heaven-opening realm in the future, the first thing he would do was find Qi Xing and let Zhao Baichuan know the consequences of offending him. His mind was immersed in the strange space behind his hand. He wanted to ask Zhu Juyin how she was doing, but who knew that this guy had fallen into a deep sleep? He knew that her source was damaged and urgently needed to be healed. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so weak. For any holy spirit, their source was their foundation. Just like a cultivator's Dao seal, if one source was severely damaged, it would be very difficult to recover. Only after a long period of recuperation would there be a chance. Turning his head to look at Yuhi, he couldn't help but be surprised. Why are you refining this jade? He saw Yuhi sitting in a lotus position, immersed in her thoughts as she held the jade slip in her palm and focused on refining it. He had given this jade slip to Yuhi before mainly because her cultivation was higher than his, allowing her to refine it faster. Reality proved that this was indeed the case. If Yang Kai had refined it himself, he definitely wouldn't have been able to break through the defensive spirit array and sneak in here in just a few days. But now that he had come in, there was no need to refine it. Yuhi opened her eyes and said, "Young master, don't you want this Chiqiao land?" Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this, but he immediately understood what she meant. He couldn't help but laugh. Even if you refine this jade and control the formation here, it won't be easy to seize the Chiqiao land. Back then, Su Huang was also a 5th grade heaven opening, which was the same as Yuhi. Back then, he was the original owner of the Chiqiao land after all. He knew everything about this place. He used the jade to control the formation in his hand to fight the Chiqiao heavenly monarch and the many venerables who protected the earth. In the end, he didn't succeed and even lost his life. So even if Yuhi completely refined this jade, she might not have a chance to snatch it from the tiger's mouth. Changing the topic, Yang Kai nodded and said, "But it's up to you. It's never wrong to refine more." Although it was still safe to hide here, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't be discovered. When that time came, the more they refined the jade, the more initiative they would have. Yuhi nodded and focused on refining again. Yang Kai didn't say anything else. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing to recover his strength. Time passed by little. In the void, on the main peak of the 100 refinement peak, Zhao Baichuan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. From the information he received from his subordinates, Yang Kai had disappeared without a trace, which made him extremely annoyed. In the great cosmological realm for more than a decade, the biggest winner was Yang Kai, but if there was a second winner, it might be Qi Xing. Although Qi Xing was crazily plundered by Yang Kai, and 70% of all the profits fell into Yang Kai's pocket, Qi Xing also relied on Yang Kai's power and reputation to develop in the great cosmological realm, accumulating a huge amount of wealth and manpower. Star City's 3 great forces were Sword Pavilion, Thunder Light Sect, and Crimson Star. Originally, Crimson Star was ranked last, but because they had clung to the big tree known as Yang Kai, they were able to survive and quickly rise in adversity. As for Sword Pavilion, Thunder Light Sect had long since been destroyed and no longer existed. However, it was one thing to be in the great cosmological realm, and another thing to be out of the great cosmological realm. In the great cosmological realm, Zhao Baichuan was willing to be under Yang Kai because Yang Kai had Zhu Juyin behind him. However, in the outside world, without the suppression of the fog of the great cosmological realm, Amir the Emperor realm was nothing in his eyes. Thinking of the 70% of the profits that went into Yang Kai's pocket, how could Zhao Baichuan tolerate it? 30% of the profits was already so huge, let alone 70%? If he could kill Yang Kai and snatch back the other profits, Qi Xing's future would definitely be bright. Zhao Baichuan was also confident that he could break through to the 6th stage within 10 years. However, that brat was too good at running away. Even if he mobilized dozens of heaven-opening realm experts and used the 100 refinement peak, he still couldn't stop him. This large territory was still sealed. It was certain that Yang Kai must still be in this large territory, but no one knew where he was hiding. These days, some of the small forces in the 7 openings territory had encountered great misfortune. In this large territory, the 7 openings territory was not the only force in this territory. There were many other forces that couldn't be seen in public, as well as many Qinkuan worlds. In order to search for Yang Kai, Qi Xing's people could be said to be unscrupulous. However, they had many heaven-opening realm experts, and Zhao Baichuan, a 5th stage heaven-opening realm expert, was present. Even though those small forces were sullen, they didn't dare to say anything. They could only let Qi Xing and the others barge into their headquarters and search wantonly. The entire 7 openings territory could be said to have been stirred up by Qi Xing. Zhao Baichuan looked at Chen Tianfei and asked, "You still haven't found him?" Feeling Zhao Baichuan's suppressed anger, Chen Tianfei wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "I haven't found him yet, but don't worry, Chief Head. That brat definitely won't be able to escape." The entrance to the territory was still sealed by Qi Xing. If Yang Kai wanted to leave this large territory, he would definitely cause a commotion. Zhao Baichuan coldly snorted. This king also knows that brat won't be able to escape, but if he continues to hide, where will we find him? Chen Tianfei bitterly said, "Chief Head, it's not that we aren't doing our best, but that we don't have enough people. In order to chase after Yang Kai, They had run through several large territory, and Zhao Baichuan had only brought a few dozen heaven-opening realm experts with him. The majority of Qi Xing's people were still on the way, and it would take them at least 1 to 2 months to arrive. However, if they wanted to rely on these few dozen heaven-opening realm experts to find someone in such a large territory, it would undoubtedly be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Zhao Baichuan clearly also realized this point, and his brow furrowed. Chun Tianfei observed his expression and said, "Chief Head, if we want to resolve this situation, we can only borrow troops." Borrow troops? From where? Zhao Baichuan lowered his head and looked at him. Chun Tianfei chuckled. "I won't hide it from Chief Head. In this large territory, there is a force called Qiqiao Land, and the master of Qiqiao Land is Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch. I once had a good relationship with him, so if Chief Head doesn't mind, we might as well go to Qiqiao Land and have this subordinate try to borrow troops from Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch. If he is willing to help, then things will be simple." Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch? Zhao Baichuan seemed to recall something. Could it be that Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch who came to Star City and did many business with Qi Xing? Zhao Baichuan had heard of this person before, but he had been in seclusion to break through to the 6th grade in the early years, so he had never met him. During his time in seclusion, all of Qi Xing's affairs had been managed by Qian Tianfei, and it was during that time that they had come into contact. However, Qian Tianfei would report this matter to him afterwards, so Zhao Baichuan had only heard of Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch. Chapter 4132. That's him. Chun Tianfei nodded. That 7 skills Heavenly Monarch is also extremely strong, a 5th stage Heaven Splitter. Zhao Baichuan nodded. A 5th stage Heaven Splitter was on par with him, and as the leader of a region, his status was definitely not low. He asked solemnly, "Are you confident?" Chun Tianfei chuckled. "I'm 90% sure. However, there will definitely be a price to pay, and First Master will be the leader this time." "Paying a little price is nothing." Zhao Baichuan nodded. Since he wanted to borrow troops, he definitely needed some compensation, but as long as he could find Yang Kai, it was worth it. "Let's go to 7 Skills Land." Chun Tianfei immediately pointed the way and 100 Refining Peak quickly headed towards 7 Skills Land. A day later, Chun Tianfei pointed to the fog ahead and said, "First Master, we've arrived at 7 Skills Land." Zhao Baichuan looked over and saw the fog tumbling, but he could not see the inside of 7 Skills Land. He could not help but nod. The atmosphere of a great sect is truly extraordinary. Chun Tianfei chuckled. "This is the first time subordinate has come here. Please wait a moment, First Master. Allow me to send a message to 7 Skills Heavenly Monarch and have him open the door." Zhao Baichuan nodded slightly. Chen Tianfei immediately took out a token and poured his divine sense into it. 7 Skills Heavenly Monarch had gone to Star City many times to make a few transactions with Qi Xing, so he and Chen Tianfei naturally left a way to contact each other. However, it had always been 7 Skills Heavenly Monarch who went to find him. Chen Tianfei did not expect that one day he would have to ask someone else for help. He had just begun to contact 7 Skills Heavenly Monarch when the fog tumbled and squirmed. Suddenly, there was a thunderclap and a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket blasted out from the fog, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. Chen Tianfei was stunned for a moment. His narrowed eyes were filled with light that filled the sky. Zhao Baichuan's expression also turned solemn as he shouted, "Open!" With a rumble, the 100 Refining Peak shook and rich earth element power gushed out from 100 Refining Peak, forming an airtight layer of protection around this artifact. The sound of the explosion was deafening. The lightning struck the 100 Refinement Peak, causing the illusory figure to sway unsteadily. What a powerful attack! Zhao Baichuan's expression turned cold. Even the 100 Refinement Peak could not withstand such an attack a few times. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw several more bolts of lightning striking from the fog. At the same time, a furious roar came from the Qiqiao Land. "You Xiushan, do you really think I'm afraid of you? You want to seize my Qiqiao Land? Be careful not to overeat yourself." Chen Taifei was dumbfounded. He and the others had just arrived here, and they were attacked. He had no idea what was going on. Who was this Yu Xiushan? Rumble. Wherever the lightning passed, the void shattered. The 100 Refinement Peak was a treasure that Zhao Baichuan had spent a lot of effort to refine. It was extremely extraordinary. Seeing the lightning attack, the 100 Refinement Peak quickly shrank. At the same time, it moved unsteadily to avoid the lightning. Even so, it was still struck by a bolt of lightning. The mountain shook again, and one of the mountain peaks broke in half. Chen Tianfei. Zhao Baichuan was furious and turned to look at Chen Tianfei. The damage to the 100 Refinement Peak made his heart ache. Although this treasure was not bad, it was difficult for it to block the power of the formation. Chen Tianfei was covered in cold sweat. He could not care less and hurriedly shouted, "Heavenly Lord, stop, stop. I'm Crimson Star Chen Tianfei, not Yu Xiushan." Heavenly Lord, did you recognize the wrong person? If he did not hear wrongly, the voice that shouted from the Qiqiao land just now should be Heavenly Lord Qiqiao. As soon as these words were spoken, the faint lightning in the fog suddenly stopped, and a surprised voice sounded, "Chen Tianfei? Crimson Star's Chen Tianfei?" Chen Tianfei did not know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly flew out of the 100 Refinement Peak and revealed his fat figure. Who else could it be? Heavenly Lord, take a closer look. A moment later, a surprised voice came from the fog. It's really Brother Chen? It was difficult not to recognize him. Looking at the trichiliocosm and the billions of living beings, it was difficult to find a fatty like Chen Tianfei. But soon, Heavenly Lord Qiqiao snorted coldly. Why did Brother Chen come to my Qiqiao land? Who's in that peak? Chen Tianfei hurriedly said, Heavenly Lord, I have something to ask of you, so I came here. As for this peak, it's called the 100 Refinement Peak. It belongs to my first master, so it's naturally my first master. As he spoke, he turned around and gestured to Zhao Baichuan. Zhao Baichuan's face was gloomy. After pondering for a moment, he put away the 100 Refinement Peak and revealed himself. Along with him were more than a dozen low-rank heaven splitters. It's actually First Master Crimson Star. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao was obviously shocked. I've heard a lot about you. He had been to Crimson Star City several times, but he had never seen Zhao Baichuan. He knew that this guy had been in seclusion all year round to break through to the 6th rank, so he did not mind. Now that this person had come out of seclusion, could it be that he had already reached the 6th rank? Thinking so in his heart, Heavenly Lord Qiqiao's tone could not help but become much more polite. Zhao Baichuan's face was cold. No one would be in a good mood after being attacked for no reason, not to mention that he was already annoyed by Yang Kai. Hearing this, he only nodded slightly. This old man has long heard of the Heavenly Lord's name. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao said, Brother Chen, why have you come here today? Chen Tianfei said, we do have a request. Can Heavenly Lord allow us to have a chat inside? In the fog, Heavenly Lord Qiqiao was silent for a while before saying, Please. When he finished speaking, the fog rolled, revealing a passage. Chen Tianfei could not help but sigh in relief. He looked back at Zhao Baichuan with an inquiring expression. Zhao Baichuan nodded slightly. Chen Tianfei smiled slightly and cupped his hands. Sorry for disturbing you. As he spoke, he led the way forward. Behind him, Zhao Baichuan was like a moon surrounded by stars. Not long after, they entered the 7 Openings land. Suddenly, a group of heaven splitters appeared in front of them. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man with a face as clear as jade. Chen Tianfei smiled wholeheartedly and cupped his hands towards the middle-aged man. Greetings, Heavenly Lord. This person was the master of the 7 Openings land, Heavenly Lord Qiqiao. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao laughed and went forward to hold Chen Tianfei's arm. After so many years, Brother Chen still looks as good as before. Congratulations. Chen Tianfei smiled bitterly. Heavenly Monarch, you flatter me. In recent years, Sai, it's a long story. Allow me to introduce you to Heavenly Monarch. This is Great Leader Zhao of Crimson Star. Great Leader, this is Heavenly Monarch 7 Skills. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao cupped his hands. Head Zhao? Zhao Baichuan returned the greeting. Heavenly Lord is too polite. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao saw his expression and knew that this guy was still holding a grudge over what happened just now. He hurriedly explained, Head Zhao, please don't blame me. I didn't mean to attack you just now. It's just that our 7 openings land is under attack and has been troubled for many days. Suddenly, I heard a disciple report that an expert had arrived. I thought it was that thief again, so there was a misunderstanding. I hope Head Zhao can forgive us. Zhao Baichuan was stunned. Someone actually came to find trouble with Heavenly Lord? Only now did he understand why the other party had attacked him as soon as they met. It turned out that they were treating him as an enemy. Since it was pardonable, the trace of unhappiness in his heart disappeared. Chen Tianfei said in shock, "Who is so bold to come here and ask for food?" "Sigh, it's a long story." Heavenly Lord Qiqiao sighed, his tone and expression exactly the same as Chen Tianfei's. Zhao Baichuan raised his eyebrows. Heavenly Lord seems to be injured? He found that although this person was at the 5th grade heaven opening realm, his aura was somewhat unstable. Not only him, but the 3 4th grade heaven opening realm experts behind him were also the same. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao said angrily, "I was injured a few years ago and still haven't recovered. Even my 7 openings land's defensive formation was damaged. If it weren't for that, how could Yu Xiushan dare to bully me?" Previously, he had called out Yu Xiushan's name. Now that he mentioned it again, Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei immediately understood that this person should be the one who was scheming against the 7 openings land. Let's not talk about such a troublesome matter. Today, the 2 leaders of Qi Xing's group have come to my 7 openings land, bringing light to my humble dwelling. Come, prepare a banquet. Let this heavenly lord, Brother Qin, and leader Zhao drink and chat merrily. With this order, someone immediately went to prepare a banquet. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao warmly invited Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei. The 2 naturally wouldn't refuse and immediately went to the banquet. In the market, Yang Kai and Yu He looked at each other, somewhat speechless. They actually chased us all the way here. Could it be that they discovered something? Yu He couldn't help but worry. The commotion just now had been quite big. Even though they were hiding in the market, they still noticed it. However, they couldn't hear the conversation between Heavenly Lord Qiqiao and Chen Tianfei, so they didn't know what they were talking about. Although it's unlikely, we can't let our guard down. Yang Kai's expression was dignified. He didn't leave any flaws along the way, so the people of Qi Xing shouldn't have discovered them. Moreover, if they really did discover something, they would have already taken action. How could they have left them alone? However, it was better to be safe than sorry. It was naturally impossible to leave now. It was very likely that they would alert the enemy. Moreover, not all of Qi Xing's people were here. It was obvious that some people were still searching outside. Now they could only wait and see. While the 2 were secretly worried, at the banquet, everyone was exchanging toasts and toasting each other. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao intended to befriend Zhao Baichuan, so he was naturally very enthusiastic. However, he soon discovered that Zhao Baichuan was only at rank 5. It seemed that he had not successfully advanced to rank 6. While he was disappointed, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was only at rank 5, and he was injured. Facing a rank 6 was quite stressful. During the banquet, everyone only talked about romance and nothing else. They all got along well. Chen Tianfei wanted to mention to Heavenly Lord Qiqiao about borrowing troops, but he was secretly stopped by Zhao Baichuan. Chen Tianfei didn't understand, but he did as he was told. After the banquet, Zhao Baichuan mentioned that he wanted to take a look at the Qiqiao land. The Qiqiao Heavenly Lord naturally agreed and allowed the Earth Spirit to personally bring Qi Xing and the others to tour the 7 spirit continents of the Qiqiao land. Earth Venerable was the same as Duan Hai. They were both grade 4 sky splitters, which was the same as Chen Tianfei. Under Heavenly Lord Qiqiao's secret instructions, he naturally led the way with all his heart. As a result, both the host and the guest were happy. Chapter 41-33. At night, Qi Xing and the others were settled down. In a palace, Zhao Baichuan stood in front of the window and looked into the distance. Chen Tianfei stood behind him without saying a word. After a long time, Zhao Baichuan sighed. "What a beautiful scenery! Old Chen, what do you think of the Qiqiao land?" Chen Tianfei did not know why the great master asked this, so he pondered for a moment and said, "The 7 great spirit provinces give birth to yin and yang and the 5 elements, which is very rare. Furthermore, the Qiqiao land has been managed by the Qiqiao Heavenly Lord for so many years. Although the Qiqiao land is not as spectacular as the Blessed Grotto Heavens, it is still considered extraordinary among the second-class forces. Zhao Baichuan nodded and said, I have also been to the headquarters of some second-class forces. The Qiqiao land should be considered average among all the second-class forces. Chen Tianfei smiled bitterly. If Qi Xing could withstand the pressure and manage it carefully, it might not be worse than the Qiqiao land after so many years. Unfortunately, Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light came one after the other, so we had to split the world with them. Strictly speaking, the Crimson Star was a second-tier force, and so were the Sword Pavilion and the Thunder Light sect. After all, they all had middle-grade Heaven Opening Realm Masters and many low-grade Heaven Opening Realm Masters. The Star Market was also a part of the spiritual state. However, when the three forces gathered together, there would naturally be many conflicts. After all, no one force could dominate and develop rapidly. This was also why Qi Xing was inferior to the Qiqiao land. Zhao Baichuan smiled gently. Fortunately, Sword Pavilion and Thunder Light are gone now, and only Qi Xing is safe and sound. But our Star City is gone too. Chen Tianfei had a worried expression, and every time he thought of this, he would have a headache. Star City was swallowed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss, divided into countless pieces and completely disappeared. It was unknown where Qi Xing would settle down in the future, and they could not lead a group of people to wander in the 3,000 worlds. As long as we have people, we can make a comeback. Zhao Baichuan's face was full of confidence. Great Master is right, Chen Tianfei said respectfully. But Great Master, since we are here to borrow troops, why did you stop me from explaining the situation to the Qiqiao land? Yang Kai is extremely cunning. If we continue to delay, he might escape at any time. Don't mention the matter of borrowing troops again. Zhao Baichuan waved his hand. Right now, it's not us who's looking for Qiqiao to borrow troops. It's him who's looking for us to borrow troops. Chen Tianfei was no fool. His expression changed when he heard this. First Master, you mean? Zhao Baichuan chuckled. Just now at the banquet, this king thought about it carefully. Isn't that Yu Xiushan the Flying Smoke Hall's Hall Master? He's also a Tier 5 Heaven Splitter. The Flying Smoke Hall is in the neighboring territory, right next to the Qiqiao land. Chen Tianfei nodded and said, there must be a lot of friction between neighbors. Qiqiao previously said that he suffered some injuries in his early years, and even the protective array of Qiqiao land was damaged. I'm afraid that Yu Xiushan smelled something fishy and wanted to take this opportunity to annex Qiqiao land and strengthen himself. Zhao Baichuan said, this king thinks so too. You probably didn't notice at the banquet just now, but of the venerable protectors of the Qiqiao land, for our Tier 4 Heaven Splitters, and the remaining 3 are only Tier 3. Chen Tianfei thought back and found that the situation was indeed as Zhao Baichuan said. The 3 Tier 3 Heaven Splitters were the venerable protectors of the Fire Spirit Land, Water Spirit Land, and Metal Spirit Land. At the time, he didn't care, but now he couldn't help feeling strange. Tier 3 Heaven Splitters were only lower Tier 3 Heaven Splitters, so how could they be qualified to be venerable protectors? Zhao Baichuan smiled lightly. If my guess is correct, the Qiqiao land suffered a great change back then. The previous 3 venerable protectors should have died, and the 3 Tier 3 Heaven Splitters were only temporarily appointed by the Qiqiao land to fill the numbers. Chen Tianfei suddenly understood and flattered. First Master's eyes are as sharp as torches. If it's really as First Master says, then the Qiqiao land really does have the intention of borrowing troops from us. After observing his expression for a while, he said, First Master intends to intervene? But what good would that do for my Crimson Star? After all, this is their personal grudge and struggle. Even if we help the Qiqiao land block the attack of the Flying Smoke Hall, at most it would only make the Qiqiao land feel grateful. That Yang Kai has countless treasures on him, and is the hope of my Crimson Star making a comeback. Zhao Baichuan coldly snorted. How could this king care about the Qiqiao land's gratitude? He raised his hand and pointed forward. Old Chen, what do you think of this world? If we change it and call it the Crimson Star Land, wouldn't that be better? Chen Tianfei's heart jumped, and his squinted eyes, because of the pile of fat on his body, suddenly widened. Since Zhao Baichuan had already said so much, how could he not understand the meaning behind his words? The first master wanted to seize the Qiqiao land. At first, he felt a little uneasy. After all, the Qiqiao land was not a soft persimmon that could be kneaded at will. They also had a 5th grade open the heavens and a few 4th grade open the heavens. Not to mention, this was their headquarters. Wanting to cause trouble here was tantamount to pulling chestnuts out of the fire. But after thinking about it carefully, this matter really had a lot of potential. The Flying Smoke Hall was eyeing the Qiqiao land covetously. If they could take advantage of the fact that both sides were injured to suddenly make a move, they might have a chance to seize this treasure land. No wonder the first master took the initiative to ask to tour the Qiqiao land after the banquet. It turned out that he was going to inspect it first. His heart beat wildly, and his lips couldn't help but dry up. Chen Tianfei's expression was both nervous and excited, secretly admiring the first master's generosity. Moreover, if they could seize this treasure land, its value wouldn't be less than capturing Yang Kai alive. Not to mention, they didn't know where Yang Kai had run off to, but the Qiqiao land was right in front of them. Taking a step back, he cupped his fists solemnly. First master, please ask for instructions. I, Chen Tianfei, will definitely sacrifice my life to repay the first master's kindness in nurturing me. Zhao Baichuan chuckled and patted Chen Tianfei's shoulder. This matter isn't urgent. We still need to plan carefully. Turning around, he narrowed his eyes and looked down. He said softly, "It's time to have a place to settle down." At the same time, in another hall, the Heavenly Lord of Qiqiao was quietly listening to the Earth Spirit's report. Previously, he had arranged for the Earth Spirit to bring the Crimson Star people to tour the Qiqiao land. It was because the Earth Spirit was very meticulous and could observe things that others couldn't. After listening, the Heavenly Lord of Qiqiao asked, "Did you find anything wrong?" The Earth Spirit shook his head and said, "I didn't find anything wrong. The Crimson Star people acted very normal along the way. There was nothing wrong." The Earth Spirit Land's venerable guardian was a middle-aged woman. Hearing this, she frowned and said, "Heavenly Lord, the Crimson Star people just had to come to my Qiqiao land at this time. Could it be a trap?" The Heavenly Lord of Qiqiao looked at her and said, "I know what you are worried about, but the Crimson Star people are very far from here. Moreover, as far as I know, they have no connection with the Soaring Smoke Hall. The probability of them joining hands to harm my Qiqiao land isn't high. Of course, we can't rule out this possibility. We need to investigate carefully. It's fine as long as Heavenly Lord knows what to do." The woman nodded. The Earth Spirit Land's venerable guardian slammed his fist on the table beside him and shouted angrily, "Damn it! If it wasn't for that Su Huang's rebellion, my Qiqiao land wouldn't have fallen to such a state. If the formation was intact, that Yu Shoshan wouldn't have dared to act rashly. One had to pay a great price to break through a Qiqiao land's defensive formation." No one knew where Yu Shoshan heard the news, but when he found out that the Qiqiao land's defensive formation was damaged, he rushed over like a cat that smelled blood. In the past few years, the two sides had clashed at least 20 times, and both sides suffered losses. Although the Soaring Smoke Hall didn't gain any advantage, the Qiqiao land's defensive formation was more vulnerable. It wouldn't be long before it was completely broken. The Heavenly Lord of Seven Skills' face darkened to the extreme when he heard Su Huang's name. Although Su Huang had been heavily injured by the Heavenly Lord of Seven Skills and was most likely dead, 3 of the Heavenly Lords of Seven Skills had died in that battle. The Heavenly Lord of Seven Skills himself had been heavily injured, countless disciples had died, and many workers had fled. The Heavenly Lord of Seven Skills had suffered heavy losses. It would have been fine if that was all there was to it, but the key was that Su Huang had secretly tampered with a lot of the control rights of the formation back then, causing Heavenly Monarch 7 Skills to be unable to fully control the formation to this day. He could only unleash less than 60% of the defensive formation's power. He was injured. He had to heal his injuries and refine the formation again. It could be said that he was physically and mentally exhausted. What made him feel even more uneasy was the Grand Formation Jade slit ring that Su Huang had taken with him when he fled. He also had a jade slit ring for the formation in his hand, but it was just a replica. The one in Su Huang's hand was the real jade slit ring. Whether it was in terms of control or affinity with the formation, that jade slit ring was much stronger than the one in his hand. If he could obtain that jade slit ring, he would be able to solve his current predicament and quickly regain control of the formation. However, he did not know whether Su Huang was dead or alive, and the whereabouts of the jade slit ring were unknown. Life was not as one wished. 9 out of 10. Sighing in his heart, Heavenly Monarch 7 Skills looked at Earth Spirit Earth Protector. Wei Hua, I will leave Qi Xing's people to you. Find out their intentions as soon as possible. Qi Xing and the 7 Openings land were separated by many large territories. Heavenly Monarch 7 Skills did not believe that they would come here for no reason. However, he was a scheming person and did not ask during the banquet. Earth Spirit Earth Protector stood up and cupped his fists. Yes, dismissed. Heavenly Monarch 7 Skills waved his hand, and everyone left. For the next few days, Earth Spirit Earth Protector, Wei Hua, was ordered by Heavenly Monarch 7 Skills to warmly entertain Qi Xing's group. Every day, he would set up a banquet to entertain them. He also took many specialties from the 7 Openings land and the large territory here for Qi Xing and the others to taste. The relationship between both sides continued to deepen. However, what made Wei Hua speechless was that Qi Xing's group did not state their intentions. It was as if they were just here to sightsee. If there was a banquet, they would go. If there was wine, they would drink. If there were female disciples to serve them, they would accept them. Wei Hua did not know what they wanted to do. On this day, during the banquet, Wei Hua could no longer hold it in. Under the influence of alcohol, he asked, Brother Chen, you have traveled thousands of miles to my 7 Openings land. Is there something you need? If there is something, there is no harm in saying it. My heavenly monarch is very forthright and will not disappoint you. Chun Tian drank until his face was flushed. He looked drunk, but he was actually very sober. Hearing this, he thought to himself, here it comes. Sure enough, the 7 Openings land could not hold back and asked first. Chapter 41-34. The great cosmological realm has opened? In the main hall, 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch was shocked after hearing Earth Venerable's report. The other heaven opening realms were also dumbfounded. The great cosmological realm was an extremely magical place. Although many people had heard of the existence of the great cosmological realm, it required a great opportunity to enter it. Moreover, even if one entered, it was hard to say if one could come out alive. There were not only opportunities there, but also huge risks. Wei Hua nodded. That's what Chen Tianfei said. The venerable woman from the Yin Spirit Land said, then in Brother Wei's opinion, is what Qi Xing said true or false? Wei Hua slowly shook his head. Whether it's true or false, we need to investigate carefully to verify. However, from Chen Tianfei's expression, it doesn't seem like he's lying. Moreover, this matter has too many implications and will spread sooner or later. They probably won't shoot themselves in the foot. 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch nodded. That's right. The opening of the great cosmological realm is a big matter. No one can hide it. Wei Hua said, the star market they were in just happened to be swallowed by the great cosmological realm, so they are now homeless. When they came out of the great cosmological realm, they happened to be nearby. That Chun Tianfei recognized Heavenly Monarch and wanted to come to our 7 Openings land to rest and recuperate for a while. So that's how it is. 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch nodded lightly. He was still wondering why Qi Xing's people would come all the way to his territory, but now he knew it was because of the great cosmological realm. This explained everything. Earth Venerable Yang Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. Heavenly Monarch, if that's the case, we might be able to absorb Qi Xing and the others. They are now homeless. If we can let them stay in the 7 Openings land, our strength will definitely increase greatly, and we won't have to fear Yu Xiushan. Earth Venerable with spirit snorted. Wishful thinking. That Chun Tianfei is only a 4th stage heaven opening realm, but that Zhao Baichuan has a 5th stage cultivation, which is similar to a heavenly monarch. Not to mention whether we can absorb them. Even if we can, it's hard to guarantee that they won't be disloyal in the future. Earth Venerable Yang Ling thought so too. Zhao Baichuan had a 5th stage cultivation. If he really entered the Seven Openings land, how to settle him down was a problem. He might not be willing to be under a heavenly monarch. Moreover, Qi Xing had lost their own star market and needed a place to settle down. Would they not covet the Seven Openings land? If they really did so, they would be let in the Seven Openings land? Heaven opening Yangling land's people, but we can hire them. Yangling, Yangling. Yangling, young heavenly monarch. Yangling, Yangling Earth, venerable Yangling smiled faintly. The people of the left and right Crimson Stars are now homeless and have nowhere to go. That Shen Tianfei is also on good terms with the Lord of Heaven. If we pay a price, we might be able to move them and make them work for us. A level 5 and a level 4. If we use them well, we might be able to exterminate the flying smoke hall. Earth Venerable Wood Spirit snorted. You're thinking too simply. These two venerables seem to be at odds with each other. Earth Venerable Yangling saw him refuting him again, and his face darkened. He turned to look. What do you think? Earth Venerable Wood Spirit said, they just came out of the great cosmological realm. Although we haven't been there before, we've heard of it. There are dangers there, but there are also great opportunities. As long as they can come out alive, they will have great gains. Now that they've come out alive, although I don't know what they've gained, it definitely won't be too shabby. What can our Seven Openings land offer to move them and make them work? If the benefits are too little, they won't care. If there are too many benefits, our Seven Openings land will definitely be at a disadvantage. Earth Venerable Yangling said, but Heavenly Monarch and Chen Tianfei are old friends. If Heavenly Monarch comes out, have you cultivated until you're stupid? Venerable Wood Spirit said disdainfully, let's not talk about whether or not Chen Tianfei will be willing to get involved in this mess because of their old friendship. Moreover, Chen Tianfei is not the master of Crimson Star, but Zhao Baichuan. If Heavenly Monarch comes out and is rejected, where will our Seven Openings land put our face? Earth Venerable Yangling was fuming, but he had to admit that this bastard's words made sense. He was speechless for a moment. Heavenly Monarch's Seven Openings sat up high and looked coldly at his two capable subordinates arguing. Only then did he say, Miao Yu, since you refuted his words, you must have a plan in mind? Let's hear it. Miao Yu was the name of Earth Venerable Wood Spirit. Earth Venerable Yangling was amused when he heard this. He looked at Miao Yu with schadenfreude, eager to see him make a fool of himself in front of the Heavenly Monarch. Unexpectedly, Miao Yu smiled and looked confident. Heavenly Monarch, please allow me to report. I do have some ideas. If this can be done, not only will our Seven Openings land be able to get Crimson Star as foreign aid without any cost, we will also have a chance to get rid of Yu Xiushan. However, this matter still requires Heavenly Monarch to personally take action to show our sincerity. Earth Venerable Yangling glared. Bullshit. Heavenly Monarch's Seven Openings land was interested. Let's hear it. Miao Yu's narration caused the eyes of everyone in the hall to light up. They were extremely excited. Even though Venerable Yangling was unhappy, he couldn't help but admire this fellow's quick thinking. He secretly hated himself for not thinking of such a simple matter, allowing this fellow to steal the limelight. Heavenly Monarch Seven Openings land also laughed. Good job, Miao Yu. What a good move to drive the wolf to devour the tiger. This plan is brilliant, and it's an open scheme. Even if Crimson Star's people see it, they will definitely be moved. Good, good, good. If this matter succeeds, Miao Yu, you'll be credited. Miao Yu smiled reservedly. It's my duty to share Heavenly Monarch's burden. I dare not be greedy. He glanced sideways at Earth Venerable Yangling with a smug look, disgusting the latter. Heavenly Monarch's Seven Openings land stood up and said, there's no time to lose. We don't know when that Yu Xiushan will attack again. I'll go find Zhao Baichuan to discuss this matter. Miao Yu said, Heavenly Monarch, about the great cosmological realm. Heavenly Monarch's Seven Openings land stopped in his tracks and pondered for a moment. Send some people out to investigate. If the great cosmological realm really opens, the news won't be able to be kept a secret. It will soon become a hot topic. We'll know when we go to the Heavenly Palace to investigate. Yes. Miao Yu responded respectfully. Half a day later, at the residence of Crimson Star and the others, Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei enthusiastically sent Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land out. It was unknown what the two sides talked about, but they were all smiling. Clearly, everyone was very satisfied. Then it's settled. When the time comes, I'll have to rely on Brother Zhao's strength. Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land cupped his hands repeatedly. A touch of redness appeared on his slightly pale face due to his injuries. Zhao Baichuan cupped his fists and said, Heavenly Monarch, you're too polite. Crimson Star and I would like to thank Heavenly Monarch for finding such a good opportunity for us. After this matter is done, Crimson Star will definitely reward you handsomely. Well said, well said. Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land chuckled and bade farewell before leaving. He was extremely happy. Originally, if he wanted to invite Crimson Star as external aid, Qiqiao Land would definitely have to pay a huge price. However, according to Miao Yu's method, not only would they not have to pay a price, but they would also be rewarded handsomely by Crimson Star after the matter was done. This was a huge difference. After sending off Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land, Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei returned to the house and set up a restriction to prevent spying. Chen Tianfei had a strange expression as he stroked his chin. Sure enough, as First Master expected, Qiqiao came to borrow troops from us. However, this method is quite interesting. Zhao Baichuan chuckled. A grand overt scheme, very impressive. Chen Tianfei nodded. They know that we have no home now, and what we need the most is a place to stay. As long as we can help them get rid of Yuxiushan, we can take over Soaring Smoke Hall. TSK. It's really impressive. First Master, how should we choose? He knew that Zhao Baichuan intended to seize Qiqiao Land, but now that Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land had thrown out Soaring Smoke Hall as bait, Chen Tianfei did not know what to choose. Strictly speaking, Heavenly Monarch 7 openings land's proposal had a high chance of success. After all, with the combined strength of the two forces, Soaring Smoke Hall was definitely no match for them. If they could plan it well, it could be said that seizing Soaring Smoke Hall was an ironclad matter. On the other hand, seizing Qiqiao Land was not so easy. Zhao Baichuan only wanted to find a place to settle down. Qiqiao Land and Soaring Smoke Hall were both second-rate forces, so it would not matter where they settled down. There was no need to choose Qiqiao Land. Therefore, this matter was still up to the First Master to decide. Zhao Baichuan sneered. This king doesn't know what the situation is with Soaring Smoke Hall, but this Qiqiao Land suits this king. Chen Tianfei heard this and knew that the First Master still intended to seize Qiqiao Land. He pondered for a moment and said, Then let's feign civility first and wait for an opportunity to act? Zhao Baichuan said, Don't worry, this king has already made arrangements. Now we just need to see if we can insert a chess piece. If this chess piece can be inserted, then this matter will be foolproof. Just as he was speaking, Zhao Baichuan's expression suddenly changed, and he waved his hand to open the restriction. The next moment, a third-grade heaven splitter walked in, carrying an unconscious woman in his hand. He cupped his fists and said, This subordinate greets the two masters. This third-grade heaven splitter was also one of the great commanders of Crimson Star, and his status was only second to the several masters. He had followed Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei into Qiqiao Land, and there were more than a dozen lower-grade heaven splitters like him, their cultivations uneven. How is it? Zhao Baichuan asked. The man said excitedly, Sure enough, as First Master expected, some Qiqiao Land disciples have left in batches. Zhao Baichuan snorted coldly. The news of the opening of the Great Void Realm has been leaked, so they will definitely investigate. After all, they are not at ease with us. The man said, This subordinate has been waiting for a long time, and finally found an opportunity to restrain one of them. It won't be long before he can get in touch with the other masters. Chen Tianfei didn't know what this person had come to report, but at this moment, he immediately understood the First Master's plan and secretly admired him. Sure enough, the First Master was worthy of being called the First Master. When he let him leak the news of the Great Void Realm without leaving a trace, he had already been secretly plotting. Chen Tianfei couldn't help but sigh in admiration of the First Master. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.